Hello.
Good morning, our dear friends, our live viewers via YouTube Live. Kumusta po kayong lahat? Ang amin pong pagbati sa ang sulok man ng Calabarzon kayo naroroon. Right now, we have 40 live viewers. Maraming salamat po and we really appreciate your virtual presence and your greetings posted on the chat box. Okay, so good morning, St. Therese Development Center. Good morning, everyone from Antipolo. And good morning, Sir Romir Lasso. Good morning from Brighton Dawn Institute of Arts and Trade Incorporated, Antipolo City. Good morning po, Sir Rona May Foring. From Team Narisma, good morning from Golden Faith Academy, Taytay Rizal, Nina Narisma. Good morning from CITEC Registrar, Kabuyao Institute, Kabuyao, Laguna. From Ma'am Agnes Ikugo, good morning from Laguna University, SDO Laguna. Good morning po, Ma'am Agnes. And from Mariano Junior Macaleng, blessed morning, the Refiners Christian School, Calawan, Laguna. From City Gates Academy, good morning, good morning. From Ma'am Fajin Bea, good morning from Nadcarlan Adventist Elementary School, SDO Laguna. From Miss Josephine S. Mendoza, have a blessed day everyone from Infant Jesus Academy, Antipolo City. From Mr. Renato Lohero, good morning po from Brighton Institute of Arts and Trade Incorporated, Antipolo. Good morning from ASEAN Institute of Technology, Sciences and Arts, AITSA SDO Cabuyao, from Miss Queen Belio. From CITEC Registrar, Miss Charmaine Labinya, Cabuyao Institute of Technology, Cabuyao, Laguna. Good morning from Miss Mimi Castillo. Good day from San Antonio de Padua College, Foundation of Laguna, Laguna Incorporated. Good morning to all from Prince of Peace Integrated School Incorporated, Antipolo City. So good morning din po sa inyo, Ma'am Evelyn. And from San Isidro Labrador Academy, good morning everyone from SDO Antipolo. From Miss Vilma Puelias, good morning fellow educators from College of St. Benildo, Rizal. From Miss Lady Lynn Del Rosario, good morning. From the Bearer of Light and Wisdom Colleges Incorporated, magandang morning sa lahat. God bless. From Milagrosa Gibara and Crisanta Kalinga, SDO Bacoor. Good morning to all from Nova Escola Tanawan City, Batangas, from Miss Ingrid Joy Mendoza. Good morning and God bless from Our Lady of Mercy Academy Incorporated, Taysan, Batangas. From Miss Gaye Ignacio, good morning from Growing Learning Center, Imos. Good morning po, I'm Jenny Lindsay from Brighton Institute of Trade Incorporated, Antipolo City, Rizal. Good morning din po, Ma'am Jenny Lindsay. And from Miss Minette Pajares, good morning from Western Antipolo Mission School. Good morning din po, Ma'am Minette. And from Miss Janice Ibarbia, good morning po from St. Lucie Pilipini Montessori School Incorporated, Lumban, Laguna. From Miss Clary Jane Mortel, good morning po from One Academy, Tanawan City. From Ruel Amirela, magandang umaga po sa lahat. Good morning din po, sir. And good morning, Bristol Oak Academy, Bacoor City, Cavite. From Miss Myla de los Reyes, good morning and God bless us. From South City Homes Academy Incorporated, SDO Binyan City. From Creative Dreams School from Nasugbu SDO Batangas Province, good morning, Miss Mylene Daclizon. A blissful day, Luella Y. Cansanahe from the First Uniting Christian School, General Trias. More power everyone watching here. God bless. Good morning, everyone, from St. Francis Institute, Bacoor and Imos, Cavite. Greetings from Miss Genevieve Ramos, Labarda. Okay, so next, from Miss Mary Grace. Grace and peace to all from Our Lady of Peace School, Antipolo City. Good morning from ALMLC General Trias, Cavite. Greetings from Lucita Niepes. From Sir Alvin Alan Suarez. Good morning po. From Bacoor Parochial School of St. Michael the Archangel Incorporated. Blessed morning po from Benedictine Institute of Learning SDO Imos, Cavite. God bless to all from Miss Delia Abayon. From Miss Janice Paderan. Good morning from TLIMS Christian School, Antipolo City. God bless us all. Good morning from Harold Horn Integrated School, SDO Bacoor City. Greetings from Miss Harold Horn. Mary Grace Genodipa Pepito from Little People's School Incorporated, SDO, Santa Cruz, Laguna. Good morning po, Ma'am Mary Grace Pepito. Good morning po from 5-Star Standard College Incorporated, Bacoor City. Greetings from Teresa Borsilio. Isa-Isip, from Isa-Isip. Good morning all. Isa Villanueva from St. John Fisher School, Bacoor, SDO Bacoor, Cavite. From Miss Ami Altuberos. Good morning po from Genesis Integrated School Incorporated, Antipolo City. God bless po. A blessed morning from San Juan International Academy, Antipolo City. Good morning din po sa mga taga St. Francis of Assisi College, kay Sir Edmi Ian Seriola, and Sir Charlie F. Padchut, SDO Bacoor. Good morning sa mga St. Joseph School, Lipa City. Magandang umaga din po sa mga St. Martha Kiddie Training Learning Center, Channel, Imos City. From Miss Maria Teresa Gonzalez, good morning po. Good morning po, Marjorie E. Pacifico from Hasik Bagong Buhay Christian School Incorporated, Los Baños, Laguna. Greetings from Miss Carol Buenafe. Good morning po from Mary Calkins Integrated School, SDO Imos City. From RCMS Calaca, good morning from our Concepcion Montessori School Incorporated, City of Calaca, Batangas. Good morning po sa lahat ng mga taga Calaca, Batangas. From Mr. Joseph Retiro, good morning to all from Bethel Academy and Division of General Trias, Cavite. From Ma'am Michelle Awa Gersho, blessed morning po to all from One in Christ Church School of Bagbag Incorporated, Tanawan City, Batangas. Good morning, everyone, from SDO Institute of Science and Technology, Imos City. Greetings from Dosa East. From Miss Irene Diso. Good morning, everyone, from Brookstone Academy of the South, SDO Bacoor City. Good morning, Sir Ronaldo Salvador, from the Bearer of Light and Wisdom Colleges, Incorporated. Good morning to all from Mispa Camellia. Good morning po from Rondina Soledad Christian Academy Incorporated, SDO Antipolo City. So medyo marami na po ang mga taga Antipolo, mga taga Rizal Cluster, taga Cavite. So inihintay po natin yung mga taga ibang cluster. So right now po we have 206 live viewers. So hoping po tayo na mas madadagdagan pa. Okay po. See you later.
Good morning po sa ating lahat. No, thank you sa mga nag-message sa ating YouTube live, okay? And we are expecting a lot more of schools to participate and listen attentively to our Day 2 2022 Private School Summit with the theme, Embracing the Diverse Challenges of the Private Schools in Calabarzon through one act, one heart, one goal towards collaborative recovery. And we are live here in Extremely Sweets, Manila, Parañaque City, no, with all the 23 schools division offices. Okay? And of course, we are privileged because we have here our Assistant Regional Director. Talaga namang kapag siya ang nagtutok, you really need to pay attention. Listening ears, not just listening ears, but also listening heart. Okay? I would like to introduce our Assistant Regional Director to give us an inspirational message or talk on private school recovery or journey towards recovery. May we call in our dear Assistant Regional Director, Ma'am Cherilu D. Repia. Let's give her a warm round of applause. Good morning po. Happy as Che. Ma'am, happy as Che.
Good morning, everyone. Ano yung aking hair? But anyway, good morning, everyone. And I'm sorry to miss going there this morning kasi medyo under the weather ang lola nyo. Kasi naka-ganyan, oh. Ano ganyan? Pompiang look. Kumusta naman dyan, Miss Ellen? Can you hear me well? Is my audio okay? And my camera?
Yes, ma'am. Very beautiful
Kumusta?
and
Kumusta
very
sa ating
clear.
66 friends there in Extremely? And I'm sorry not to be there. I was really intending to go there since Monday. However, mukhang hindi na kinaya ng katawang lupa. But I would definitely see you in one of our engagements very, very soon. So palagay ko kasama naman namin kayo sa Education Summit, no, mga private school association presidents. So I think we will be meeting each other again sometime in November. Right? And how many do we have in the YouTube right now, Miss Ellen?
Right now po, we have like 300 viewers.
All right. Okay, so we have to all the 300 viewers right now in our YouTube live streaming. Maraming salamat po for being with us kasi this is definitely for you. No, we always believe that our partnership with the private schools should never fade. Mag-fade na ang lahat. Wag lamang ang ating partnership. Kasi pinakamahalaga that we continuously help each other, provide quality basic education to all our CALABARZON learners. And we are with you in all your quest for improving your service delivery and of course, improving your enrollment. Siyempre, gusto namin yun dahil alam namin sa ngayon, hindi naman talaga kaya ng public schools to cater to all our CALABARZON learners and you are there all the time to help us out in that area. Salamat po sa inyo. So, may I ask now that the screen be shared, my PowerPoint. Sir Lino, the lead chief for this activity, thank you so much for understanding and talagang ako'y nakaschedule dyan but I really cannot go. Una, I have to check if this is just because I'm tired and not because of something else. Siyempre, kailangan protection na natin yung mga kasamahan natin. Second, I want to engage our fellows in the YouTube live streaming. So parang mas okay na nakaganito yung aking setup. But of course, missing everyone there in Extremely would not always be a happy. It's never a happy feeling for me. But I have to choose, sabi nga. Minsan kailangan mong mamili kahit masakit. Diba? Ganun yun. Kaya, tama ba, Miss Ellen? Kailangan mamili kahit masakit.
Yes po. I
Oo.
agree.
Kaya naman tayo, di ba? Sir Elino, alam mo yan. Minsan kailangan mamili. Kalakaba Original Office. Kahit masakit, kailangan mamili. Okay, pinapatawa ko lang yung ating mga kasama dyan sa ating venue. Our on-site participants and also our co-workers in the private schools in our YouTube live streaming. Kasi ang pinakamahalaga dito, ramdamin natin itong eksenang meron ngayon, no? Nakasama nyo ako. Sabi ko nga dito sa ating pag-uusapan, simpleng usapan lang sa pagharap sa hamon ng buhay. Sa mga kasamahan natin na mga nasa private schools and in the live streaming right now, please share. Please share na. Oy, start na! Maski hindi ka pa nagkakape or hindi ka pa kumakain, pwede naman akong maging dessert mo habang kumakain ka. Pwede. Pwedeng ulamin nyo na rin ako habang kumakain. O pwede na rin po akong creamer nyo habang kayo nagkakape ng brewed coffee. Di ba? Pwede rin. Okay lang yan sa akin. It doesn't matter how you look like. Ang pinakamahalaga doon is how you will feel as we talk in this live streaming. Okay? So, bigyan natin ng mga 5 minutes yung mga kasamahan natin sa live streaming at yung mga presidents natin dyan ng private school associations to make gising the sleepy heads nating mga kasamahan, no? Make gising na po sila para they will make bangon and start listening na po. Okay? 10 minutes lang po tayo, 5 minutes lang tayo maghihintay. Okay? So, ang pag-uusapan natin ngayong umaga, yung simpleng usapan lang, yung usapang tagos sa puso, hindi usapang cash register, hindi usapang inflation, kasi mahirap pag-usapan ng inflation sa Pilipinas, nakakaloka, di ba? Kasi, di ba, naririnig natin, the peso is not weak. The dollar is just strong. O, di ba, mga ganyang linyahan. No? Hindi ko na rin alam yung ibig sabihin noon. Kahit yung mga memes ng mga guro natin sa public schools, the salary, the peso is not weak. The salary is just not strong. Mga ganyan na mga memes nila. Hindi ko rin talaga maintindihan yung mga memes ng ating mga kasamang guro. But ang pinakamahalaga dito, in spite of all our challenges, we're able to make it sure that we remain happy people here in our country, di ba? Ano nga ba yun? Ang Bhutan is known to be the country with happy people, no? Number 1 yata sila doon, no? Ikaw na naman kasi yung ganong kayaman. Pero dito sa Pilipinas, kahit sobra-sobra rin yung ating mga challenges, especially during the pandemic, we remain happy. We remain positive, we remain light. Hindi man tayo dito parang dahil sa walang ayuda, tayo nagjojombaga na. Walang ganon dito sa Pilipinas. No? Wala tayong mga ganong mga pangyayari. We just make it sure that we help each other. At diba, dito nga sa atin yung may community pantry. Sa bang bansa may ganyan, no? Tayo lang yata yung may community pantry na tumutulong tayo sa bawat isa sa panahon ng pandemya. At syempre, may education pantry din ang ating mga kagasamang guro, no? Naglalagay din sila ng mga corner sa mga eskwelahan na naglalagay ng mga ballpen, pencil, mga papers, folders, mga ganyan, mga kailangan ng mga bata, mga pad papers, yun, nilalagay nila yun. Kasi sa mga batang, alam nyo na, financially challenged talaga naman, no? Isang lapis ay napakalaking bagay para sa kanila. Kaya may mga ganon, no? Tayo yung may mga ganyang pantry. Okay? Nag-i-improve ba ang ating viewers, Miss Ellen?
Hello, ARD.
Nag-i-improve ba ang ating viewers?
Yes po. Right now, we have like 305 watching.
Kanina lang 300, ngayon 305. 5 lang yung nagising.
ARD, meron pong
Yes.
5 nagising.
May 5 nagising. Ba't salamat sa 5 nagising?
Ito po, 307 na po.
O,
As of this
307. Na
day.
baka naman kasi paggising, syempre magwiwiwi pa yan.
Ayan.
Pagbigyan natin sila.
Opo.
Kasi sayang yung pagkakataon. Totoo na mapapanood nila uli ito, no? Pero iba kasi pag live.
Yes,
Iba
ayan.
kasi yung feeling na gano'n. And I don't want them to miss that thing, sabi nga, di ba? I don't want them to miss that feeling of being, feeling good, feeling lifted up, feeling nabudol. Ako po yon, si Miss Budol. No, kung merong Mr. Budots, ako si Miss Budol. Ako po yon. No, pero hindi ko po ginagamit yung aking Budol power sa masamang bagay. Laging sa magandang bagay lang. At kilala ako ng mga karamihan ng mga down sa private school association leaders natin. Kilala nila ako for that, no. And I thank everyone, no, na sino bang nandyan na private school leaders natin, Miss Ellen?
Hello po, yeah. Right now, ARD, 316 na po ang nadagdag. And ayun po, from Rizal, nandito po si Sir Reynaldo Faustino. Tama po ba? Ang isa po sa mga president po ng organization ng private schools. Yan. Antipolo City, nandito rin po, yung vice president nila, si Sir Ruther ng Bacoor, si Pastor po ng Dasma, Pastor. Yan, ARD, dumadami na po ang viewers. 322, no? ARD, may mga messages din po tayo sa YouTube, They're really excited po. From Elm Christian Academy from 13 Martires City. ARD, we have like experiencing glitches lang po, We'll be back po in few minutes. Yan. Talagang kapag live, it really happens, no? Kaya tayong mga nandito sa generation ngayon, We really need to be flexible and adjust ourselves, no? Kaya kapag may mga ganyang glitches, hindi mo kailangan mag-scream or ma-stress, no? You need to be composed still. Kasi ikaw din ang ano. Kami po, IRD. Ay, sorry po.
Ako.
Kami po ang nawala. Yeah. We're back.
Nawala yung audio ko.
We're back, ARD.
Yeah, narinig niyo ba yung audio ko?
Right now, yes po. Very clear.
Okay. So, nandyan ba ang mga presidents natin? Sino-sino ba sila dyan?
Ika po. Opo. Sige po, titingnan ko po yung aking listahan.
So, syempre, masarap din pasalamatan ng mga presidents natin. Talaga naman. They're really helping a lot of private schools to bounce back. Yun sila talaga yung tumutulong.
Hello.
Yes, Sir Lino.
Yes po ma'am, Sir Estrellado po sa Laguna, La Presada. President po.
Yes po, sir. Thank you so much for being there, no? Talagang kami po alam po namin how much you've been helping our kasamahan, no, sa private schools. Kayo yung nagsasabi, hindi kaya pa yan. Kahit sa palagay nyo parang, may bitaw na rin yata ako, pero kayo pa rin yung nagsasabi. Thank you so much po for that, sir.
Camera niyo yung camera yung kumakain pa.
Okay na ba ako? Okay pa ba ako? Sa mukhang... parang
Good
may
morning
mga
po,
something-
ARD.
Yes, sino yan?
Teacher Ruther Escondi po ng Bacoor City.
Hi, Ruzer!
Hi, ma'am.
Ang dalas ko sa Cavite City.
Opo.
Baka gusto mong dumalaw doon. See you soon. I hope you're doing well in the private schools that you have.
Good morning po, ARD.
Morning.
Miss Amy
Yes.
po from CDG TAPS, General Trias City.
Hi, hello po, Ma'am Army. Army? Tama?
Amy po, Amy.
Amy, hello po sa inyo and thank you for helping our private schools there in General Trias. Thriving.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Talaga ang mga private schools dyan. Thank you
Yes,
po.
ma'am.
Hello, ma'am. I'm Miss Melissa from San Pablo City, representing Pasapa and Presea.
Wow, thank you so much po sa inyo for being there. Parang napaka-sweet ng boses.
Hello, Ma'am Che.
Hi!
Si Pastor Teddy po dito sa City of Dasmariñas. Selfie tayo
Hi.
doon sa arena.
Yes po,
Yes,
Pastor. Thank you so much po sa inyo.
Thank po, God bless.
God bless po.
Good morning po. This is Marilu representing Dr. Reynaldo Faustino for Antipolo City and Rizal. Magandang umaga po.
Hi, Miss Marlu. Hi there. Regards to Sir Faustino.
Makakarating po.
Hello, good morning po ma'am. This is Ron Oriarte po, representing Lucena City Association of Private Schools, LCAPS.
Wow, thank you. And regards po sa lahat ng mga taga Lucena dyan, Sir Ron. Thank you.
Good morning po, Ma'am Che. Raquel
Morning.
Pacaili po, Tayprisa President from Tayabas City.
Wow, thank you. Talaga namang represented ng Tayabas. That's really great po. Thank you so much for being there.
Good morning po, Ma'am Che. Dr. Catherine Banta, representing the Private Schools Association of Batangas, Batangas Province po.
Thank you po, Doc Cathy. Thank you so much for always being there for our fellows in Batangas Province. Sabi nga, rich Batangas, wala na ang yaman, wag lang ang yapang. Yun po sabi ni Sir Charlie Rocafort, hindi ako nagsabi yun. Kino-quote lang.
A blessed morning po, Ma'am Che. I'm Brenda Helus, representing the Division of Santa Rosa Private Schools.
Hello po. Thank you so much. And warm regards to our mayor there, Mayor Arlene. At sobrang ang love niya for education ay talaga umaapaw. Thank you po.
Hello, good morning po. This is Dr. Amy Corpus, representing the private schools of Binyan, Laguna.
Hello po, Ma'am Amy, and thank you. Thank you so much for always ensuring na kahit batang-bata lang ang Binyan SDO natin, patuloy ang suportahan ng public and private sector there. Thank you.
Hello, good morning po, Ma'am Che. From San
Morning.
Pedro. I'm Francisco Morales Jr. Just call me Sir Jun po, from San Pedro City. representing San Pedro Private School Administrators Association.
Wow, Sir June, ito rin batang-batang San Pedro City Division, no? And I'm sure, no, yung engagement ay mga bago din dahil kayo ay nagsisimula pa lamang, but definitely San Pedro is in a more stable situation now, and because of course of people like you helping our division office. Thank you po, Sir June.
Hello, good morning, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. Sofia Bibisco, Vice Prisa Officer, representing our President from Batangas City.
Oh, Miss Sophia, thank you po for Batangas City, and katulad ng sinabi ko nga, no, ang Batangas City and Batangas Province are both thriving areas, and it's very important that our association in the private school would always be very willing to help our fellows in the private school, especially the new ones, yung medyo hindi pa gamay ang handling ng private school. Salamat po, Miss Sophia.
Good morning, Ms. Myra Grace Caritos Recalde. I'm representing the President of CACPRISAA, Calamba City Private Schools Administrators Association, Dr. Elna Fonasher. Magandang buhay po.
Magandang buhay din po, at let's keep on dreaming for the children. Salamat po sa inyo, at malaking bagay na kayo po ay nandyan para sa kalambenyong mga kabataan.
Magandang umaga po. Shelo Valenzuela po, Officer of Association of Private School in the City of Imus, representing Dr. Marietta Opulencia.
Oh, regards to Ma'am Yeye, thank you so much for representing her, and truly, si Ma'am Yeye is one great leader that can help you in your private school operations. Thank you po.
Good morning po, ARD. This is Jane Guyamin, representing DCPAPSPA President Dr. Nazareno, SDO Cavite po.
Okay, good. Wala si Dr. Nazareno. Madalas kami magkita niya, no, and I hope that he is okay right now. Thank you so much po for being here in being one of our on-site participants. Salamat po.
Good morning po, Ma'am Che. I'm Miss Mary Jane Escarandang from Quezon Province po, representing the UPIQ President, Sir Joey Heron po.
Good morning po. Good morning. Thank you so much for giving the gift of time, kasi yung mga representatives natin, di ba, parang talagang yan yung napakisuyuan, and of course you will ably represent our fellows in private schools. Thank you po. Thank you po.
Baka po may na-miss po tayo na president or officers, kahit hindi po president. Oo. Yay. Sige po. And right now,
Nakakatuwa
Ma'am Che.
ha, Miss Ellen.
Yes.
Nakakatuwa ang presence nila dyan. No?
Yes.
Talagang, sabi nga, yung malasakit, yung kalinga, at saka yung positibong engagement nila dyan, makakatulong yan sa marami nating private school.
Apo. Ma'am Che, yesterday, it was very engaging and interactive po yung aming naging usapan dito, no? Ang topic po yesterday, kay RD po na-share.
Oh!
Na-miss mo yun, ma'am.
Oo nga, kasi kailangan kung alam mo naman, kailangan kami maghatian ng activities ng ating
Opo.
regional director. Kaya pala, imamarites ko siya. Pagdating niya sa office, alam niyo, galing dyan, diretso siya sa kwarto niya, natulog siya.
Opo. Grabe.
Napagod siya, pero nung nakasleep naman siya, nakanap siya sandali, naka-join na siya sa ating virtual meeting, no? So, sabi ko, wow, mukhang naging matindi ang engagement ni RD, napagod.
Opo. And then, in the afternoon naman po, yung kay Attorney Ellen Buclig ng yung ating regional legal officer, naging maganda rin po ang
discussion.
Yes, grabing
Yeah,
substantial and very relevant po sa ating mga participants. Yes,
And I'm very sure our fellows in SDOs na nandyan ay naging enriching sa kanila yung engagement na yan.
Yes po. Talaga namang marami tayong natututunan, and we really value po yung mga queries ng ating SDO counterparts and then our private school president.
That's right. Kasi ang isang maganda doon, no, if you would notice, R.D. Bert is very developmental in his thinking, no, especially about private schools. Gusto niya talaga, nasa puso niya na makatulong ang regional office sa recovery ng mga private schools natin.
Yes, ma'am. In-assure niya, ma'am, yesterday na the approach will not be in a legalistic manner, but developmental manner daw, ang sabi niya.
Yes, actually, day one pa lang niya sa regional office, yun yung una niyang sinabi sa akin. Sabi niya sa akin, ARD, ang gusto kong handling natin sa private schools ay developmental. Gusto ko tulungan natin sila. Kahit ako abogado, gusto ko maramdaman nila na narito tayo, may gobyerno na tutulong sa kanila.
Yes
so, yun
po.
yung sinabi niya.
Opo, yun po. And then we felt the love of a father. Noong sa kanya pong sharing and yung sa kanya pong keynote address. And then he also shared about the cock, a rooster pala, the rooster, yung positivism ng rooster, the honesty, integrity, and moral fortitude po ng mga rooster. Yun po yung shinare niya, no, na he also said na kahit the struggles ang private school, at the end po, yun, we need to be positive and celebrate po yung nangyayari right now. So, very enriching. Sobra po. Sobrang
Nakakatuwa naman. Nakakatuwa ang ating RD. No? Talagang, I remember yung first week natin sa regional office, nakasama si RD at nagkaroon na agad kami ng engagement ni Sir Lino. At sinabi ko sa kanya, Sir Lino, napaka-clear ng instruction ng RD natin. It has to be developmental. And that made, talagang nag-stick sa akin yan na, no, developmental tayo. Tulungan natin ang private schools. Gawin natin ang lahat para matulungan sila. Hanggat hindi yan explicitly sinasabi sa batas, pwede natin silang tulungan. Yun yung sinasabi ni Sir na hindi dapat maging legalistic. Kung hindi naman sinasabi, huwag tayo maghigpit masyado. Kumbaga, huwag tayong maging police kung hindi tayo ay more of a community worker, more of a friend para sa private schools.
Yes po, tama po NIRD at nararamdaman po naman ng ating mga private school administrators na nang discuss ko po kahapon yung mga issuances natin ay puro mga developmental and more on consideration given to them sa mga appeals po nila. That's why po tumutugon naman po ang ating mga RMs.
Diba?
Yes,
yung extension ng deadline.
Yes po, opo. And even mga alternative documents po, kinoconsider na po natin.
That's right. Siya pa mismo nagsasabi, pwede namang ito. Huwag nang hanapin ito kung wala pa yan. Pero sabihin sa kanila, gawan nila ng aksyon yan hanggang magkaroon sila ng ganyang dokumento.
Correct po, and they really appreciate it.
Pwede na ako mag-start. Ilan
yes
na
po.
ang viewers natin? Okay. Sana 300, 10 na.
ARD is 401 watching now.
100 plus tayo pumising. Thank you so much.
Yes po. From Batangas, Balayan, Batangas. From Quezon, we also have here from Mataas na Kahoy, Batangas, Bacoor City, San Mateo, Rizal. We also have here from Talisay, Batangas, mga alae, no? Dumadami
alae.
Opo. And we also...
Palagay ko yan yung mga umiinom ng brewed coffee na ako yung kanilang creamer.
I agree. Yan, ang dami na po.
Okay, we can start na.
Yes po. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miss Ellen and Sir Lino. And the rest of the QAD, hi sa inyo. Puso para sa inyo kasi talagang grabe yung effort nyo para sa ating mga kasamahan sa private school. Salamat. Nandiyan yung mga taga-ICT. Pwede na ako mag-screen share ng PowerPoint, Sir Ray.
Opo.
Siguro nandiyan din si Melvin.
Si Sir F po, ma'am. Ang nandito.
Si Sir F. Hi,
Opo.
F. Thank you so much. Okay, so ito simpleng usapan lang itong ating gagawin, no? Alam na mga private school owners and administrators that ever since I started in the regional office, I've been very, very collegial to our private school owners, not necessarily parang compromising the guidelines, but more so for parang gusto ko lang iparamdam sa kanila that the regional office is also praying for them na mag-improve yung kanilang operations, yung number of learners, at lahat ng yan. Kaya marami yung nakilala ako for that. And pag naririnig nila yung pangalan ko, they would always testify parang na ayan si ma'am talagang nang dumating sa aming paaralan sa private school. Actually, may pagkakataon po na halimbawa may ipapaayos talaga sa eskwelahan kasi talagang hindi pasok doon sa guidelines, ano. Ako pa mismo po yung magdo-drawing, ili-layout ko pa yung building nila. O ma'am, ito po yung gagawin nyo. Ilipat nyo yung kinder nyo dito kasi delikado sila dun sa dulo. Ilagay po natin dito. Pwede namang yung kantin nyo, ilagay nyo dito. Ito drawing ko in pieces of paper. No, of course, wala pong bayad yung pag-consult ko sa kanila. But being myself a former school head, I understand how hard it is to operate a private schools, especially that na siyempre ang lahat ng OPEX nito galing sa mismong may-ari or sa pribadong mamamayan, no, na nangangarap din na magkaroon ng mga ganyang paaralan. Kaya parang ang sarap lang tumulong, no. At ang bayad lang sa akin noon ay ngiti, pagmamahal, konting lunch lang. Ganun lang yung binibigay sa akin kasi nga napakahalaga sa akin yung ganong klase na nagkakatulungan ang mga taga-gobyerno at nasa pribadong paaralan. So, simpleng usapan lang to, and I would, dahil friends ko nga kayo, mga kapatid sa private schools, ito ang title ng ating presentation. Next slide. Where pa, Beshi Wap, diba? Mga Beshi ko, where pa lang, no? Power. Power lang. Hindi tayo mag-uusap dito ng inflation, hindi tayo mag-uusap dito ng mga business plan nyo, kasi meron naman kayong talagang mga consultants para dyan, mga marketing people nyo dyan, no, na tutulong sa inyo, business development consultants nyo. Ako, narito lang para bigyan kayo ng konting lift. Okay? So, where pa lang tayo, that's my title for this morning's engagement. Next slide. Ano ba itong 152? Diba? Madami tayong private school sa buong Calabarzon. Pero we're sad na meron tayong 152. At ang 152 na to, ito po yung number ng private schools na nagsara dahil sa pandemic. Hindi pa po dito kasama yung hindi pa nagre-report, ha? Kasi meron pa pong hindi mga nagre-report, and we're checking on them per schools division office, no? So we have 152 reported private schools that have closed due to pandemic. It's not a happy feeling. Ipalagay na natin na in the average ay 500 ang estudyante dyan, no? In the average. So ilang bata yan? Mahirap mag-compute. Mahirap mag-compute bigla. No? Naisip ko lang, mga 7,000 na mga bata yun, more or less. No? Mga 7,510. I hope it's right. 7,510 students affected by the closing. Siyempre, ang mga bata, anumang eskwelahan, pampubliko o pampribadong paaralan, lagi yang malulungkot na magsasarado yung school niya. Kasi maraming memories, maraming happy moments. Nandun yung mga besties nila. Nandun yung first crush. Diba? Siyempre, walang bata na matutuwa na nagsarado yung kanyang school. And we're talking about thousands of students affected by the closing of these 152 schools. And we're not happy. Okay? Please know that the regional office is not happy about it. And we don't want that more schools will be adding to these statistics. And that's why we're doing this private school summit, to thresh out concerns, to help you address problems, to be proactive in our ways in order to ensure that hindi tayo dun tatawid sa mga delikadong daan. Mas tiyak, mas sapat, at mas dapat na mga path ang kailangan nating daanan. So we hope that this number would stop to 152. Okay? And the rest of those who did not report but already closed. Sana hanggang dito na lang yan. Okay? At sa mga live ano natin, live viewers, pakilagay naman diyan amen or amen to that. Sige, lagay niyo lang po 'yan. Amen or amen to that. Dapat siguro mag-check ako nun. No? Paki-share naman sa akin yung YouTube na yun. Saan ba yung nakalagay?
Sige po, ma'am. We will share it to you po.
Sige, sige. Para makita ko rin yung kanilang mga answers. Diba? Right. So, lagyan nyo dyan, amen to that. Na hindi kayo masasama dun sa stats na yan. No? Kung hindi masasama kayo dun sa stats nung thriving, growing, inspiring, diba? Developing schools, because the parents and the students and the community trust you. So, yan.
Ayan, Ma'am Che, we have shared already po the YouTube link. And ang dami na po
Yes.
nag-comment. No? Amen po. Amen to that. Yan, from Luella Canseja. Yan. And then from Hillcrest School Antipolo, amen to that din po ang sabi niya.
Yan. Yun. Kasi ang mahalaga dito talaga, mga kasama, yung maniwala tayo na when you have the purest intention in your heart in coming up and, opening a school, maniniwala tayo that things will fall into the right places when we keep on believing that beautiful things are yet to come. Okay? And so, to the next slide, please. So, hindi tayo kasama dito dapat at wala nang madadagdag dyan. Next slide. Alright. So, ano yung number 1, no? Ano yung number 1 na kailangan? Idulog natin sa Panginoon. Okay? Idulog sa Panginoon yung inyong paaralan. Ako, whenever I speak, whenever I will decide on something, no, I will really pray for it. No? Inihingi ko talaga sa Panginoon na lahat ng sasabihin ko, lahat ng didesisyonan ko, would always be something that will be lifting up people. A decision that would be life-changing. Hindi desisyon na gusto ko, kundi desisyon na para sa mga tao na maapektuhan ng desisyon na yon. At yun na lagi ko pinagdadasal. And it's very important that we pray for what we are going through. Pray for the decisions that you have to make. Next slide. Mahalaga na ipagdasal yung business plan nyo. May business plan kayo, syempre. Dahil ang private school talaga, bukod sa pagiging service-oriented, it's also a business that you have to take care of. Okay? It's like a baby, you need to take care of it. Ano yung pag-pray din yung bucket list nyo, ano ba yung nasa bucket list nyo? Maging integrated school ba yan? Mag-expand ba into 500 yung inyong enrollment? Okay, ma-improve yung ROI, ma-improve din yung pagtuturo ng mga guro, mag-stay yung mga teachers sa private schools. Yan yung mga tanong, mga natin, mga mahahalaga nating kailangang ipagdasal. Ano yung mga investment options na meron kayo? So, kailangan ipagdasal din natin yan. Yung mga small or big, no, na mga victories and joys, we need to celebrate and thank God for this kind of victories and joys. Fears and doubts, siyempre hindi naman mawawala yan. Anuman tayong engagement, entrepreneurship, or mission, di ba, or work, laging merong fears and doubts, at it's very important that we pray for it. And almost pray for everything, no? Pray for almost everything, I mean. Pray for almost everything, if not everything. Kasi kailangan, we have to always remember, this is not about us. This is about what the Lord wants us to do. At ibibigay niya yung para sa atin, lalo na kung makikita niya how much we wanted this to happen, not for our own gains, but for other people as well. Diba kayo kasi, meron kayong ang mga private school owners, meron kayong mga tao na kailangang alagaan din. At nakasalalay sa lahat ng desisyon nyo ang kanilang ikabubuhay. Nakasalalay sa desisyon nyo yung mga batang nagtiwala sa inyo. Kaya kailangan lagi natin itong ipagdasal. Okay? Never forget. We always pray. Always pray, mga kapatid. Okay? Kaya sa ating mga live viewers dyan, pa-heart react dyan naman, o pa-like react, or pa-yay, o gano'n naman, o yay or yay. Kayo yan, kung anong gusto nyong ilagay.
Sabi niya, may I ask what help DepEd could provide for private schools, especially for those schools that struggle financially? Yan, ang sabi po ni Sir, ano? And then, may mga amen po na nagsabi rin, okay? May praying for that. And then from Abraham Faith Academy, good morning everyone, and to our DepEd partners, yan, good morning daw po, Ma'am Che.
Good morning.
And God will answer our prayers if...
Yeah, amen. Definitely.
If the motive is good.
Kung ano yung maitutulong ng DepEd. First is yung developmental perspective ng ating regional director in helping private schools. That is one big help. Kasi it's within... ano man yung gusto po nating itulong sa private school, we still have to follow within the bounds of the law or the rules, no, the guidelines. At syempre, wala naman po kaming we're limited, but of course ang laki naman po talaga ng help ng mga ng gobyerno and the ESC, among the ESC grantees, the voucher system, the GASPE, di ba, nandun lahat talaga yun eh. If we have teachers who are licensed in the private schools, they are given financial support as well. So, if only we would qualify, yun nga po talaga yung mahalagang maintindihan ng mga private school owners natin na kailangan when you venture to this kind of mission, it's important that you also know the law para maintindihan, dapat pala ganito agad ako para maging recognized ako at maging part ng voucher system. So, kailangan po maging ganun, no? But in a non-monetary help, the developmental perspective of our RD ay nandiyan, kaya talagang ang buong regional office ay doon kami nakapeg sa aming tulong. Second, you can request for free training for teachers coming from the different division offices. Pwede naman po yun. Hindi nyo naman kailangan bigyan ng honoraria ang ating mga supervisors or invited resource persons from the department, no? Ang kailangan lang naman dyan is magbigay lang po tayo ng letter, sabihin nyo lang po that we need help and we are having a difficulty right now. Maiintindihan po yun, wala pong problema. Basta po meron lang patubig at saka pamerienda, pagkatapos mag-talk, wala po tayong problema doon. That will not cost you anything more than siguro 500 pesos para doon sa pamerienda o tubig niya, no? So, yan po, mahalaga din po yun. Huwag po mag-alala kung wala talagang pang-honoraria, wala po tayong problema doon. It's very much acceptable. Better yet, tanggalin natin ang Ma'am Sir Lino, i-discuss natin kay Sir RD kung makapaglabas tayo ng advisory or directive sa lahat ng SDOs na pag in-invite sila ng private schools, especially those struggling private schools, wala tayong standard, walang honoraria. Okay, standard, walang honoraria dapat. Okay po, Sir Lino?
Noted. Hello. Yes po, ay noted po.
Yes,
noted
diba?
po.
Lagyan natin yan kahit in the form of advisory or in the form of during the meetings natin, virtual meeting natin every Thursday with the superintendents. we would advise, no, so maglalabas lang tayo ng advisory na as part of our help to private schools, we will give free technical assistance. Second, free training or resource person, a provision of resource person. Lahat free yan, no? At kung ano pa yung kaya nating ibigay within the non-monetary na kayang ibigay ng DepEd Regional Office and the 23 Schools Division Offices, we will definitely give. Pwede natin namang i-memorize kung yun ang ilalagay natin. And we will get commitments from all the chiefs and all the superintendents also na ito ay ipatupad. Okay?
Captured po,
Sana
captured po.
napangiti
Ayan.
natin si Sir. Ha, Sir? Sana po yung nag-post po natin sa YouTube, napangiti po namin kayo.
Ma'am
We
Che.
can feel you po.
Yes, Ma'am Che.
Napangiti ba natin siya, Teacher Ellen?
I think so po. Napangiti natin at napapapalakpak po natin ang mga tao dito sa Extremely.
Oh,
Ma'am,
great, great.
ma'am, meron
Sige.
din pong comment si Sir Mariano Jr. Makaleng. It's sabi niya, hearing from a mother's heart daw po ang inyong talk, ang inyong message.
Wow.
Oh,
Thank you. Ready na akong tawaging mother. Dati sister lang. Pero ngayon parang tinatanggap ko na Miss Ellen.
Mother. Hindi pa. Sisterette pa lang, ma'am. And then sabi naman po ni Sir Antonio Lozano, God is the strongest partner of our school. Sabi
That's
niya.
right. I really believe that talaga po. Ano? Dahil ang dami na po tayo sa mga buhay natin, ang dami nang itinawid ng mga sitwasyon sa buhay natin, no? Dahil tayo nagdasal.
Opo, sabi rin po ng Safi Integrated Learning Academy from Tagaytay, glad to hear your happy thoughts, Ma'am Che. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Hi to the Tagaytay. Freezing down, no? Foggy in Tagaytay. Alright, so this slide is about, I'm just sharing with you some, ano na rin nga, isa pang clip, Sir F. Or Sir Ray. Yan. Ito yung mga bagay, no? Hindi tayo nag-aatubiling lumapit sa Kanya dahil alam nating ibibigay niya ang anumang hingin natin kung ito'y naaayon sa Kanyang kalooban. At palagay ko yung mga request natin, no? Prayer request natin kay God pagdating sa makakatulong sa mga bata, yun ay naaayon sa Kanyang kalooban. Basta malinis yung ating intensyon at laging malinis yung ating mga paraan. Kapag hinahanap niya ako ako'y inyong matatagpuan kung buong puso nyo akong hahanapin. Sabi nga sa Jeremiah 29:13 is very important, mga kasama sa private schools, that we don't worry first. We pray first and then we anticipate positively. Okay? We don't worry and then pray and then anticipate. We pray, we anticipate positively. Okay? And remember, it's His willingness, not our willingness. Right? Next slide. Number 2. Ito para to sa lahat ng private school owners and administrators. Kalma ka lang. Kalma. No? Kailangan kumalma po tayo. Kasi sa totoo lang, pagka masyado nating iraratel ang sarili natin sa mga sitwasyon sa private schools, talagang magkakaproblema. No? So, since binigyan naman tayo ng, di ba, ang mga private schools were given by our BP Secretary, Sara Duterte, a more, parang mas malapad na elbow room. Dahil pinayagan kayong mag-blended learning modality even after November 2. Diba? So, yung mga ganyan, pinagdadasal, pinag-uusapan, and you are anticipating positively. So, kalma lang kaysa yung bago mag-November 2, bago yung pagpayag ng ating BP Secretary, talaga namang ang BP mo shooting up. Shooting up BP, laging nasa ospital. So, ano nangyari? Gumagastos rin tayo because we are worrying too much. Okay? Don't worry too much. Kailangan, we keep praying for it, drink your water. Ito po. Ay, di kita. Yan. Ay, di pa rin kita. Ito po yung water ko. Yan, ganyan kalaki yung aking water. It's 2 liters a day, 3 liters a day, Isang ganito at kalahati nito, ito po yung iniinom ko araw-araw. Why? Because water irrigates our internal organs at kailangan po ito ng ating katawan. Okay? So ito yung aking health tip sa inyong lahat. Drink water. Hayaan nyo na para kayong grade 1 na may bitbit na ganito kalaki, alam nyo, kahit sinong kaharap ko, kahit sinong ka-meeting ko, kahit mataas na official pa yan ng LGU, bitbit ko ito. Itong iniinuman ko kasi, una, ayoko pong uminom sa bottled water kasi yan ay basura. Kaya ito na lang po. So I have been saving a lot of bottled water, PET bottles waste because I've been using this for the longest time, no? So kung may 100 po yan, posibleng ang may 100 kasi kung uminom ako ng isahan, mga 3 bote ang kailangan ko na maliliit para masatisfy ako sa water. So, baka nga mga 100 na yung nainuman ko. Kung ako'y umiinom dun sa PET bottle, but I really avoid drinking, okay? In PET bottle. Dito na lang sa malaking water bottle ko, and that is my advice to all of you. Second slide, please. Ako po si Reyna Calmado. Talagang Reyna po ako ng calmness. Maski ano pang klaseng sitwasyon, no, pipiliin ko talagang ipakalmahin yung sarili ko. Okay? When I sleep, I have this, punta kayo sa aking page po, Happy Teacher Che, na page. You like it and follow. Meron ako doong nakapost na ginagamit ko na music pag natutulog ako. Okay? Why? Kasi it's very important that we have a good sleep. It's very important we have a good sleep. Not lower than 7 hours a day. Okay? So I have a good sleep by listening to that music. Remove your cellphone. Pagka alas 7 na, alas 8, tanggal na yung cellphone, no? Tulog na, pilitin ng matulog, makapagkalma, drink water before you sleep. Okay? Or warm milk if you need to. Kailangan kasi tayong magpakalma sa ating sarili. Okay? Kaya kung minsan mayroong mga tao talaga na ginugulo ang buhay mo, kalma lang tayo kasi ang sabi nga, you cannot control the action of other people, but you can control your own action. You cannot control the action of other people, but you can control your own reaction. Okay? Kung siya ay parang galit na aso, ngaw-ngaw na ngaw-ngaw, ikaw, kalmado ka lang. Hindi ka kumakalma dahil takot ka, kumakalma ka kasi ayaw mong kasing pangit niya. Diba naman? Marami tayong bashers, marami tayong bullies sa paligid natin. So kung siya'y maingay, ikaw tatahimik ka lang. No? At tamain yung aksyon na gagawin mo pertaining to that. Not in the way that other bully people do it, but in a way that professional and ethical people do it. Okay? Tama ba sa mga viewers natin? Tumatama pa tayo dyan. Pakisabi nga sa katabi nyo dyan sa ating on-site, sa ating extremely sweets. Pakisabi nga po, may tama siya. Ako po yon, lagi ako may tama. Pakisabi naman sa viewers naman natin, sabihin nyo, tama nga siya. Pwede nyo rin naman sabihin, may tama siya. At lagi nga po ako may tama. Sige, sagot-sagot po mga live viewers natin.
Yes, ma'am. Meron pong mga comment. Ang sabi po ng Virgen del Pilar School Rodriguez, may tama siya. Sabi niya po, ano? At sabi po ng Diadem Christian Academy, tama po. From Grace de los Trinos, tama ka po talaga, ma'am. Yan, a lot of comments po na tamang-tama po. Super check, ang pink na ballpen. Thanks, ma'am. Sabi po.
Kasi kailangan talaga ganun po, di ba? Sabi nga, do not allow, the salt water, yun yung bully-bully natin, no? Yung mga pang-ano sa atin, pang-babash, no? Salt water will never come in the ship if the captain does not allow it. Sino ba ang captain? Di ba tayo yun? So pag hindi natin inallow, no, if we do not allow this salt water of our lives to come in our ship, our peaceful ship. Definitely. Wala siyang effect sa atin, di ba? Kaya, lagi niyong isipin yan. Tayo yung kokontrol sa buhay natin pagdating sa reaksyon natin sa ibang tao. And I know that God is glorified when we choose to be silent and we choose to do it in the way God will do it. Diba? Hindi nakikipagngawngawan ng Panginoon. Ang Panginoon ay kalmado all the time. Right? Next slide. Shout out sa lahat ng kalmado dyan sa Extremely, ha?
Yes,
Shout
ma'am.
out sa
Kalmado
inyong
kami lahat.
Oo, diba? Nakikita ko kayo kalmado sila lahat doon.
At nakasmile. Kalmado
Yes.
pero nakasmile.
Of course. Ang kalmado, nakasmile. Hindi yung kalmado, tiimbagang, sabi nung di ba? Yung mga nakaganon. Ang kalmado ay nakangiti. Okay? So, John 14:27, peace I leave you, my peace I give unto you. Let not your heart be troubled. Let not your heart be troubled. It's very important, no? When things are getting tough, kneel before the Lord. When things are getting incomprehensible, cry it out to the Lord. Okay? Napakahalaga niyan eh. Let not your heart be troubled. Peace should be there. Kasi yan ang promise ng Panginoon. Peace I give you. Diba? Next slide. Kaya mga besh, kalma lang tayo lagi. Next slide. Okay, sabi sa mga katabi nyo dyan, beshi, kalma lang tayo ha. Pakisabi nga sa katabi mga taga-extremely. Beshi, kalma lang. Lalo na sa mga planning officer dyan na nai-stress sa DEDP, kalma lang mga kapatid. Kalma. Okay? I will turn their mourning to joy. Will comfort them and make them rejoice rather than sorrow. Jeremiah 31:13. Remember that there's a joy after mourning. That there is comfort after pain. And there will be rejoice at the end of the dark pipe. Diba? At the dark moment of our lives, there would always be joy, comfort, and rejoice because it will become a victory, not really the time of sorrow, but the time of testing and the time of victory after the dark moments. And you have to remember that. Talagang, ako yun lang lagi tinatandaan ko, matatapos din to. Matatapos din ito. Kailangan hold on lang to the promise of joy, of comfort, and rejoicing at the end of everything. Next slide. Ang buhay ay parang Adidas at Nike lang. Diba? Nothing is impossible, so just do it. Whatever that you think is within, no, your power, within what you can do, within your strength, within your knowledge, then do it. As long as it's for the best of everyone. At tandaan nyo, pwede kami for free training, pwede kami for free consultancy, pwede kami for free technical assistance. Yan po, mga non-monetary, kaya po yung ibigay ng mga STOs at ng regional office. Okay? Isang ngiti sa labi lang po ang kailangan pagpunta namin dyan, and we will definitely give you what you need. Kung kailangan nyo po ng speaker, kung gusto nyo magkaroon ng parang congress ng lahat ng private school teachers ng buong CALABARZON, then let's do it online. If gusto nyo on site by cluster, pwede din. I will give you my time. Si RD, palagay ko kung kakayanin niya lahat, he will give you his time to help our fellow teachers, no. Kung kailangang ma-lift yung mga teachers at kailangan nyo ako, I can definitely give my time to all of you. Kakayanin natin yan, no. Without fee po without fee. Don't mind it. Okay lang po yan. Basta ang mahalaga, makatulong po kami sa inyo. Thank you po. Next slide, please. So, number 3 and the last one, no? Number 3, bago po yan. Yan. Pwede naman po magpahinga. Kaya po ngayon, medyo hindi ko na po kinaya kahapon, no? So, kailangan ko umuwi na. sa bahay kasi ilang linggo na po akong pauli-uli, sabi ng mga taga Batangas, pauli-uli, 'di ba? Pati ka kung saan-saan. Kaya medyo talaga namang ito, bumigay na ang katawang lupa. So, I decided to stay home na lang muna, no. Hindi naman magpahinga, marami pa rin ginagawa, pero at least yung wala yung travel doon kasi ako napapagod sa travel. So, pwede naman magpahinga, kailangan po talaga. Kaya sa inyong lahat, no, kailangan niyo po rin magpahinga. Kung kailangan talagang ipahinga yung inyong pag-iisip sa paaralan, kayo lumabas ng paaralan at kayo magpahinga. Walang problema dyan. Habang nagpapahinga kayo, sabihin nyo, God, pahala na muna kayo sa school ha. Ako po muna yung magpapahinga. Pwede naman yun. Diba? Pwede po yun. Huwag kayong mag-alala. Ang pinakamahalaga dito, you believe and you trust God and you trust the people under your care. Because it's very important that you trust them so that you will not be burned out. Para hindi ka maubos. Kailangan ang mga administrator ng private school ngayon talagang medyo matindi yung inyong threshold. But of course, magagawa nyo lang yun kung magtitiwala kayo sa mga taong nakapaligid sa inyo, pagtitiwalaan nyo yung inyong mga empleyado, at magtitiwala kayo sa Panginoon na habang kayo nagpapahinga, nandun siyang para sa inyo, ha? Next slide, please. Sabi nga sa Matthew 11:28, di ba may kanta nito? Parang alam yata ang kanta, may magaling bang kumanta dyan? And he said, cast your burdens upon me, those who are heavenly laden. Come to me, all of you who are tired of carrying heavy loads. Diba? For the yoke I will give you is easy, and my burden is light. Come to me, and I will give you rest. That's Matthew 11:28. Okay? Tandaan natin, when you cast your burden to the Lord, when you said that it's you who would take care of me, when you trust Him that nagsimula kayong magbukas ng school ay siya yung nag-sustain sa inyo, you would definitely feel that the burden is light and you will feel the rest in His loving presence. Okay? Sa bawat katabi niyo po, pusuan natin sila. Pusuan niyo po yung katabi niyo, yung mga nasa bahay, pusuan yung mga nasa schools na online, pusuan niyo yung katabi niyo. Diba? Kasi pinakamahalaga po yun na lagi nating ipaparamdam yung ating team wagi. No? Sa bawat paaralan dito sa Calabarzon, lalo na sa private schools, lahat tayo dapat merong tinatawag na team wagi. Wagi tayo all the time. Okay? May pinagdaanan man tayo, wagi tayo sa dulo. Dahil natuto yung mga bata at ibibigay ng Panginoon ang karapat-dapat na reward para sa lahat ng nagtatrabaho at naglilingkod para sa mga bata. Tandaan niyo po yan. God loves the children and God adores those who love and take care the children of the Lord. Tama ba? Sabihin niyo nga sa extremely, may tama na naman siya. Thank you po, thank you. Next slide, F or Ray. Cheer up mga kasama, cheer up people, ganyan lang talaga ang buhay. The night is darkest just before the sun rises. Sabi nga ni nang nasirang si Miriam, Defensor Santiago, diba? It's bago magbukang liwayway, yun yung pinakamadilim na part ng gabi. And it's very important that you know that even in our darkest, there is just a block away, no? Nandyan yung liwanag ng ating buhay. Kaya huwag kayong bibitiw. Lagi yung tandaan, laging nandyan ang pangakong yan para sa ating lahat. Next slide. Kaya cheer up. Pakisabi sa katabi, cheer up. Cheer up mga kapatid. Cheer up. Ganyan no, cheer up. Cheer up, cheer up. Di ba? Parang cheer up, cheer up. Cheer up. Okay. Dumulog sa Panginoon para sa kalmado at matalinong pagharap sa hamon ng buhay. Dumulog sa Panginoon para sa kalmado at matalinong pagharap sa hamon ng buhay. I'm always saying yung stay calm. Kasi kahit gaano ka katalino, pagka ikaw ay rattled, wala kang magagawang tama. Kahit ka napakatalino, pag lagi kang worried, siguradong hindi magiging tama lahat ng desisyon mo. Maging matalino, pero unahing maging kalmado. Right? Next slide. Okay. Mahal ko po kayo with the love of the Lord. Mga taga-private schools at ang ating mga tagapagkalinga ng private schools sa mga SDOs natin. Maraming salamat sa inyo. More than any time, no? Ngayon nila kailangan ng ating tulong. Pagtulong-tulungan natin ang pagbangon ng lahat ng private schools. At sabi nga, happily recover and rejoice in our collaborative victory. Salamat po sa inyo. And next slide, makikiusap lang po ako sa inyo. Paki-follow and like my Facebook page po, Happy Teacher Che. Don't worry, hindi po siya monetize. Kaya lang kung gusto niyo lang po ng happy and inspiring thoughts, and this may help you, please like and follow my page. At maraming salamat po sa engagement na to. Truly, isa pong karangalan ang maglingkod sa bayan at karangalan ang maglingkod sa kapwa Pilipino. Salamat po sa inyong lahat. God bless at mabuhay po kayo. Thank you po, thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Che. May mga messages, Ma'am Che, from our YouTube live. Okay lang?
Yes.
And if there are questions po from our face-to-face participants, perhaps we can also entertain. Is it all
Yes,
right?
of course.
Okay.
Yes, of course.
Ma'am
Wag lang math.
Ems. Sige po.
Wag lang math. Di ba ganun?
May messages po. Yan.
Okay,
si
so
Ma'am
good.
Ems po.
Good morning po. Si Ems po. Okay, so ito po yung mga messages para sa inyo. From IFL Christian Academy, it is a comfort to know that our ARD is grounded in Christian values. We can never go wrong in our children's education with God is on our side. Thank you for the comfort, Ma'am Che. Okay, Ma'am Che. Another message po from Shepherd's Heaven Christian Academy of Cavite Incorporated. God bless you, Ma'am Che, for acknowledging that God is given first place in everything. And then, kay sarap pakinggan kung ang mga salita ay galing sa Panginoon. Such a good encouragement, ma'am. Thank you. From Miss Annalyn Millar. Nagkakaroon ng peace of hope talaga if merong word of God. Thank you, Ma'am Che. From Miss Leia Langub. Yes, why worry when we can pray? Now that we have a very understanding and supportive Ma'am Che of DepEd. Okay? So that is from Ma'am Leia Langub. I am pretty sure that every concern we have will be settled in His perfect time. From Cambridge of Calamba. Okay? Yun po yung mga magagandang message, Ma'am Che. And then, the joy of the Lord is my strength. Let's enjoy the presence of the Lord and He will give us rest. From Tito Menard Amoroso. Thank you so much, Ma'am Che. From Leonie Cruz. Ayan. So, yun po yung mga message natin.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Sabi rin po ni Ma'am Kathy Banta, ARD Che, it was a calming, inspiring listening to you. You're an inspiration. God bless you ever so graciously. From Precept and Alitagtag College of Division of Batangas. Wow, no?
Thank
Ang sarap ng mga words po, Ma'am Che, ng ating mga nasa live audience from YouTube and of course, from our face-to-face Extremely Sweets Manila participants. Baka po meron kayong messages.
Ayun,
si Ma'am. Thank you.
Hello, Ma'am Che. Brenda from Santa Rosa. So blessed having an ARD who is God-fearing. We are all inspired here. But let me also give you Hebrews chapter 6, verse 10, which says, "For God is not unjust to forget your work and labor of love, which you have shown toward his name, in that you have ministered to the administrators and the minister." God bless you more, Ma'am Che.
Thank you po. Thank you so much, Ma'am.
Sino pa po? Baka po may mga messages pa po tayo. Talagang swerte po ang Calabarzon, ang sabi ni Ma'am Luella. "Now I realize why DepEd Calabarzon is a successful one, because we have a God-fearing leader and equipped by God's word." Di ba po? Successful ang Calabarzon. Kahapon, blessed kasi a lot of attorneys are in Calabarzon. Ngayon naman, talaga namang successful because we are bounded with God's word. Thank you. May question po ba tayo? No? Our heart is so filled with gladness and joy, no, Ma'am Che? Baka naman po may question tayo kay Ma'am Che, pagkakataon na natin to. Di ba, Ma'am Ems?
Yes po. So kung may mga tanong po yung ating audience dito, samantalahin na po natin ang pagkakataon, ano?
Yan.
ARD, wala na daw po makapagtanong kasi
Very
puspos daw po
Kahapon
ng
naman,
ano.
di ba, nagtanong na sila kay RD. Sino
Sobrang
pa ba ang-
inspired na po silang lahat talaga. Pati po
Yes.
ang ating mga audience na uma-attend virtually.
Thank you so much. And to everyone, National IP Month to all of you. Kaya nakaganyan po ako. Kasi ito ay go local na go local ko na damit. Binili ko sa isang bazaar ng mga katutubod na damit. So I'm going local na ngayon po pagdating sa mga damitan kasi marami pala tayong community ng mga tribes na natutulungan ng mga ganitong klaseng mga damit. So go local na din po tayo. Thank you po.
Yeah.
Ma'am Ellen, napakagaganda ng mga message, parang kailangan nating basahin.
Yes.
Pinababasa ko po dito sa chat box po natin, ano? So God bless you always, Ma'am Che. This is what we truly need, an inspiration. Salamat po from Nova Escola, Tanawan City, Batangas.
Yes.
Sabi po ni Ma'am Imelda Encarnacion, "Congratulations, ARD Happy Che. The best encouraging words ever. From Miss Amy Encarnacion, President, City Division of General Trias, Association of Private Schools."
Yan. Sabi rin po, Ma'am Ems, ni Ma'am Leia Fonasher, "We believe private schools will recover." Ma'am Che, no?
Amen.
Yes, with the help of our great leaders and support of Ma'am Che. Thank you very much.
Amen.
God bless you, Ma'am Che. Very encouraging and inspiring. Please help us pray that the division we really belong is aligned to your inspiring support for every private school. Thank you and God bless po.
Yes.
Okay, so ganun ang gagawin natin. Sir Lino, are you there?
Sir Lino.
Yes po, I'm here.
Yes, Sir
ARD.
Lino. So, yung RM na ilalabas natin ay may nakalagay din na paragraph na we will help our private schools partners in Calabarzon using developmental perspective. We will help them recover. We have to come up with compose a paragraph stating na yun yung atin, and all the schools division officers, the counterparts of your team and the division officers should also do the same, no? Maging tayo, hindi tayo parang police. We have to be helping them recover and maging mabait, bawal ang masungit. Sabi nga ng mga taga Batangas, bawal ang masungit. No, kailangan ay tayo nakangiting pupunta sa mga private schools kasi mabigat na yung pinagdadaanan nila. Hindi na tayo pwede pang dumagdag pa dyan. Okay? So palagay na rin po yan sa RM natin, pati yung ating free TA, free training, provision of resource speakers, and also free consultation if there's a need also.
Yes po.
Para hindi na sila mag-hire ng consultant. Pwede naman tayong i-hire nila. Pwede nila i-request para mabigay natin sila ng ganun na lang. Siguro sa mga private schools, parang let's do it na not one by one, but kung pare-pareho ng concern, mag-cluster na lang, mga private schools, association presidents and representatives, pwede namang mag-cluster na lang ng pailan-ilan na pare-pareho ng concern, and then we will send people that will help you, no, through TA or through possible mga trainings, no, and we are open to train your, to inspire your teachers under your care. Pwede rin po yun, and I'm willing to help there, no, as a motivational speaker, please. Yun po.
Po ARD noted po, and we will ensure po that those will be the content of our RM.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hello, Ma'am Che. We also have here, President po, may message po ata sa inyo, no? Si Sir Ruther and si Pastor po.
Hello, ARD. Good morning po. Hi po.
Hi, sir.
In behalf of all the private schools in our area, I'd like to thank you for inspiring us po. I know that we have the same thoughts po with other private schools in Calabarzon. Ma'am, I have a special request. It is a fact that DepEd Order number 44, series of 22, came out last October 14. The private school is being very silent regarding yun pong pag-hire namin ng mga teachers. For the last 2 months, we kept on hiring teachers to complete our list for us to have the full face-to-face. It just so happened, naswerte kami, naka-4 lang kami among 9 teachers. But there are other private schools which hired more than nakailangan nila. But since October 14, DepEd Order 44 came out, it was released only last week po. The problem that they are facing right now is they accepted already and signed, the teachers signed contracts already. How will they discontinue the service of these teachers where in fact they've signed the contracts already? They will be sued for sure because a contract was signed already, ma'am. How can the the regional office help us or help those school administrators in schools po?
Oo nga, no, parang it's very hard yung mga biglaang labas ng mga ganyang guidelines because syempre schools should be planned long term, long time. Hindi mo pwede mga bigla-bigla ang mga solusyon ng ibibigay mo pagpaaralan, no? Especially on your end. It will be taken note muna by Sir Lino. We will have it discussed with RD, yung concern na ganyan ng mga private schools, and we will have it tackled up in the regional MANCOM meeting this coming next Thursday. And pagka nag-national MANCOM, usually every week nagna-national MANCOM, and part of the strategic planning of the national would be also that concern of the private school, that may nangyari talagang ganyan, ano. And one thing that you can also do, make representations to your local government unit, and baka nangangailangan pa ng LSA or learner support aid na binabayaran ng munisipyo at city hall. Pwede rin naman nating sabihin na pwede po bang itong mga may kontrata na po ang ma-hire kasi po because of what happened regarding the guidelines na issued talagang late naman, no po. So Sir Ruther and other private school associations presidents and representatives, you may write letter to the mayor because they are actually hiring learner support aid for the public schools na pwede namang mapag-usapan na yung mga additional i-hire baka pwedeng galing na sa private schools. But we will tackle this with RD, being a lawyer. He can give us yung hindi kayo naman malalagay sa alanganan na baka may mga private schools na makasuhan ng mga teachers na mayroong signed contract na.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, Sir. Ma'am ARD, parang meron din pong message or comment po si Pastor. Saglit lang po.
Una po yung, Ma'am Che, sa Dasmariñas po, City of Dasmariñas, meron po kasing magandang naging agreement nung nabubuhay pa po si Sir Emmanuel Resurrection between the private and the public schools. Kaya
Okay
kamakailan lang, almost 2 to 3 weeks, meron nga nag-sign ng contract sa public. And we work it out na ibalik po ng aming pong district office yung pong teacher doon sa kanyang private school. So natuwa kami dahil mabilis po yung action po ng City of Dasmariñas para mapabalik po yung teacher. So maganda pong nangyari yun. At ma'am, kanina habang meron po kayo nabanggit doon na why not na kami pong mga private schools ay mag-isip. No? So lahat po ng mga presidente po rito ng private school ay kami ni Sir nag-uusap na baka nga magkaroon ng tinatawag na Private School Teachers Summit in the whole CALABARZON. At siguro pagkatapos ng session na ito ay mag-uusap kami and you will be one of our motivational speaker para itong mga private school teachers maramdaman nila na talagang hindi sila nag-iisa sa private schools at marami pa rin na talagang narito pa at buhay pa tayo at at the same time ay ang DepEd ay talagang sinusuportahan yung mga advokasya at saka yung mga plano ng mga private school in the future. So ma'am, you are considered. Actually, teacher nanay of Victorious Christian Montessori called me kung pwedeng araw sana, no? Although mabilis sa November 11, you will be there in our province in Cavite, in the seat of sa Tagaytay, para po maging speaker. Pero sabi ko, gagawa muna tayo ng sulat at kay teacher nanay. Under po sa ilalim po ito ng Federation of Christian School in the whole province of Cavite, and we are 85 active schools member in the whole province of Cavite under Christian School. So yun po ay ngayon lang po nag-ano po yung Victorious Christian Montessori si Teacher Nanay Mojica.
Teacher Nanay, kilala
yes.
ko po yan si Teacher Nanay.
Yung nga sa po sabi niya, kilala ako niyan. Pakisabi mo sa kanya, kilala ako niyan. So you are invited, pero syempre, ma'am, sabi ko, Nay, gawa muna tayo ng sulat kung available si Ma'am Che. Yun naman po.
8 to 11. Anong oras po yan, sir? Pastor?
Whole day po kami doon, so you have your time in the morning or in the afternoon.
Okay. Sige po, I'll be in Villa Excellence, Stanza, the Holy Week of 8 to 11 po. No, nandun po ako, so I can go there in the morning.
Okay, salamat. Gagawin na po kami ng formal letter, ma'am.
Alright. Okay po. Ako po yung mapagpaubaya po, Pastor.
Thank you very much
po, ako
po,
ngayon.
Pastor. Ma'am Ems, no, ARD, meron po ditong message for you, Reynalyn Cortez. Si Ma'am Reynalyn Cortez, ang sabi niya po, we will appreciate that if we can have legal assistance also. Minsan kasi nagugulat kami na may reklamo na kami agad galing Office of the Vice President. Thank you, ARD.
Sige po, ano rin po natin yan, i-bring up natin kay RD Bert and kung ano man yung kanyang tugon dito, isasama natin doon sa RM.
Okay, noted po.
Okay.
Maraming salamat po. Yes, Ma'am Ems?
So from Miss Seth Paule, good to hear po. Sana po for free. Mahal po kasi ang training or seminar. Siguro yung binabanggit po ni Pastor kanina, ano po?
Opo, yung ano natin, yung magiging Private School Teachers Congress, lahat po na magiging, kung ang i-invite niyo po ay lahat ay taga-DepEd within the region, we will make it sure na walang magbabayad, wala kayong PF na babayaran kahit sino po.
Yes po.
Kami, kumbaga counterpart namin yung sa regional office, just tell us the magiging topic po, kami po yung mag-a-assign. It will be on official business po, so sagot ng DepEd yung kanilang pamasahe pagpunta doon. So wala kayong po problemahin po, don't worry.
Yes, thank you very much. Sabi po ni Ma'am Beth Ciudad, thanks Pastor Ted for mentioning the plan for Federation of Christian Schools. God bless po. Yeah, maatikabu po, ARD ang ating live chat. We have 469 viewers all over Calabarzon. Kaya po nakakataba ng puso. Sige po, Ma'am Ems, meron pa po ba tayong mga messages? So far, okay?
Okay na po siguro tayo, Ma'am Ellen?
Yes. The on-site po, ang ating mga on-site participants. Yan, meron pa po ba?
Thank you so much sa lahat. And just open your line of communication with us. Kung may mga concern kayo, ang QAD ay laging nandyan. No, mag-set up na rin tayo ng virtual office para sa private schools na laging bukas. No, para pagka sila may tanong, hindi na sila pupunta sa regional office. Kakatok lang sila sa virtual office via Zoom and then go in na kagad. Meron lang isang EPS ng QAD na laging nakabantay or at least yung staff natin nakabantay kung sinong kailangan, papapasukin yung EPS na kailangan pumasok doon. Wherever the EPS is. Kahit siya nasa ibang lugar, pwede siyang pumasok doon sa QAD Virtual Office. Okay ba yon sa mga taga-private schools? Okay ba yung ganung suggestion?
Parang mahina ang palakpak, Ma'am Che. Yan, lumakas na po. Even sa ating...
sa ICT yan. Para matulungan natin sila parang Opland Balik Eskwela for private schools also din.
Ang ating mga private schools ay always our partners and friends. Never an enemy. Tama?
Yes, of course.
Correct. Sige po, Ma'am Che, ayan. Si Sir Paul, last na lang po, meron pa po bang habol para po ma-capture natin? Yes, sir.
Magandang umaga po ulit.
Hello po.
We prepared a formal letter in behalf of the private schools under Napsville and La Presada, addressed to our regional director. I think this letter encompasses all the concerns, issues, and problems besetting the private schools. So ipadadala ko po ito with the help of our Laguna Division official, Sir Aret and Ma'am Frenny. Padadala po namin sa inyo. To make it formal.
Yes po. Yes
Salamat po. God bless you.
Yes. God bless you po. Thank you for that openness. Salamat po na ang feeling ng ating mga fellows sa private school ay safe place ang DepEd Regional Office po. Thank you so much.
Ma'am Che, ang sabi naman po ni Ma'am Queen Bello, God bless Ma'am Che, very encouraging and inspiring po ang mga messages niyo po. More where pa for private schools. So where pa po is the term.
Tama. Thank you po. Thank you so much.
Okay. Meron pa po tayong questions here? Wala na. So far, our hearts are very happy and filled with hope and joy, Ma'am Che. Thank you for gracing us. Ma'am Ems?
Ma'am Che, pumapalakpak po ang mga nasa virtual audience po natin. Clap, clap, clap. Puro clap emoticon po yung nakikita na.
Okay, thank you very much. I know you are very busy, ma'am, but ayun po, nagme-merienda na po kami dito.
Nakikita ko nga, sana all.
We cannot bring you the snacks there. Maraming salamat po. Buong puso po kaming nagpapasalamat ang QAD for gracing this event. Thank you and take care always, ma'am.
Alright, bye. Salamat sa inyo. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you po. Okay, nako, ang saya, di ba? Isa pa lang na session yan, no? At on the way na ang isa pa. Kung kanina kay Ma'am Che, napuno ang ating puso ng pagmamahal at pag-asa, kaligayahan, mamaya naman with Director Ariola, mapupuno ang ating mga isipan, no, ng mga strategies on how to bridge the learning gaps. Yon, talagang lahat pinupuno sa atin. Ang tiyan ba puno? Hindi pa. Kasi kakain pa tayo. Okay. So, we will take our break for like 15 to 20 minutes, no? As soon as nandiyan na si Ma'am Ariola or Director Ariola from the Bureau of Learning Delivery of Central Office, isasalang po natin sila. Again, we are inviting all the school administrators and the teachers to watch the YouTube Live because this is for free, no? Direct from Bureau of Learning Delivery, tuturuan tayo kung paano ma-bridge ang learning gaps. Strategies, learning strategies, no, in the midst of pandemic. So please encourage them to watch kasi talagang very engaging ang ating mga sessions, okay? And in the afternoon, about LIS naman, Learning Information System updates, no? Si Ma'am Viernalin naman, kung may mga concerns, talagang ibabato natin, no, together with our planning officers. And then, later in the afternoon, payak naman ang concerns, i-ready na ang mga tanong, kaya pakisabi sa lahat, share the link. No? Maraming nabubuong magandang pangyayari, no, sa summit. No? Yung sabi ni Pastor Ted, no? Yung concern ni Sir Ruther, no? The rest of the other organization president. And the SDO, ang mga SDO, lagi tayong partners dito. So, ayun po. You may now take your break. For those who are live, no, sa ating YouTube Live, mag-break din po muna kayo and be ready with your pen and paper para i-take down notes ang mga sasabihin ng susunod na ating speaker. Okay? Enjoy your snacks and see you later. Thank you. Hello? Hello? Yan. Ang sarap siguro ng sandwich na ginawa ni Miss Ivy. Kaya ang saya-saya ng mga tao ngayon. Yan. Kindly settle down na po kasi magla-live na tayo at ang ating speaker ay in the house. Okay, may we request everyone to please settle down now. And right now, we have 397 viewers all over Calabarzon. Yan. Inaasahan po natin na ang ating mga on-site participants ay nakaupo na po at nakahanda na sa ating susunod na session. Okay. Thank you very much. And we are still expecting more YouTube viewers, no? All over Calabarzon. Sana po ma-encourage natin sila because this session is really important, not just for the school administrators, but also for our teachers. Okay. Nadagdagan ng isa, kanina 396, ngayon 397 viewers. Yay! No? May dumagdag na isa. Ganyan po talaga ang buhay. Isa lang ang dagdag. Despite of so many reminders to watch the YouTube live. No? Again, inaanyayahan po natin ang ating mga school administrators, teachers, because our next topic is about bridging learning gaps of our Calabarzon learners. Napakaganda nun, ano? Ano-ano ba yung mga strategies na kailangan nating gawin or i-implement para po to ensure quality learning delivery sa ating mga kabataang Calabarzon. Okay? Are you all now ready? Uy, naging 399 na. Isa na lang, 400 na. Okay? At may mga viewers tayo, no? Let me just read some few viewers. Kanina po, yung nakita natin from Virgen del Pilar School Rodriguez Incorporated. Ayan sila, pumapalakpak. Yan. Sabi ni Ma'am Ana Naval, wow, ang dami. 403 na. Okay? Diba, it's nice that there are a lot of teachers, school administrators watching the YouTube live of the 2022 Private School Summit with the theme, Embracing the Diverse Challenges of the Private School in Calabarzon through one act, one heart, and one goal towards collaborative recovery. At hindi naman po sa amin galing yan, sa inyo po yan galing, no? Yung theme na iyon. Dahil ito po ay bunga ng ginawang focus group discussion at lumabas po iyon lahat. No, yung mga words na yon, no? We also have here, sabi po niya, good morning po ulit. Kasi kanina siya ay nandito, no? Si si Alejandra Cosme, Core Science Academy of Balayan, Batangas. Yan, maraming salamat po sa inyong pagtugon, no, sa aming invitation. From ICBC Christian Academy of Imus City, si Ma'am Sosette Sagala. Good morning po. Yan. Candelaria Quezon from Nuerli Alinday. Good morning po from TLMI. 411 na ang viewers natin. 411. So, I think naka-merienda na sila at bumabalik na po sa ating YouTube link. Yan, from Lasalet Montessori of General Trias. Good morning po sa inyong lahat. Stonyhurst, Batangas. Nandyan din po sila. From Hancock Educational Foundation of Antipolo. Good morning. Yan, 417 here sa Virgens del Pilar, ang sabi po nila. Maraming salamat from Pagsanhan, Laguna. A blessed day to everyone watching from Grand Prairie Learning School in Lian, Batangas. Mga alae na kaibigan natin from Batangas City. We also have here from St. James Christian Learning Center from Bae, Laguna. Okay, see you all later. Ay, si Ma'am Lerma Kalingasan. See you all later daw po. Thank you, Ma'am Lerma. We love you. Okay. Kaya po pag may tanong kayo sa PEAC, iba to na natin kay Ma'am Lerma. Wag pala iba to. Baka masaktan si Ma'am Lerma. So, we will just ask question. Kasi po, hindi sa lahat ng pagkakataon ay in flesh makikita natin at on-site, face-to-face, si Ma'am Lerma. Okay, from St. Francis of Assisi College of Bacoor, magandang umaga po. Diyos marhay na aga po. Wow, ako po'y Bicolana, no? Pero hindi ko siya nabanggit ng tama. Okay. So from Blessed Day from Laguna Sino Filipino Educational Foundation, Santa Cruz, Laguna. Sabi po ni Ma'am Luella, excited ulit siya sa next speaker. More power. Sa summit po, no? And any activity from Calabarzon, wala pong tapon. Lahat dadamputin natin. At itatago. Okay? From Dr. Edel Adriano, good morning educators from Holy Redeemer School of San Isidro, Laguna. Okay. Maraming salamat po sa mga messages, and please 419 na po ang viewers natin. And in 3 minutes, we will hand the microphone to our next speaker. Okay. From Cabuyao, St. Vincent College of Cabuyao. Yan. Ang dami nang nanonood, nakakatuwa. No? At, kung may question tayo about learning gaps, about different strategies, all about learning delivery. Ako, nandito ang ating expert. Talaga namang, nung nag-yes sila, sobrang natutuwa po ang QAD family. No? Dahil darating ang ating guest speaker. Sobra po. No? Good morning po lahat, lalo na sa mga masisipag na taga-regional office. Kami ba yun? From Ibaan, St. James Academy of Batangas. Siguro, tinexto ni Ma'am Paz. Kasi si Ma'am Paz ang aming regional EPS ng Batangas eh. Okay, thank you po. Thank you everyone. Good morning everyone from St. Jude, the Apostle Integrated School Incorporated. Okay, maraming salamat po. Are we now okay for the next speaker? Ayan. Habang inaantay po natin, tayo po ay magbabasa ng mga messages that we are happy that it's 430. And it's all over Calabarzon po, from Cavite, nung one time pumunta kami sa Cavite na napakalalayo ng mga private schools. But we appreciate how hospitable they are. Okay? We are the family vlog. Good morning po from Trimex Colleges. Dr. Dolores Boras, joining from St. Bridget College of Batangas City. From Norma Blanco, good morning everyone. Watching from St. Clair Community Foundation School Incorporated. From Good day po from Santa Maria, Laguna Academy. From Rosemary Misolas, good morning po from St. Francis Assisi, College of Santa Rosa, Laguna. Okay. A pleasant morning to everyone from St. John Hill Academy. Have a great day ahead of you. May God be with us always. Amen. Okay, from St. Theodore Holy Family School, good morning. God bless and more power to all private school. Laban lang. Okay. Ayan. Okay. From St. Raphael Archangel Parochial School. Mga kalaka, good morning. At sabi ni Ma'am Narly Garcia, hi. O at least may message ha. Kita mo ang message niya, hi. At maraming apostrophe. Okay. Katulad po ninyo na walang sawang umaalalay, umaagapay, di din kami magsasawang makinig at makiisa sa adhikain ninyo. Mabuhay po tayong lahat. God bless and we are alive, awake, and enthusiastic. Parang gusto kong kumanta doon sa message ni Sir. Shout out to all participants, speakers, and moderators. Congrats for the success of this summit. Watching live from San Pedro City, Laguna, Academia Institución de San Pedro Incorporated from Ma'am Helen R. Rosario. Diba? San Pedro. Isa sa mga batang SDO po ng CALABARZON. Okay. From Eastern Quezon College, Gumaca, Quezon. Hello, Ma'am Joanne. Feeling ko, tinext mo to, no? Dali na, mag-message na kayo. Para ma-mention ang inyong school. Yan. From Ma'am Jocelyn Del Rosario, ang sabi niya po, good morning everyone, watching from Barnabas Christian Schools, SDO Laguna. Ako, feeling ko, tinext din to ni Ma'am Ems. Maraming salamat po sa mga ganitong private school summit. Thank you po sa lahat ng mga speakers. God bless. From STI College, Balayan, Senior High. Yan, Senior High School, Batangas. Magandang umaga po. Casa del Libro Incorporated. Good morning po sa inyo. Good morning everyone from St. Jude Parish School Incorporated of 13 Martires City, Cavite. Magandang umaga din po kay Ma'am Vilma Sia of Prince of Peace Integrated School of Antipolo at kay Ma'am Evelyn Francisco na nanonood ngayon. No? Maraming salamat po. Okay. For our next session, it is our privilege and honor that our speaker said yes to our invitation. Okay? Without further ado, may we call in the Director of the Bureau of Learning Delivery from DepEd Central Office, Director Leila Ariola. Let's give
Isang mapagpalang umaga po sa inyong lahat. I'm truly happy to be with you all, especially our education partners from the private schools and of course our very own DepEd family. The Bureau of Learning Delivery and the Department of Education as a whole is so thankful with you coming together for this particular purpose. I'd like to congratulate, of course, Region 4A under the leadership of Regional Director Bert Escobarte, for coming up with this particular activity. I'm so happy of the FGDs that you conducted. That in itself is a manifestation that indeed we're really wanting to find out what's really happening on the ground, and we just don't end up just knowing what's happening on the ground, but we want to address what needs to be addressed. I read in many articles that change can never happen actually without any single data. So your FGDs, the PIRs that you have conducted, the many academic discussions, that the group discussions that you most probably have conducted, have provided you a lot of data, and that's why we're all here today. And along the way, I know that you tried to know what are missing. You also tried to, for sure, you underscored also what went well, what were rightly done. I wouldn't like, as personally, it seems that it would be not of so much use to be looking at what did we not do well, although there's also importance of reflecting on it. But the more important is, rather than looking at what did not go well and blaming and looking at who should, sino ngayon ang may kasalanan, mas maganda siguro ang tingnan natin is what right steps should be done to improve. And this particular activity will certainly be of great help for all of you. So that our coming together, therefore, is also an affirmation of what the Undersecretary, our Chief of Staff, and who was assigned as OIC Undersecretary of the Curriculum and Instruction, Yusek Densing, when he said that there's a problem. There's a problem in education. It's not just a learning crisis, it's an education crisis, and we really need to face it squarely. Because if we continue denying that there's a problem, then certainly there's nothing that we can do more. May I have the next slide, please? Next slide. So, my presentation will endeavor to share with you the context of the country's education situation pre-pandemic, during the pandemic, and of course, post-pandemic. After which, I will discuss the challenges in terms of access and equity, quality, and governance, and the imperatives that confront basic education. Finally, I'll share with you the strategies being adopted by the Department of Education to address these challenges. So, next slide. If I were to ask you about the situation of education pre-pandemic, I know that you can enumerate a lot. You can always think about the results of our very own national assessments, the National Achievement Test, the ELNA, even the results of the test given to our teachers, the teachers' English proficiency tests, the results of the process skills tests, the ELNA for our grade 4 learners and all. But this time, I'd like to share you our lessons from the international large-scale assessments. So the next slide will share you results of the TIMSS of 2019, the CPLM of 2019, and the PISA of 2018. I can leave the presentation. This can be shared, so you don't need to take pictures anymore. Baka mamaya mawawala din yan. Alam niyo po, naging experience ko din yan. Picture ako ng picture, picture ako ng picture, pagkatapos wala na pala akong time to put them together. So, sayang, ano? So, kung kailangan ko din, maghahanap ako, ang dami-daming mga pictures na. So, I think it's best that, and I'm giving the go signal, you can share the presentation to our participants. Okay? So, I'd like to begin with the pre-pandemic context, and this is the one. The results and lessons we gained from the international large-scale assessments. So, the results of the teams reveal that in this is for 2019, 81% of grade 4 students are unable to demonstrate basic mathematical knowledge, including performing simple operations, solving simple word problems, recognizing basic measurement ideas, and reading and completing simple bar graphs and tables, while 87% of them do not understand basic science concepts. For those who are very familiar of the results of the PST, the process skills test given to our teachers, then even most probably without taking or working on a study, there's a direct relationship to this, most probably. What about CPLM 2019? 90% of grade 5 students have poor reading skills, and 83% have poor math skills. Specifically, the learners are only able to read a range of everyday texts, such as simple narratives and personal opinions, locate prominent details in everyday text, as well as connect related information, to mention a few. For math, about 4 in 5 students were unable to demonstrate the minimum mathematical standards at the end of the primary, as defined in Sustainable Development Goals. Despite having attended school for at least 5 years, Filipino students demonstrate standards and competencies equivalent only to lower elementary grades. On the other hand, for 2018 PISA, 81% of grade 9 students can answer clearly defined questions involving familiar contexts where all relevant information is present, but unable to perform more advanced tasks such as interpreting complex situations, applying problem-solving strategies, and handling fractions, decimals, and percentages. It means that they can handle routine tasks with familiar situations, but not those that require more complex knowledge and skills. However, in contrast, ito naman lagi yung gagamitin natin na pantapat natin, ano? In contrast to the poor performance of the country in this international large-scale assessments, the results of the 2019 FLEMS, or the Functional Literacy Education and Mass Media Survey released in October 2020, shows that 94 out of 100 Filipinos who are 5 years old and above are basic literate. In addition, 73 million Filipinos who are 10 years old and above are considered as functionally literate. The increase to 91.6% from 90.3% in 2013. So there's an increase. Although FLEMS is a survey, we have to know that, conducted locally by the Philippine Statistics Authority. However, it inspires the department to develop policy and program implementation or interventions that will improve literacy and education status in the country and eventually overcome the challenges presented in the international large-scale assessments. Importante po ang data. So now we know where we are. So during the pandemic, next slide please. We were all caught flat-footed actually by the pandemic. You know? We did not expect that there's going to be a health crisis. We didn't know that our schools are going to be closed physically. I said physically, and we really have to emphasize that because there was no, because as claimed, there was school closure. Physically, yes, there was school closure, but learning continued. So that, next slide. Our former secretary then really pushed for learning continuity. And so we developed the Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan. And the Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan actually ensured that learning will continue while ensuring the health, safety, welfare of not just the learners, but also the teachers and that of the personnel of the Department of Education. Next slide. So during the pandemic and consequently the 2 school years of school closures, we crafted, as I have mentioned earlier, the Basic Education Continuity Plan. We decongested the curriculum, and so we came up with the most essential learning competencies. Next slide, please. And with the most essential learning competencies, we made sure that we prepared a number of learning delivery modalities to address, to at least ensure that learning is going to be delivered. We had, but with the pronouncement of the president that schools need to be closed and children, our learners, need not to be in school. So we implemented distance learning. And distance learning was with a number of subcategories. So we made sure that we had the modular learning. This is for the modular learning is for learners who do not have the digital devices where they can use. So and we made use even of the modular learning as the primary learning delivery modality. However, we opened also to, we included as one of the subcategories online distance learning. And this was implemented in schools where the learners as well as the teachers have the required digital devices with internet connection. Kasi ang mga iba, pipilitin, kahit wala ng internet connection, okay na lang, kahit nagtsatsaga na, ang internet connection pa dapat, stable internet connection. So, we heard that there were those who resorted to online distance learning and they just contented themselves to the use of Messenger. So, yun po yung mga nakita natin na nangyari. And of course, radio-based instruction and that of TV, educational television. We developed a number of video lessons, audio lessons, and I'd like to congratulate, of course, Region 4A for coming up with your pivot, okay, where you develop your own self-learning modules. Kayo po yung takbuhan ng central office ng self-learning modules na kakukulangan pagdating sa because we have to recognize and we have to accept that there were gaps. We developed self-learning modules. We were supported by the whole country. Unfortunately, there were gaps. At ang takbuhan namin na number 1 was always Region 4A. And with that, I say thank you very much to all of you. So, okay, so we've got the most essential learning competencies. Yes, we decongested, but we made sure that the essential competencies are there. Now, moving forward, dami nating, you and I certainly agree that there were a lot of disadvantages. There were advantages, but there were also advantages that we gained from the pandemic. Ayokong tingnan lang na meron puro disadvantage. There were also advantages, and I'll share them afterwards. So, post-pandemic, the learners now. So I think it's best that ito na yung concern natin, ano? So, how are the learners now after 2 years of distance learning? Some alarming concerns have surfaced. However, note that these learning issues are not unique in our country. Hindi lang po tayo naman ang may problema nito. It's a concern all throughout the world, actually. So, one is learning poverty, and there's little or no progress while learning. While our learners were learning from home, that came from a study of Engzel, Frey, and Verhagen in 2021. And there's learning loss, and that's according to UNICEF. We got this from the UNICEF. In fact, UNICEF said that learning loss due to school closures is one of the biggest global threats to medium and long-term recovery from COVID-19. And I'd like also to share you the results of our monitoring, particularly the Bureau of Learning Delivery. So based on the field monitoring that was conducted by the Bureau of Learning Delivery during the last quarter of 2021-2022 in the time for the implementation of the progressive expansion of the limited face-to-face classes, the results of the formative and the summative tests of learners revealed accumulated learning loss among learners, particularly those with learning difficulties and those from disadvantaged families and low-income communities, our struggling learners. Testimonies from teachers about the learners' academic performance are in conformity, actually, with what we read in studies and that of literature. So we were able to affirm what the findings of a lot of studies, particularly what happened to our children, to the learning of our children during the pandemic. Next slide. So we speak about learning loss, learning gaps, and learning poverty. We define learning loss as any specific or general loss of knowledge and skills or reversals in academic progress, most commonly due to extended gaps or discontinuities in a student's education. Although learning continuity initiatives were used, 2 years into the pandemic meant 2 years also of reduced substantial contact with teachers, who are supposed to be the most valuable learning resource in the country. And with this very statement, you must probably you now appreciate why our very own Vice President and Secretary really in DepEd Order number 34 mandated the implementation of full face-to-face learning or in-person learning starting November 2 this year. However, there's a development of this, the issuance of DepEd Order number 44, where only those in the public schools will get into full in-person learning, but private schools are given the option to choose from among the 3 learning delivery modalities: in-person learning, blended learning, and distance learning. But what I just would like to appeal from our private school counterparts present today is that for you, given that you had the FGD and you recognize that there are learning gaps, I hope that you will choose a modality which is most advantageous to our learners. In fact, in the previous administration, because of the gains that we also gained from our experience from the pandemic, and even for those who read BEDP 2030, the learning delivery modality actually that we recommended already to be implemented is blended learning. However, the blended learning that we talk about cannot be the blended learning that we implemented during the pandemic. Or the later part. Kasi when we implemented the limited face-to-face and the progressive expansion of the limited face-to-face, naka-blended learning na po tayo doon, right? During the pandemic, it was pure distance learning. But the distance learning sana and the blended learning that we talk about now should be different from how we implemented during the pandemic. Why? Kasi nung pandemic, walang choice ang bata. Makabasa man or hindi, mag-distance yan. Kasi bawal naman siyang pupunta sa school. But I hope this time that the children are already allowed to go to school. Sana, let's be selective as to who should be into blended learning and full distance learning. For children who cannot manage their own learning and whose parents cannot afford to hire a tutor or a parent who cannot even attend to his or her child, sino ngayon ang tutulong sa bata while at home kung wala? And your choice is distance learning. And your choice is blended learning. Kung pwede malalapit naman ang mga bata sa school, baka tingnan po natin what is more advantageous to our learners. Iba kasi yung sitwasyon noon. Walang choice. Dito kasi, meron tayong choice po para sa mga bata who cannot manage yet their own learning. For the children who are said to be struggling and who would be needing the instructional support of the teacher. Okay. Aside from learning loss, learning gaps also exist. Learning gaps are the difference between what learners are expected to have learned in a certain grade level and what they have actually learned up to this point. So learning gaps are far from novel concept. For generations, when students have fallen behind, it's common to refer to learning gaps for a reason. And that's the very reason why, even before the pandemic, remediation, provision of intervention activities already formed part of the life of the teacher and that of the learners. In fact, if you're going to recall DepEd Order number, the provisions of DepEd Order number 8, series of 2015, anong nakalagay po doon? There's a provision that the teachers are actually mandated to do remediation for learners who are not meeting the standards. At least 5th week of every quarter. So, kasama na po yan. And if I may mention, when we had deliberations, particularly on the teaching load of a grade 1 teacher, if you know so well that a grade 1 teacher, among planning officers po natin, di ba? Before, a grade 1 teacher should be handling at least 2 classes. Given that, magkaroon lang siya ng konting excess. Okay? Because a grade 1 teacher teaches 4.5 hours a day. That's referring to the the third and the fourth quarter. However, in the first quarter, that's just only about 4 hours. Meaning, kulang si teacher ng 1.5 hours to complete the 6 hours. Before, ang nangyayari is, a grade 1 teacher, where there's shortage of teachers, should be handling 2 classes. However, when I got in the central office in 2018, during deliberations, nilaban talaga natin na as much as possible, the grade 1 teacher should be handling 1 class only. So that the remaining hours of her 6 hours should be devoted providing support to learners who are struggling. Given na nasa sa foundation stage sila. Doon kasi i-develop yung reading skills nila and all. So, yun po yung naging purpose. So, kinakailangan we maximize yung presence po ng ating mga teachers. And even our regular teachers, kahit sasabihin natin that they are naka-full load ang mga yan, they still find ways actually to help the learner. Ganun po ka-dedicated po ang ating mga teachers. Ganun po. Well, I can speak so well of that because I was high school principal for 14 years. nakita ko po sa aking mga teachers noon kung gaano sila ka-committed. They never complained. It just formed part of their life, yung providing support to their learners. And then there's a new term, learning poverty. Learning poverty pertains to those who are unable to read and understand a simple text by the age of 10 as defined by the World Bank. A formula to measure such is crafted by the joint efforts of the World Bank and that of the UNESCO Institute for Statistics. So in their study, they found out that those belonging to low to middle income countries have 53% of children who are unable to read and understand a short story upon the completion of primary school. Worse, in poor countries, the percentage can be as high as 8% of illiteracy because learning poverty is interconnected with the structure and size of the family and the availability of tools for remote learning, such as internet connection. In the study of World Bank, after 2 years of distance learning, 9 out of 10 Filipino children aged 10 are still struggling to read simple text by age 10. That makes the Philippines one of the countries with highest rate of learning poverty in East Asia and Pacific region and among lower middle income countries or economies. I'd like to ask, I know that the results of this study is never new to all of us. We've heard this. This was shared to us through, it was in newspapers, televisions, and all. Ang tanong ko lang, did we ever try to look into this? Is this happening among our children? Sabi natin, there's no change if there's no data. What did we do? And that was the very reason why, in DepEd Order number 34, series of 2022, we already explicitly mentioned the need to conduct or administer the PhilErie. The PhilErie. Because the PhilErie, in a way, will certainly help us establish the reading performance level of our learners. In fact, we will be requesting, we are coming up with a revision of the policy so that results of the PhilErie will not just be until the school, but will already be submitted to the central office the way we did before the 2018 revised policy. Because before the 2018 revised policy, as an education program supervisor myself before, alam ko na nagsasubmit ako ng PhilErie results sa division o sa regional office hanggang sa central office. When teachers know that these results are being submitted, then they really have to do well. But more than that, sa akin kasi is, let's utilize the results po. Let's utilize the results. For an advanced information, we are now finalizing the passages for PhilErie Junior High School so that there's going to be an assessment also of the reading performance of our learners in junior high school. So we are we now fast-track the finalization of this and implementation to support the proposed national reading program also, and our own regular language learning areas. Okay, next slide. While we definitely understand that there are infinite possible reasons students struggle to progress, the concern around learning gaps in our current pandemic-induced academic shift is valid and they really need to be addressed. So there is a need to recalibrate ways to ensure continuous and quality learning among learners to resolve their disengagements from schools while looking after their well-being. So, without urgent action, according to UNICEF, a grade 3 child who has lost 1 year of schooling during the pandemic could lose up to 3 years worth of learning in the long run. And this is alarming, my dear fellow educators. And this can have actually a domino effect on our learners and even after they graduate. So unless we arrest the existing problem now, we might never be able to revert the impact of learning loss. So, what are the challenges that we face?
post-pandemic. Next slide. All right. Naka-slide siya na po yun? Naka-slide siya na yan? Di pa? Not yet. All right. So, I'd like to echo what Yusek Densing said. Education, it's all about crisis and education. The education system is in crisis, and we need all hands on deck to address the learning gaps. And thank you, you have come together for this particular purpose. This very statement actually recognizes that indeed there's an education crisis. So, the next slide is going to show you the major challenges identified in the basic education sector analysis. Maganda na makita natin ito. In fact, we made use of this as a reference in the development of the basic education development plan 2030. Okay. So on access and efficacy, improvements in participation in all levels of education were notable, but reaching universal participation requires targeted intervention. In the public schools, we're claiming that there's actually an increase in enrollment, but in the private schools, it's decreasing, and it's something that we really need to address. So it's important that we have to look into the reasons why, the reasons of the decrease, and find out and look into our next steps. We have to address the problem. Access gaps, particularly among out-of-school children and youth, remain to be an area of concern. And thank God we have the Bureau of Alternative Education that's going to cater to the needs of our out-of-school youths. Okay? And then lack of data on the universe of groups in situations of the disadvantage. This is really true. In fact, when we were working on the BEDP, particularly the equity, we cannot really, it was really the very concern, the very issue that we needed to address was, nasaan ang universe? So when we speak of, for example, when we speak of learners with disabilities, how many learners with disabilities are we talking about all throughout the country? Because what we can only account are those who are enrolled. So sana magkakaroon ng survey talaga, most probably the PSA, to really look into where are the learners with disabilities and other, the IPs, the Muslim children, our vulnerable children. On quality, low proficiency of learners in reading and numeracy skills, inadequate coverage of 21st century skills in the curriculum is affecting test performance results, girls outperforming boys in attendance and learning proficiency. So, low proficiency of learners in reading and numeracy. We have the international large-scale assessments results saying it. We have our own national system assessments, our system assessments saying it. And then, inadequate coverage. This is already addressed actually in the curriculum, that the curriculum that's now being prepared. In fact, in the study that we conducted together with RRC, particularly on integrating the 21st century in the classroom, we really found out that our teachers find really difficulty integrating the 21st century in the classroom. That's why we needed to come up with a number of with programs to address that. But what's in the old curriculum, in the curriculum that we're implementing, the 21st century skills are not really very explicit. This time, with the new curriculum, they made it more explicit. So at least makikita ng mga teachers natin yun. Okay? And then for governance, there's a need to strengthen complementarity between public and private schools and strengthen support to private sectors. Siguro nararamdaman nyo naman yung support. Hindi ako sigurado. Okay. The limited vertical and horizontal integration in program management of the different levels of DepEd And then limited capacity of the department, field units on contextualization of program strategies, including quality assurance, and then inadequate government spending on education. So there are really a lot of programs that we want to be implementing. Unfortunately, we don't really have enough. And that's the truth, okay? All right, let's look at the next slide. Okay. It's the low proficiency of learners in reading and numeracy that confront the basic education. So it's confronting us actually, and we look at the impacts of the pandemic to have affected that, and then the situations of disadvantage hindering achievement of universal participation. But we would like also to invite your attention to the innovations and good practices gained during distance learning. And all these provide evidence for policy and strategy adjustments. So this is what I was mentioning a while back, that there are also a lot of advantages offered by the pandemic. And one among which is we did a lot of innovations. The DepEd TV alone, the video lessons, even the SLMs actually in different content and accessible formats that you develop, that you produce, are all gains from the pandemic. The distance learning modality is also a gain. And all we just need to do is just to look into how it's going to work well. It's going to be more advantageous on our learners. While how would I say it para safe siya? Okay, para safe siya. Personally, I support all the learning delivery modalities. But whether it's going to be in person, whether it's going to be blended, whether it's going to be distance. But we just need to be more selective as to who should be there. Yun lang, as to who should be there. Allow our independent learners to go into blended learning. I'd like to share you. In the last visit, I attended a training actually in Singapore, and we got the chance to visit a school. It's the Girls Crescent for Girls. It's the Crescent School for Girls. The Crescent School for Girls is a school implementing digital learning since 2005. Okay? So, when we had the open forum, because of the concern before, because at the time we were working on the policy on the learning delivery modalities. I personally was needing guidance as to who should be into this. Then I asked the principal, sabi ko sa kanya, and there's a clamor actually of full distance learning. Ang tinanong ko lang sa kanya is, ma'am, sabi ko, you just informed us that you're not implementing full distance learning, but what Singapore, the Ministry of Education in Singapore, is going to implement is blended learning. And let me mention, their blended learning has a very limited in-person component. Sa atin, yung proposal namin, I'm referring to our proposal, ang proposal namin was at least once a week distance learning. And then there's another option na 2 days of distance learning, 3 days of in-person for large schools. But for extra large schools where there's shortage of classroom, ang nakalagay sa proposal namin is 3 days distance learning, 2 days in person. In Singapore, they only allowed 2 days, 2 in-person classes in a month. 2 distance learning in a month. Baliktad. In a month. Hindi kagaya natin, ang gusto natin, distance. Sa kanila po, nilimit po nila yon. And then I asked the question, Ma'am, sabi ko, You mentioned that you've been implementing distance learning, digital learning since 2005. And your school is implementing 1:1 tablet student policy. They have established LMS and all. Ang tanong ko is, why are you not getting into full distance learning given that you're ready, your school is ready? Alam niyo po, isa lang sinagot niya. Human interaction is so important. Human interaction is so important. So sabi ko, then what do you do with your LMS? Kasi yung mga iba, understanding ang LMS pang distance learning, we use them while the children are in school. We use them while the children are in school. So we can continue investing on that LMS, not just for distance learning, not just for blended learning. It can also happen while in school. I even asked, so what do your teachers do? Because I needed to learn from them. What do your teachers do while the children are learning from home? Dun sa one day. Well, it's the time for the teachers to do study group sessions, work on their they prepare their assessment tools, and then they grab that opportunity for LAC sessions, seminar, mga ganon. So that's how they do it. So it's just a matter of looking into how things should be happening in our respective schools. And the need for more resilient education system becomes pronounced during school closures. Thank God, we all survive. We are surviving actually. Sana mag-end na to, pero tumataas na naman, kailangan gagamit pa rin daw tayo nito. So, let's try to continue ensuring that we are all protected. Kasi if we continue with this pandemic, hindi lang tayo po ang lugi, mga bata po ang lugi po. Right. Now, let's look at the rapid framework of UNICEF. UNICEF, in partnership with that of UNESCO and World Bank, developed the rapid framework to tackle the learning losses caused by the pandemic and build forward better based on 5 evidence-based situations. So, next slide, please. So, what's rapid? R stands for reach every child and keep them in school. A, assess learning levels regularly. We need data. Prioritize teaching the fundamentals. Increase the efficiency of instruction. Develop psychosocial health and well-being. I'd like to mention that in number 3, particularly for letter P, teaching the fundamentals. I hope that you got the chance also to look into the results of the curriculum review, particularly the implemented curriculum. It was found out actually in that particular study that our children did not really master the prerequisite skills. And there's really a need for us to look into that. When this was presented to us, and it so happened that we were already done drafting our own learning recovery plan in the Department of Education, and I saw all this, I was so happy. I was so happy reporting to Undersecretary Dad San Antonio then that our learning recovery plan is very much aligned with the RAPID. So sabi ko, Sir, happy ako na yung ginawa natin na learning recovery plan ay naka-align po sa RAPID. And for the next slide, these are the 3 areas of our learning recovery planning. Okay. Before I give you the next slide, ito po yung rapid framework for learning recovery and acceleration. I hope that you take hold of this. And as you develop, and most probably I know you have developed already your learning recovery plan, but you can visit this and take a look on what to enhance in your respective learning recovery plans. The next slide is going to show you the 3 areas of learning recovery planning which we considered. Kaya sabi ko, when we did this, nakita ko na naka-align na po ito dun sa rapid framework ng UNICEF. Why? Because we're focusing on learning remediation and intervention. And the RAP of the RAPID forms part of our learning remediation and intervention. Naka-align po tayo lahat dyan. And the I for social professional development of teachers, baliktad sana, no, is for the I, and then the D is for socio-emotional functioning. So yun po yung develop psycho-social health and well-being. So sabi ko, aligned po ang ating learning recovery plan initially, and then it became learning recovery and continuity plan. So, DepEd is very much focused on these concerns as manifested by the suggested strategies for the learning recovery plan. The key outcome of the department's learning recovery planning and success is ensuring that learning gaps are identified and addressed among all our learners. In fact, in our recent discussion with that of BEA, we suggested that the ELNA next year should be administered purposively, population. Kasi importante na makita natin yung individual performance sa mga bata, and we take a look at ano ba yung mga competencies na hindi niya na-master. Yun ang magbibigay po sa atin ng data, actually. Okay? So, here, next slide. Let's have the next slide. So under the learning remediation and intervention, which is actually the mandate of the Bureau of Learning Delivery, we have suggested the following learning recovery strategies. There's a need for us to identify the learning gaps. Where there's still absence of an assessment that's conducted by the central office, it was suggested that there has to be a diagnostic test that should be conducted by field offices. And I hope that you have also conducted the field area, because there's really a need for you to establish the reading performance levels of our learners. I appreciate, personally, I see the importance of the field area results, pre-test, because that's going to provide the teacher data as to what should be addressed, individually or by group. Importante kasi yon. The teacher can prepare an individual plan. The teacher can group together learners with similar difficulties and prepare a plan for a small group. And the school can think about, yun dapat ang ginagamit na basis on coming up with reading programs. Kasi reading recovery programs. So kinakailangan, we have to have the data. Then there's a need to profile our learners based on the academic needs. So after conducting those assessments, then you have to profile them. Don't forget, if there's a need for, we see the need for differentiated instruction. We see the need for differentiated instruction. It cannot be one size fits all. It cannot be one size fits all. We have to determine the individual needs of our learners. Okay? Afterwards, I'll share you the initiatives of the central office which are going to be implemented. We hope. Sigurado na po yung dalawa. Ang concern lang namin yung isa. In fact, we're done coming up with the concept papers already. They were presented actually yesterday by our respective principals in the executive meeting. The only concern is the funding. But I'd like to share you that we're done with the concept paper. In fact, some of you, we involved the regional directors, assistant regional directors, and some education program supervisors actually, and external partners in the crafting of this. And then the next one is expansion of learning time. In DepEd Order number 22, next slide please. All right. So there's going to be 203 school days, and then there's going to be a transition from August 22 to October 31. This is for DepEd Order 34, but with DepEd Order number 44, only the public schools will transition, and some schools that are actually allowed to implement other learning delivery modalities other than distance learn, other than the full face-to-face. So this means that teachers can genuinely and accurately assess learning gaps, address them with appropriate remediation, intervention, and then proceed with communicating the learning content in an approach that is more adaptive to our learners, most especially when the learning delivery modality that's going to be implemented is face-to-face. So, why are we wanting expansion of learning time? It is because, and I'd like to mention that in our curriculum, in our calendar, there's a total number of 11 weeks per quarter. The 10 weeks as provided for in that DepEd order must be devoted to teaching learning. Yung 11th week lang ang window for co-curricular activities. Na dapat walang class disruption, walang ibang gagawin si teacher kundi magturo ng araw-araw for 10 weeks. Because in a study also, in a study, it was also found out that nakukulangan yung oras to master the competencies ng mga bata because of a number of disruptions. So, ang daming extracurricular activities. That's why, in the next slide, this is what I was saying, the number of school days in this DO shall be solely dedicated to academics and related co-curricular activities. The conduct of extracurricular activities shall be strictly prohibited. Schools shall strictly devote 10 weeks of every academic quarter to actual classroom teaching. The 11th week of each quarter may be used for the conduct of co-curricular activities. Unfortunately, marami pa rin akong nakikita sa Facebook na mga activities within the 10-week period. So I think this one thing that we really have to appeal to our counterparts in regions, in the divisions, to really monitor. Kasi sayang itong pagkakataon, kasi sabi natin, expansion of learning time, we have to ensure that instructional time is protected. Yun yung purpose natin dito eh. We protect the instructional time for the best interest of our learners. So sana yun po yung safeguard po natin ito. That's why as much as possible, kahit yung mga extra, yung mga ancillary services ng mga teachers, where there are non-teaching personnel who can do it, please do it. Para our teachers wouldn't have any reason not to be able to attend to their classes. I remember my day, sorry for using my experience as a principal for 14 years. To be honest, ito po yung experience ko. There was never an instance that I required my teachers to prepare my reports. I prepared my own reports. Ano yung naging rason ko sa kanila? Ang naging rason ko sa kanila is, ang takot ko, if one day I'll ask them of their accomplishment, and they're going to tell me they were not able to do it because they did my work. Kaya hanggang paggawa ng mga annual reports, kung ano-ano dyan, kahit sa payroll, I can do. Because at that time, we did not have any non-teaching personnel then. And we work with typewriters. kaya ang mahabang typewriter, kaya kong gawin po yon. So yun po. Because if we give a lot of work to our teachers that others can do naman, baka ma-set aside po yung pagtuturo nila. So yun po yung gusto nating i-protect with DepEd Order number 34, series of 2022. Okay? And then next slide. So here, there's a need also to strengthen the implementation of DepEd Order number 29 at instituting measures to increase engaged time on task and ensuring compliance therewith. So that there's a need to meet the required number of school days in every school year and the time allotment for the different subjects in every school day by lessening activities that take teachers and students away from the classroom, maximizing the use of time allotment for every subject, and reducing the non-teaching duties of our teachers. Just last week, I received an invitation from my school, my former school, where I served for almost 10 years. They're actually celebrating the 50th foundation of the school. And they wanted me to be there. Siyempre, ako lang yung principal na nag-spend ng 10 years. Kung may longest time to serve, ako po yon. Bakit ko nabanggit yon? I remember the Prime Minister of UK. Siya daw yung shortest. Wala pang dalawang buwan, ano? So that they wanted me to be there. Then I asked, kasi nakita ko kasi yung schedule. And then I reminded them of DepEd Order number 34. And could you imagine me, sabi ko sa kanila, could you imagine me attending that affair, and I see it so important, pagkatapos sa amin nanggaling ang DepEd Order number 34. Pero ang sinabi naman sa akin, humingi daw naman sila ng paalam sa superintendent that they're going to conduct Saturday classes daw to change those days, the 3 days. Pero, di ba, ang hirap tanggapin yung invitation. Kasi ako din yung mag-violate sa sarili nating polisiya. Because we see the importance of the presence of our teachers in the classroom. And I think there's really a need for us to, let me just share you what I saw in the many school visits that I did also during the implementation of the limited face-to-face and the progressive expansion. I saw in a number of schools na ang mga bata, they were still glued to the SLM while on limited face-to-face. Kaya sabi ko tinawag ko yung principal. Pero syempre, ayoko namang sasabihan si teacher dire-diretso, no? I said to the principal, "Sir, sabi ko, please know the reason why our children are back to school. Pinipilit natin kahit medyo alanganin tayo sa safety nila. Why? Why should they still be glued with the SLM while in school?" Those were the days na bago nating implement ang face-to-face. Ang gusto na nating mangyari ay may action na sa school. Dapat may teacher-learner interaction na. So could you imagine na ang harap pa rin ni bata sa school ay ang self-learning modules. And we should know the intent of the self-learning modules. The intent of the self-learning modules is for distance learning. So, sana mga supervisors who are in charge of instructional supervision and my dear principals, please look into that. Yes to activity sheets for formative assessments and all, but no to SLMs that's going to substitute the work of the teacher. Wag naman. Okay? Next slide. Okay. This is another strategy that we included, which you and I agree na present na po ito. It so happened na hindi lang siya officially established, but we have already have in existence school learning support. However, it may not be a center, but it may just be anywhere na mahanap ni teacher an opportunity to help the learner. But this time, we want it to be more formal dapat and official na siya. That's why we have come up with the National Reading Program, the National Math Program, and supporting the National Reading and Math Program is the National Tutorial Program, which we proposed. We hope that the National Tutorial Program will be funded so that we'll be able to establish this. Ito kasi, for the establishment of Learning Support Center, there's an existing literature that provides string of evidence that tutoring can substantially increase student achievement, especially among low-achieving students. But the efficacy of this approach depends critically on group size and the frequency of sessions. So high-dosage tutoring, defined as groups of 6 or fewer students who meet at least 4 times a week, equivalent to 50 hours or more over 36 weeks, has been found to produce substantial increase in test scores. Other evidence shows that the most successful tutoring programs happen during the school day, and students remain in the same tutor throughout the year. So we hope that we'll be successful in implementing the national tutoring program. In fact, in our proposal, there's going to be a tutor for every 3 organized classroom. Okay. Sana mangyayari po yon. But should that not happen dahil kulang, wala tayong pondo, sana handa po tayo. Kasi tutoring may not just be done by our teachers, even among principals, even among, pwede kayong mag-adapt. You know, I remember very well yung isang public schools district supervisor namin. Alam nyo, every time na wala siyang, kung free time niya, at pwede niyang isingit, nagpo-pull out siya ng mga bata for the non-readers, the struggling readers. Nagpo-pull out niyan at nakakatulong, actually. I hope that we can have similar practices as those. And then, the other one is the conduct of summer learning remediation and intervention programs. And this is actually supported by DepEd Order number 13. Diba? Dati naman na tayong meron ng, ito yung dating summer classes na sinasabi natin. Kasi hindi na natin tinatawag na summer class, remediation classes na siya. Because it's not really done during summer. So it's actually done end of the year. So end of the year classes siya. But last year, you must have noted that there's a konting revision. May revision. May innovation actually dito. What did we do? Because we recognize that we've got a number of learners who have learning gaps, have still learning difficulties. We included those with grades ng 75 to 79 to form part of the enrichment classes. Only that, we did it on a voluntary basis. So if I may ask you now, did you implement? Did you conduct summer classes? Did you conduct enrichment classes? So that at least when they got back to school, last August, na-transition na natin sana sila. Na-bridge natin. Nakatulong na sana yon. Unfortunately, there were those who implemented. There are a number of schools that implemented, but there are more that did not implement. So if I may just take a look by the show of your hands, did you implement remediation classes? Yeah. May I have a show of hands? Okay. During summer, the summer. And were you able to organize also enrichment classes for those who got 75 to 79? Okay. Thank you so much for that. At least sana you continue. So if you were able to do that during summer, especially for the enrichment, I hope that you will continue doing it even during the school year. In the absence of a tutor, kaya po nating isisingit yun. After all, when we speak of struggling learners, they're not all. We're not referring to all learners in a class. It's just a small percentage of a class. Okay? Next slide. So, here, these are the other strategies that we wish to, that form part of the Learning Recovery Plan. I'd like to mention that this Learning Recovery Plan that I'm referring to was already presented many times in press conferences, in press briefings. And this was the material that was used by our regions also as reference. So included as strategies as the one, the need to intensify implementation of reading intervention programs. So I hope that the national reading program that's going to be implemented will certainly be of help. But I hope that you will not remember that even, in the absence of the national reading program for now that I'm referring to, please do not forget that we all know about ECARP, the Every Child a Reader program. We all know about the Bawat Bata Bumabasa, and I know that all our schools do have their reading programs. Diba? Existing na ang mga ito. And then the conduct of regular home visitation and follow-ups. And I hope that our regional offices and our divisions will be able to establish guidelines on this also. And then establishing literacy at home and in the community. If there's any, how should I say it? If there's one important gain din na nakuha natin from the pandemic, is our being able to engage our parents during the pandemic. So let's sustain that. And also with that of the community. So I hope that we sustain that. Sana maibalik yung mga panahon, I don't know if we had the same experience, where there was where stories were told by our parents, questions were asked, and that actually helped us develop our reading comprehension skills. And our critical thinking skills. Sana maibalik mo ngayon. Sana maibalik yung quality time with parents. Kasi ngayon, if you observe kahit sa kainan, bawat miyembro ata ng pamilya na may cellphone, nakatutok pa rin sa cellphone. So sana there's going to be quality time for this. And then developing appropriate assessment tasks and resources, and we give this to the regional offices and the division offices, and of course our schools, that there's really a need to look into all this. One of the reasons most probably why our learners are not faring well in international large-scale assessments, and even in our NAT, is that they're not actually familiar with the type of tests. So I think, in fact, this is one among the programs now of the projects, the activities of the Bureau, that we really have to take a look at, or to ensure that our learners are exposed to similar test items in the classroom. Kasi ang problema is naninibago na sila. Kumbaga, in classroom assessment, they just read a very short paragraph. But in large-scale assessments and even in the NAT, they're given one whole page paragraph. Mga ganon. So, they're not ready. And so, they don't have the patience actually to be reading it because they're not used to it. So we have to make them familiar. Other countries do this. In fact, in one of our visits in Washington, one of the schools in Washington, ang nadatnan namin na ginagawa ni teacher was familiarizing the children with the national test. So yun ang ginagawa nila. Okay? And then, hire additional learning support aids. This is actually our recommendation that we need to hire more learning support aids. But here, We were referring to the possible tutors, not the learning support aids just for to help in the, undertake administrative tasks. This time we want it more purposive, learning aids or tutors who can support our learners. And the last one is, ito po, intensify instructional supervision. And we give this to the regional offices and that of our schools and that of our SDOs. We really need to ensure that our education program supervisors, our public schools district supervisors are also capacitated to do instructional supervision. They need your technical assistance, my dear friends. Our schools need you, our teachers need you. Please intensify instructional supervision. So actually those are the strategies, and for those who listened to that Senate hearing before, it was no less than our secretary enumerating all these strategies in that Senate hearing. So next slide. So what are our learning delivery programs that's going to support our activities? One is the early language numeracy. The early language numeracy focuses on capacitating the kindergarten to grade 3 teachers, instructional leaders. Take note, the ELLN does not only cover teachers, but we made sure that our instructional leaders are also capacitated. That's the only way actually that they can provide also instructional technical support to our teachers. So the implementation of these programs actually are aligned with the need to for learning recovery. So we develop a number of LAC resources together with the primals. The next one is the primals, pedagogical retooling in mathematics, languages, and sciences. And I'd like to mention that we have Primals Plus. Primals Plus actually cover other learning areas and primal senior high schools. And in these two programs, we made sure that we develop learning LAC resource packages, learning action cell resource packages. And these LAC resources can be used in your school, in the school LAC sessions. Should our private schools be interested, I don't see any reason that they can also be shared of these materials. So we have a number of LAC resources that's going, especially for those teachers who cannot really get into or be attending trainings, particularly on early grades literacy and that of numeracy. The ELLN LAC resources can help actually. And I hope that the regional office and the SDOs will also get to monitor how all these programs are being implemented. Whether or not the chief trainers who were trained at the CO level did train participants also at their level, and those who they trained did train also our teachers. Para sana increasing yung number of teachers. So from what we started at the CO, from what we train, from the number we train from the CO, we add yung number of people you train at the RO, and then i-add natin yung number of people you train at the DO. Di ba dadami? So at this time, sana lahat we are able to cover all already except for those newly hired teachers. Okay? And then, and I'd like to mention also that the primals is a sequel of ELLN. Siya yung counterpart niya pagdating sa key stage 2, 3, and 4. And then the last one is the SALT 21. Actually, this is the result of the findings of the research, particularly on integrating 21st century skills in the classroom, which we found out that there were few opportunities that our teachers were able to integrate the 21st century in the classroom. So we have the SALT 21, and this is intended to improve assessment practices among teachers and learners across grade levels and learning areas. And for this SALT 21, we're wanting that parang we're going to develop sample or assessment tools that's similar with that of the international large-scale assessments and that of our NAT para masanay natin ang mga bata. Because if you take note, parang ang mga bata, they just take for granted all this. Mga iba nga, dinodrawingan na kasi most probably na-bore na silang magbasa. So these are the 3 of the learning delivery programs that are being recalibrated to directly support the strategies of the Department of Education for learning recovery. All right. Another strategy is the conduct of professional development activities for our teachers. And you and I will certainly agree that change starts with a great teacher. Change starts with a great teacher. I remember our tagline in Cagayan before, the journey to excellence starts in the classroom. So we really have to ensure that our teachers are prepared well also for teaching learning. So that here, I know I mentioned earlier about the need to be conducting learning action cells, and this is provided for in DepEd Order number 35, series of 2016. And you will note that these are actually the special emphasis, and these are the key features of the K-12 curriculum for our LAC sessions. But it's also important to look into what do the teachers need. Kaya kinakailangan, tingnan din natin, dapat may needs assessment din tayo for us to be able to address that. It cannot be just thinking about a training that our teachers won't be needing. I am saying this because in mga personal experiences ko to, no? When I visited schools again during the pandemic, I asked the teachers if they are conducting LAC sessions, and the answer was yes. So when I started asking, what are some topics that you included in your LAC sessions? Unfortunately, very seldom did I hear about ELLN. Did I hear about primals? What did they tell me? Sabi na sa akin, online learning tools. Okay, sabi ko, so you had online learning tools. And they enumerated all the online learning tools. Okay, that's very good. Anyway, we are on distance learning. Then, tanong ko, are you implementing online distance learning? No, ma'am. Then why are you having LAC sessions on online learning tools? So, kinakailangan needs-based po tayo. Even sa professional development of our teachers. Okay? So, and here, this is also supported by DepEd Order number 34, series of 2022. Next slide. So that we still mandate the conduct of the 5-day mid-year break, and this shall be spent for the conduct of the mid-year performance review and evaluation and school-based inset. So the first 2 days shall be spent evaluating the school's progress in the implementation of educational programs, projects, and activities, as well as reviewing the performance of teachers and the school staff to address concerns through cooperative effort. And the last 3 days shall be devoted to the conduct of school-based inset, activities for teachers' continued professional development, and the preparation for their instructional materials. Do you see the reason why the performance and evaluation need to come first before the inset? Don't you appreciate that whatever information that you're able to gather from the performance evaluation can be used as basis for any conduct of the inset? But personally, this should even be done prior. The performance evaluation should be done even prior to the mid-year break pa. Because it may be too late even to just be thinking of what needs to be tackled. Siguro, for purposes of coming up with commitments, then it can be done. Okay? It should be done, actually. Sana we're grabbing all those opportunities. All right. So those are actually our strategies. And there are phases of implementation of all these strategies after all. And the first one, next slide, is the immediate and short-term interventions. So the recovery of the teaching learning process depends on the timely and expeditious deployment of appropriate instructional planning techniques and interventions. So the first immediate intervention is identifying the availability of resources, both manpower and material, to ensure that a safe and proper learning support system is built once the learners are gradually returned to the usual classroom setup. Education leaders, especially school heads, are encouraged to design, to contextualize, and implement the suggested strategies to address learning loss and other suitable and quickly executable approaches while ensuring that health and safety of learners and personnel are not actually compromised. So what we're saying here is these are strategies that we can offer. These are strategies that are contained in the learning recovery plan, in the learning recovery and continuity plan, but we know so well that you have others to add to these strategies. And of course, we'll appreciate so much if you could share us some strategies that you are already implementing or you intend to implement for us to be able to beef up our learning recovery plan. Maganda kung may makakontribute po kayo, may share nyo sa amin what you're doing, your best practices, the best things that you're doing, so that we can also add to this learning continuity plan so that other regions get to learn from you also. So initial plan for academic and student well-being, recovery, and acceleration strategies have been implemented. Last summer, nag-start na po tayo with the summer classes and the enrichment classes that happened. What about the longer-term improvements? So one is we need to undertake review and analyze student data from the implemented phase 1 strategies and interventions. So we have to get back to what happened. So sana, during this school year, for school year 2022-2023, we get to implement, and by the end of this school year, then we get back to how these were implemented, what went well, what needs to be improved, what needs to be introduced. Okay. Because this did not work, then what should be the next step? So that we need to adjust, we'll be adjusting and begin a long-term planning for recovery and acceleration strategies, intervention, implementation. And this is going to be until 2024-2025. So now I'd like to mention of sustainable improvement. So we need to continue improvement cycle for strategies and interventions implemented in phase 1 and phase 2 by reviewing and analyzing the collected data to inform next steps and engage long-term sustained strategies for 2026 until 2030 in cognizance with the Basic Education Development Plan 2030. And it should be noted, my dear friends, that the strategies suggested here are not actually prescriptive except those which have been stipulated in official issuances. So you'll notice that some of these learning recovery strategies have been in existence for quite a long time. Diba? So these are never new. These are never new. So they're in existence. All we need to do is just to get back how we implemented them and take a look on how better should we be implementing those strategies. So because I mentioned of BEDP 2030, I'd like to share you the BEDP 2030 implementation strategy. Next slide. So ito yung na ngayon yung sinusunod natin. So for 2020 to 2025, there's going to be post-COVID-19 recovery and transition. That's what we're doing now. We're introducing a lot of ways on how to address some gaps. and addressing the remaining access gaps, we have to focus on quality, and the strategies that I shared a while back focus on quality and that of access, and then there has to be system-wide capacity development, not just for teachers, but also for everyone who just need to be capacitated. Okay? Next slide. What about for 2026-2030? There's going to be a continuation of programs and projects on access, quality, equity, and learners' rights and resilience, operationalization of the innovations initiated under the Education Futures program. And I learned just the other day that you've got, I think, 2 or 3 schools that were considered pilot to the Education Futures. Okay, and by November, we'll be visiting these schools. And then we'll be doing program and impact evaluation, and then development of new programs to address emerging education issues and opportunities, and then end of plan assessment. I hope that you will also be doing end of plan assessment in your respective areas. And then, for our priorities for 2022-2023, next slide, particularly the post-COVID-19 recovery and transition. So you must take note na we're already doing a lot of this. Reintroduction of the face-to-face starting from the pilot phase. We did this from the limited face-to-face to progressive expansion to full face-to-face. Okay, and then improve ICT in education. So this is what we're working on also. Now that the education technology program is with the Bureau of Learning Delivery, so all the more that we can already work together for ICT in teaching learning. And then provision of appropriate learning resources for a blended learning approach. This was, you must be wondering why we're still talking about blended learning approach here, because this is BEDP. But the new administration has a different direction, which is full in-person learning. And then reduction of reliance on printed modules. And then, in fact, we did that, right? That's why we shifted to digital and in-person learning. And then, strengthen support for private schools. That's a promise, actually, of the Department of Education. Improve access for groups in situations of disadvantage, and retrieve school leavers in 2020-2021, and then build and strengthen partnerships. What about focus on quality as priority? Ito po yung focus natin lahat ngayon. Improve performance in reading, numeracy, socio-emotional learning, and the 21st century skills. And I mentioned about the National Reading Program and the National Math Program. And I'd like to emphasize on the importance of instructional supervision. And then sharpen the skill sets of teachers in contextualization to address the concerns of diverse learners. So regional offices, please continue doing that. And then strengthen instructional leadership and supervision to improve teaching quality. In fact, we're now working closely with NAIAP, and we're developing the framework on instructional supervision para medyo mabago ng konti. We would like to, in instructional supervision, we want to focus more on instruction talaga. Because ideally, when you speak of instructional supervision, at least 70% of the time of the instructional leader should really be for instruction. 30% lang ang others niya, di ba? Administrative work niya. Pero parang iba yung nangyayari. So, kinakailangan baguhin natin yun. Right? And then, the next slide. I think this is going to be my last slide. Pivoting to quality, ensuring that all learners attaining standards in every key stage. So, what do we do? Expanding access to education for groups in situations of the disadvantage. We have one pillar of the BEDP is actually equity. And we get to ensure that our learners who are said to be vulnerable need to have equal access to education. And then we have to strengthen the promotion of the overall well-being of learners in a positive learning environment where learners exercise their rights and experience joy. So sana, now that the children are back to school, let's make them feel na it's more joyful actually to be staying in school. I hope that they see the significance of the full in-person learning, their learning in school, their engagement with the teacher and that of their fellow learners, then just be at home all alone in a distance learning situation. Okay? And then DepEd is going to continue modernizing the basic education governance that empowers our learners to be resilient and acquire life skills. And of course, the Department of Education continue to provide the required tools and equipment, devices to support the modernization of basic education governance. So, my dear friends, there's a lot actually that we really need to do. All you need to do is just to, with all these strategies, you really have to contextualize them based on what you need in your respective areas. And like to end up with the lines of UNICEF Executive Director Henriette. We must reopen schools for in-person learning as soon as possible, and we must immediately address the gaps in learning this pandemic has already created. Unless we do, some children will never catch up. And so I say that while we are all given the option, especially for the private schools and even for public schools in some cases, while you're given options actually on the learning delivery modality that you're going to implement, I hope that in your hearts will always be what is best for our learners. And I'd like to end with this few statements I got from reading materials, reading material, which I got across. The schools of the future are being built today. These are schools where all teachers have the right competencies and motivation, where technology empowers them to deliver quality learning, and where all students learn fundamental skills, including socio-economic, socio-emotional, and digital skills. These schools are safe and affordable to everyone and are places where children and young people learn with joy, with rigor, and that of with purpose. With all of us, we can make this happen. Thank you and good morning, everyone.
Clap our hands for Director Leila Ariola. Thank you very much po. Okay, good morning, good afternoon. Naku, baka mag-good evening tayo Hindi pa naman, no? But the one that we had with Director Leila was so enriching. No, we got, palakpakan natin ulit si Director Ariola. Grabe. Ang dami nating na-capture, ano? Ako rin po nagsulat dun sa likuran, no? The learning loss, learning poverty, and then the learning gaps. And the one that she had mentioned are the ones really na need ng private schools. No? Not just the private schools, but also the public schools. All of us, okay? And isa sa mga naging positive, no, na effect ng pandemic in education is letting the parents be engaged in education of their children. At yun ay wag nating bibitawan, no? Hindi porkit we're about to end the tunnel of pandemic, bibitawan na natin, wag. So patuloy natin yon. But of course there are questions. Kahapon pa po, director, no, na may mga questions pa about full face-to-face and so on, field trips. So yun po isa sa ating mga ibibigay na question kay Director Leila, and at the same time ay para marinig natin ang sagot, ano. Okay na po. Director, can we start po the question and answer? So ang sabi po from SDO San Pablo City, is there a required number of school hours for face-to-face classes? Can we get or still take their attendance? Full face-to-face classes po is as part of the strategies or learning modality.
Yeah. Actually, when we speak of full in-person learning, that means to say that the children have to in school every day. Unlike in the progressive face-to-face where there were days that they were on in-person learning for a week, and after which would be on distance learning for another week. This time, when we say full in-person learning, then it's really learning should be happening in school na. So when you speak of how many, you're talking of time allotment, then we have to be guided by DepEd Order number 21 series of 2019. Okay?
Okay, that's, kumbaga, Director Leila answered the question already. Here naman po, Director Leila, ang sabi po niya from General Trias City, may pwede na po ba ang off-campus or in-campus activities for school year 2020-2023, like the educational tour, parade, sports, events, or intramurals?
I'd like to mention that we have already drafted the policy on co-curricular activities and extracurricular activities. And one among the concerns, the activities tackled in that particular draft policy is on extracurricular activities, field trips, and all. So we cannot, or should I say, may we please wait for the issuance of the DepEd order, because that's going to guide us all. Because for now, if we're going to take a look at DepEd order number 34, it strictly prohibits extracurricular activities. Co-curricular activities can be conducted, however, they can only be conducted during the 11th week of every quarter. So the 10 weeks is the 10 weeks are protected for teaching learning. So I hope that you see the wisdom of this, because we really need to recognize that we have problems. Actually, there are learning gaps, and really need to attend to them. Unless we address them, then we can never get out from it.
Okay, so again, let's just wait for the issuance about it, no, about the educational trip or extracurricular activities. For this time, we will just be guided with DO 34. Okay, and then
Ma'am Ellen, the assurance that I could give you is the policy is already drafted. So we're just awaiting approval, right?
So that's a good news, no? There's hope, sabi ni Director Leila. And of course, remember that 10 weeks shall be allotted for academics, because marami ng gaps or learning gaps na nangyari nung for 2 years. That 11th week must be allotted for the other curricular or extracurricular activities. 10 weeks solely for...
Regular, not extra even.
Not extra pala.
Quote-unquote.
Co-curricular. It's different, ha? Extracurricular is different from co-curricular activities. So the 11th week will be devoted for co-curricular activities. No? Kasi marami na tayong nasayang na panahon noon. Ngayon tayo bumabawi. We're catching up. Okay? Sige po, maraming salamat. Is there any question from on, here muna po, ma'am, on-site.
Good morning, Director Laila. Thank you for the valuable tips and insights you shared this morning. When you featured your slide that showed priorities for 2022 and 2023, I saw a beacon of hope when I saw this line, strengthen support in the private schools. May isa pong linya doon. My question was, when I saw that, will it be financially? Will it be vice services? Or as always mentioned, technical assistance to the private school? We all know, kanina nga po may na-feature, no? 152 na number. Apparently, it was the number of schools that closed up during the pandemic. This being the case po, as a school head, we have experienced out of this world challenges when the pandemic struck. And continuous pa rin po yung struggle namin in retaining and keeping teachers. In this line, strength and support in the private school, question and suggestion. Will DepEd finally make it a mandate to require applying or teacher applicants in the public school system to have at least 3 years of experience? This somehow assures teachers for the private schools. Dahil kung kagagraduate pa lang niya or 1 year pa lang siya sa private school, nag-decide na to jump in the public school system, with this kind of mandate, this will somehow assure the private school of retaining or keeping the services of teachers. Kasi po, sabi rin po ninyo as an ending, no? Sorry po, mahaba lang. Teachers are potent ingredients in assuring quality learning of the young people. They are our frontliners. They are the ones directly connected with our stakeholders or learners, parents, and you also mentioned po the importance of capacitating these teachers. Talaga naman po, how can we boast of quality education and services if our teachers leave us within the year, or we can only keep them in a year? Di ba po? So, to assure our public that we do render quality service that can be indicated by how we retain our teachers and the quality that we have, may our efforts be not in vain, because the private school heads po and directors are serious in submitting to the mandates and policies of the government and of DepEd. However, that big however, how can we, if our frontliners are leaving us? We do insets, we do help them, we do upscale their skills, but after a year or so, they will fly away. And here we go again to that cycle of getting back to zero and repeat the process. But then, and here we are trying our best to convince the community, please enroll your children to our school because we render quality service. Pwede po kami, mga school heads, ayan, quality service. But in reality po, within the school? Is it really is what's happening when teachers leave us? When teachers, instead of putting time to upscale them, since, ano ba yan, magte-training na naman. Okay lang yan. Anyway, next year naman nandun na tayo. Yung mga ganun po. So, yun po, suggestion po and question na when you say support system for the private schools, again, will it be financial, by services, or by technical assistance po? Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Thank you po.
Okay, thank you po. Ma'am Marlu from Antipolo City. Yes po,
Okay,
Director.
thank you very much. The question is never easy to answer. But for most of the questions that you shared a while back, my promise is for us to bring that to the administration. And I think that I suggest that you put that in writing. You have a PEO where you can raise all those issues, especially in terms of financial and all. That's one that I cannot really say anything about it for now. But what I can only promise as the director of the Bureau of Learning Delivery is, should you have trainings and you need the expertise of our specialists, we'll be very much willing to be with you.
Okay, thank you. Wow.
Will be of service.
Technical assistance. Ayan, ang pwedeng maibigay po ng BLD of Central Office. Yan. But financial, hindi pa ni Director masasagot yan.
Okay.
Okay.
Ang dami kong hindi po masagot. But I feel you po. I understand your plight.
Okay, thank you so much. Ma'am Ems, meron po ba tayo sa online?
Okay, meron Ma'am Ellen. So parang medyo nasagot din ni Ma'am na nasagasaan, ano? Pero basahin ko din, Ma'am, ano po. How we want to conduct remedial classes. However, it is an expense either for the school and for the parents. If only our government will subsidize remedial programs, we can conduct them with diligently.
Wow. Naku, money matters din ito.
Yeah,
no?
money
Funding pa
matters.
din, Director. Sige po.
Pwede bang tatayo ako para sagutin?
Sige po.
Gusto kong tumayo para sagutin. Hindi ako sanay kasi nagsasalita na kaupo din.
Okay po.
How will I start? Allow me to make use of my experience as a principal for 14 years. 14 years high school principal. We had established remedial classes then, but we did not talk anything about finances. There is no promises even for overtime pay. There was no promise even for ano yung tawag natin yung CTO, compensatory time off. But the teachers just took it as part of their mission. And it happened. I like to share you, kahit isa lang. Kasi usually at the beginning of the school year, we'd have reading sessions muna to really look into who cannot really read. Until one day, a teacher of mine came to me and reported, "Ma'am, meron na tayong estudyante na Russia. We can now go to Russia." Sabi ko, ano yung Russia nyo? Sabi niya, only to find out yung bata when he wrote when he was made to write even just a line, talagang not even a single vowel, wala talaga. And then, yun din. And then, sa reading din, when he reads, ang ginagawa niya is he spelled the word. High school po ito. So what did we do? So ang ginawa talaga namin, we started with beginning reading and all. Until, because we were able to establish talaga that there were a lot of non-readers, struggling readers, very poor in math, then we established our remediation programs for math, and that of reading, English. And then, I also noted that our students were weak, actually, in the English language. So,
were yung English language proficiency nila. What did I do? We added in our curriculum, at the time BEC pa lang, English Enhancement Program. And that was an added load of our teachers. English Enhancement Program for all the 4 grade levels, year levels 10. Ano pa? Hindi lang remediation pinag-usapan na natin eh. Because there's campus journalism, we offered an elective na campus journalism din. And all these were over and above the regular loads of my teachers. But I was so blessed, because I was so blessed with teachers who just responded to that mission. Where resources are available, yes, we can settle to that. But while resources are not available, the most important resource would be the love of the teacher. Doon lang ako mag-appeal. Because if we just be dependent on resources, what do we do with our learners? Panoorin po ba natin sila? Pabayaan po ba natin sila? And we all know that they also have beautiful dreams, like the beautiful dreams we had for us before. Yun lang po. Ang pwede kong isagot.
Yes.
Kasi hindi ko talagang, we like it or not, we cannot really even promise that all will be given a tutor, actually.
Okay, thank you po, Director Leila. If money or fund allotment is not available, but the human love resources are available, everything is possible. Yan, no? But the BLD po, the central office, the DepEd, talaga namang we will reach out to the private school through technical assistance. Tama po, Director. Yun po yung talagang maibibigay namin with love and care. Technical assistance with love and care.
Okay.
Sige po. So any other, siguro po, 1 to 2 questions na lang po. From on-site, Ma'am Ems, meron po. Si Ma'am.
Basahin ko lang, Ma'am Ellen, yung message para kay kay Director, okay? So, this is from Diadem Christian Academy. Well said po, Ma'am Laila. We appreciate your effort. In exchange, we will comply, obey, and cooperate for the betterment of our system. God bless us all.
Wow. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Director Leila and CALABARZON. Greeting from the Schools Division of Lipas City. This question may not be related to the operations of private schools, but I'd like to take this opportunity to ask this because this is so important in our division. I understand that one of the most crucial concerns of several division offices is the constraint on resources, specifically the constraint on teachers. Teachers that can ease down the overcrowding number of learners in a classroom. I also understand that we are currently allowed to hire the learner support aid, right? Learner support aid that you also discussed in your slides a while ago as one of the targets to respond to, one of the strategies to respond to different targets. But this LSA cannot fully be utilized for the teaching, learning, and instruction. So my question is it possible in your end to at least reiterate the guidelines or issue some correspondence as regards to hiring the locally funded teachers, which can be funded by the Special Education Fund, in order for us to respond to the constraint on teachers? Kasi yun po talaga yung nagiging problema ng public schools. Ano po, in our division, for example, we lack at least 100 teachers, And the only solution that we can do is to hire the locally funded teachers. But hindi po namin magawa because of the moratorium doon sa hiring of locally funded teachers. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you po, Director Leila.
Okay. Thank you so much for that, and we recognize that concern. That's why in our draft, particularly for the learning delivery modalities, in our draft, we considered the shortage of teachers and even classrooms as reasons for not for the implementation of blended learning. You must have noted that in DepEd Order number 44, may nakalagay doon na for public schools, they're allowed to implement other learning delivery modalities upon the recommendation, I think, of the
STS.
The regional director.
The regional director.
Actually. So, for your particular concern, ma'am, on the learning support aids, we already had earlier talks with that of the BHROD and that of planning, that the learning support aids indeed cannot really be a substitute to our teachers, given their TORs. But that's why I mentioned earlier na eventually when we speak of teachers providing support to the National Reading Program and the National Math Program, we'll be hiring tutors where resources are available, so that the tutors are not the same with that of the LSAs. I think should the LSAs be still there, their focus would be on administrative, not for teaching learning. And then you mentioned about the moratorium, particularly the hiring of locally paid teachers. That's against the CEF. There's really a need for you to take a look at what are eligible in the utilization of the CEF, and salaries of teachers is not actually an eligible expenditure. But I think, but it's important that we mention that as one of the ways that we can address, so that should there be a way to amend what are the eligible expenditures, the provision covering the eligible expenditures on the utilization of the CEF, then that can that can happen. So all you need to do is also to put it in writing, so that the Department of Education will get to know. Take note, when you speak of CEF, it's not only DepEd that's concerned. There's always a joint circular with that of the DBM and even with that of the CSC. Hindi po kasi solo ni DepEd po yun. But where there's going to be a chance for me to verbalize that, then I'll certainly mention that.
Okay, thank you very much po for that question. As much as we wanted to entertain more question, we will have one last question. Sige po. Please, introduce yourself
yes
first.
Po. Good morning po, Director. Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Catherine Banta of the Private Schools Association of Batangas. So, I would like to follow up po muna ito with a message sa online viewers natin regarding resources for remediation. I would like to inform everyone here, especially those in the DepEd offices, because majority of our private schools do not give salaries during summer, only for those regular employees. Therefore, that is probably the reason why they are saying if DepEd will be subsidizing this, then all their teachers will be allowed or required to report during summer. Because that's the only way the private school can manage if we only allow the regular employees to report during summer. Hindi po lahat talaga 12 months dire-diretso ang sweldo. So yun po yung first one. Now,
so that I won't forget.
Yes po.
I think it's really best to get back to the provisions of the conduct of summer classes. You can always make some proposals to the regional office for approval. Kasi private schools naman kayo, you can collect a certain fee. Kasi yung summer classes, original summer classes kasi, intent is, this is intended for learners with 1 or 2 subjects failing marks. So
Yes
those,
po.
if they did not meet the expectation in one or two subjects, they have to take summer classes to be a regular student in a certain grade level the following year. So we'll look into that, ma'am. But for the enrichment class kasi, that's voluntary even on the part of the learner.
Yes po. The problem po with conducting summer classes, and if we ask for additional fee, it will not be covered by the ESC. So, sure na po kami na the parents will not be happy having to have their children enroll and then pay. Now, at the same time po, I truly understand yung in-explain nyo about the love of a teacher. Marami po niyan sa private school talaga na love of the teacher. But after school hours, if we do not allow our teachers to do their sideline, may kanya-kanya pong racket ang mga yan, then lalo po kaming iiwan because the average salary of private school teachers is the minimum wage. Kung ano po yung minimum wage in that particular municipality, then that's their salary. Kasi yun lang po ang afford namin. So we cannot stop them from giving tutorial classes to ibang mga students po. So you will have to understand that by the time, if kahit mahal na mahal nilang estudyante, kadalasan po they use their lunch break to teach their students in reading. Pero yun pong after school hours, kailangan na po nilang rumakit. Otherwise, aalis na po sila sa amin. So, I hope you understand also from our end.
Yes, ma'am. In fact, ma'am, the remediation that we're saying here is not after school hours. We do not even allow that. In our proposal, there's no going to be after school hour tutoring, weekends tutoring, not even summer classes tutoring. It has to be within yung time allotment lang that the children have to be in school.
Okay po, ma'am. At least lang po, parang I would like everyone to see yung scenario namin sa private school. And then, meron po akong tanong at saka response po.
Before you leave yung remediation, ma'am, ganito,
Yes po.
if I may share you our experience because I was connected with I was a part-time instructor of a certain university. Alam nyo, part of our work is remediation. Kinakailangan, yes, parang added parang it's a, anong tawag nila? It's a students assistance program nila where the subject teachers find time to help the struggling learners. Kasi when we speak of struggling learners, it's not going to be a lot, di ba? Yes, ma'am. Please proceed.
Yes po. Ma'am, in relation po dun sa sinabi ng ating pong kasama from Lipa City, di po ba may provision sa gospel law na yun pong mga IELTS students ng nasa public can be referred to the nearest private school? Hindi po ba kaya pwede nating gawa ng paraan yon so that nai-implement po siya? Because we understand, pag tinatanong po namin, ang sinasabi po, hindi pwedeng mag-refuse ang public schools. But then there's the gospel law stating that you can refer the students to the nearest private school kasi may subsidy
For
naman
ESC.
po. Yes po.
I agree with
ESC
you.
and syempre voucher din po.
Yeah. I agree with you, ma'am. That was my experience also as a principal, as a high school principal. We can refer them to the private schools. We can offer the private school if they're wanting, if they want it. But in my experience, actually, as a high school principal then, because I was declaring excess, but the learners did not like. So we cannot do anything if not to accommodate them. So unless they like it, then that's not a problem.
Okay.
Declaring excess is okay, but we cannot force the children to be out of the school also.
Okay. Director Leila, napakaganda, Doc Banta, ng iyong segue, because transition yan sa ating susunod na speaker later, si Ma'am Lerma Kalingazan. Pwedeng we can raise that concern to her para nga naman ma-intensify yung portion ng gospel law na yon, no? Of course, with the help of DepEd. Opo. Yes, si Sir Lino po, may comment before we proceed with our awarding of certificates.
Good afternoon po, Director Laila. It isn't a comment but a suggestion lang po sa atin lahat. We have observed that we have so many issues. Tama po naman, you have raised some issues that were not actually captured or issues that are not within the guidelines of our issuances. So my suggestion or our suggestion in behalf of the Quality Assurance Division, as per experiences and some other previous encounters, is since our director is an attorney, his wisdom is always like this. If you want to appeal or request something, just put it in writing in a form of position paper, and definitely the Office of the Regional Director will act on this. Thank you.
Okay. Naku, may good news nga, no? Good news. Put it into writing.
Alam nyo, maganda yung sinabi niya because in the DepEd order that we drafted, yung masusunod na mga DepEd orders na namin na alam namin na may mga differing opinions, nakalagay na doon. Should you have any queries or what, then send your position papers to the Bureau of Learning Delivery. Mga ganun na ang nilalagay pa namin.
Yes. So,
para
talagang we're thinking about the future na, no? Alam na, opo, sige. I hope we have had a lot of learnings, no, from Director Leila. And may we ask our TWG to hand over po our certificates and our token of love and appreciation. Okay? Kasi parang tingin ko, ang tingin nyo sa amin ay chicken at pork belly na, di ba? Okay? Sige po. Yan. But this is a worthwhile engagement na hindi matatawaran ng kahit na sino. Ayan na, nakikita ko na po si Ma'am Lerma Kalingasan ng PEAC. Yehey, no? Talagang full pack tayo, ano po? Sir Lino, yan, allow us po to read the citation. A certificate of recognition is awarded to Director Leila P. Ariola in grateful acknowledgement of her expertise as resource person during the 2022 Private School Summit conducted by the Department of Education Region 4A CALABARZON through Quality Assurance Division held on October 20, 2021-2022. Signed by Attorney Alberto T. Escobartes, CESO 2 Regional Director. Yay! Apo. Okay, thank you very much. Another warm round of applause for Director Leila Ariola. Pag may question pa dun sa group chat natin, sa chat box, i-capture natin yon, ipapadala natin kay Director Leila. Definitely, wala pang position paper yon. Question pa lang. Okay? So now, thank you very much. Ayan. Okay. We are now, thank you very much. We are now declaring a break. So we will be back at, time check, it's 1:45. Can we have it 1:15? Yes? Okay, thank you. Yay!
Good afternoon once again. Okay, so kumusta po ang lahat? Kumusta po ang ating mga live viewers? So right now we have 281 live viewers. Okay, so pwede na po uli kayong mag-write ng inyong mga greetings. Good afternoon, Sir Joseph Retiro. Thank you po for staying with us. Okay, so good afternoon. Okay, so good afternoon good afternoon to all the teachers and staff of Rosewood Children's Formative Learning School. Okay, so pakilagay niyo po yung inyong SDO para ma-acknowledge po natin. Good afternoon, Ma'am Eunice Bobadilla. Okay, good afternoon, Doc Ems. Good afternoon din po, Ma'am Queen Bello of Aitsa, Cabuyao City. From Rosario Institute, good afternoon po sa lahat. From Miss Cecil Arbolante of Rosario Institute, SDO Cavite Province. From GS Option House and Learning Center Incorporated, good afternoon po from SDO Binyan, Laguna. Another greetings from Maria Teresa Daguob. Good afternoon, Divine Light from Divine Light Academy, Bacoor City. From Ma'am Agnes Ikogo. Good afternoon from Laguna University, SDO Laguna. Good afternoon din po sa mga taga Laguna. Good afternoon from Mary Calkins Integrated School Incorporated, SDO Imos City. Yes, good afternoon po, Sir Aisel. From Ma'am Edme Ian Seriola, good afternoon from St. Francis of Assisi College, Edme Ian Seriola, SDO Bacoor.
O yan, thank you, Ma'am Ems. No? Ang dami-dami nating viewers from our YouTube. Ilan po ba, Ma'am Ems, ang ating viewers?
Okay, Ma'am Ellen, right now we have 285 live viewers via YouTube.
Sana po bumalik pagtapos silang kumain ng lunch. Kasi very important ito, yung Learners Information System. Kaya po ang ating mga planning officer ay kasama din po dito dahil it concerns also our yung ating mga schools, private schools on Learners Information System. Okay? Please settle down now because our next speaker from Policy Planning and Research Development is now online. Okay. Puna po tayo. Ayan. Thank you. Pasensya na ha. At kailangan lang nating squeeze ang time. Okay. Good afternoon po, Ma'am Vier. Yan. We have Ma'am Vier on board and Sir Adrian Bulyo. Yan, Ma'am Vier.
We're fresh from Laguna.
Yan, from Laguna po
Laguna
sila.
kami ngayon sa BP Makiti.
Okay. Sige po. Can we now settle down? Yan. And if you have concern, maybe you could call on now the schools na nasa YouTube. Because right now, we only have like 200 plus viewers. Siguro po, Ma'am Vier, kumain din kanina sila ng lunch, kaya ngayon ay pabalik pa lamang. Kanina po ay...
Yes. With me also is our planning officer, Sir Adrian Bulyo.
Okay, Sir Adrian. Suking-suki ng QAD, ang PPRD. Yan. So, pag may tanong, LIS, sila agad ang tatanungin natin. Okay, EBIS, sila agad. Okay. So now, Perhaps we will now start. Let me just introduce our resource speaker for session 4, okay, if I'm not mistaken, or session 5, no? The Learners Information System Updates, the Chief of the Policy Planning and Research Development, Ma'am Viernalyn Nama, together with the Planning Officer of PPRD, Sir Adrian Bulyo. Let's give them a warm round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ma'am Ellen. Ayan, malinaw po ba ang aming audio?
Clear
Sa
po.
lahat po ng mga participants at ang amin pong mga kasamahan from Quality Assurance Division at sa lahat po ng mga resource speakers natin na nandyan, magandang hapon po from Policy Planning and Research Division. Okay, so we will be giving you updates on Learning Information System. We hope you can also capture some of the updates regarding for the enrollment by division. Okay, so moving on na po tayo. So these are the relevant policy references and timeline for school year 2022-2023. Actually, our presentations are all based from these policies. Okay. So the important policies relative to LIS is especially updating for school year 2022-2023 is DepEd Order 35, Series of 2022, on the guidelines on enrollment for school year 2022-2023 in the context of the reintroduction of the in-person classes. And also the unnumbered DepEd memorandum, that is the beginning of school year, or we call this as the BOSI, cut-off date dated October 7. Okay, so the next slide. So these are the important timelines based on DepEd Order number 35, series of 2022. Last July, this was our deployment of the LIS Quick Count facility on July 25, and then we start off enrollment on July 25. And in August 2022, we have the end of the enrollment period and start of our classes on July 22. And also the continuation of our enrollment quick count updating. And we also have started the encoding of our BOSI in the LIS. So in September, this was the end of enrollment quick count updating last September 22. And we have an extension of our enrollment quick count updating until September 30. And we also have the continuation of our BOSI encoding in the LIS. And also in the DepEd memo on BOSI cut-off date, in October, so this October, the deadline for BOSI 2022-2023 encoding, and also the updating of our learners enrollment in the LIS until October 31. So hindi pa po tayo deadline nito. Yung mga gusto pa pong humabol at kailangan later we will present po yung percentage, no? Tignan natin yung quick count natin versus the encoding. At makikita natin dito po kung ano na po yung status ng bawat division. Okay, so next. So we will give you enrollment updates for this school year. So ang ipapakita natin dito is based po doon sa ating LIS as of today. Yan, fresh na fresh po yung data natin from LIS. And we will give you the enrollment quick count as of September 30, which was the deadline cut-off of our quick count. And tignan natin kung nag-meet itong quick count na to and our enrollment in the BOSI. Okay, next. So here are the updates on enrollment quick count. Okay, so based po doon sa LIS po natin as of September 30. Okay, so for 2022-2023 enrollment quick count, as you can see, as of the date, Calabarzon is in the quick count has surpassed its previous school year enrollment at 100.70%. In terms of private sector, it is already 103.93%, while the public and the SUCs are at 100.4%, 0.04, and 105.98% respectively. Okay, so maganda po no yung result. For province naman, we have the Cavite cluster as registered as the province with the highest enrollment at 1,123,191, while Cavite or Quezon cluster has the least at 585,629. So in terms of percentage, all clusters have surpassed their previous school year enrollment except Quezon at 97.16%. Okay, so yan po yung ipinapakita ng graph po na ito. Okay, so the next one is the Calabarzon school year 2022-2023 quick count. So as of the graph, you can see here the learners quick count per sector. So syempre ang public po ang malaki, 82.7% of learners enrolled, and are those coming from private is 17.0%, and only 0.3% of learners are coming from SUCs and also from LUCs. In terms of access, so there are more male compared to female learners when looking at all sectors and also in public schools. If you are going to look at the private and also the SUCs and LUCs, there are more female than male learners in this school year. Okay, so yan po yung graph natin. And also for the learners count per key stage versus the previous school year. So we have here per key stage 1 or kinder to grade 1. So we have here the graph as you can see, and for key stage 3, junior high school have the highest learners, followed by key stages 2 and also 4 respectively. And a significant number of learners are enrolled under the self-contained classes of this school year. And in terms of a senior high school, we have 74.57% of our learners that are enrolled in academic track, while 24.89 are enrolled in TVL, and the rest are enrolled in arts, music, and also sports track. Okay. So next is our Calabarzon enrollment quick count still. And here we are going to look into the presentation by SDO versus the previous enrollment. Okay, so here, per Schools Division Office, SDO Rizal recorded as the field office with the highest enrollment. So at 579,516, while SDO Cavite has the lowest. SDO Cavite City has the lowest at 22,023. So in terms of the percentage from the 22 SDOs, yan, 22 pa lang po. Next year siguro natin isasama ang Santo Tomas kasi 23 SDOs na po tayo. So we have 36% or 8 SDOs already surpassed their previous school year enrollment, while 41% or 9 SDOs are at 99 to 100%. And 23% or 5 SDOs are at between 93 to 99%. Okay, so tignan nyo na lang po yung inyong mga SDOs dyan. And then this is the next slide. are the learners quick count per grade level versus the school year. So here among the grade levels, the enrollment in grade 4, yan recorded as the highest at 334,514, while the enrollment in grade 12 recorded as the lowest at 259,466. So in terms of percentage, the enrollment in grade 1, grade 2, grade 4, 5, 11, and 12, including the non-graded, already surpassed the previous school year. Okay, so the next one is the status of school participation on enrollment quick count, updating in the LIS. So these are all the schools as of the date, 96.77% or 5,993 schools in all sectors are participated in the submission of enrollment quick count through our LIS. Okay. And for the public schools, as of the date, we have 99.97% or 3,552 public schools they participated in the submission of the enrollment quick count through our LIS. And in the private school, as of the date, ayan, medyo mataas, maganda po ang turnout ng bilang na po ng private school na nag-participate sa LIS po natin. It's 92.70% or 2,425 schools in the private sector participated in the quick count. Okay, the next one, we have also the state universities. So 81.82% or 18 schools in SUC sector are participated in the submission of enrollment quick count. And here are the status of the beginning of school year encoding in the LIS. Okay, so as of October 21 po ito. Fresh na fresh po kaninang umaga po ito. Okay, so let's see. These are the comparative status with our LIS quick count and versus our LIS BOSI encoding. Ayan, tignan po natin dito. As you can see in the graph, pag nakita po natin the one on the left side, this is the LIS quick count as of September 30 versus on the right, the LIS BOSI encoding as of today. So pag titignan natin yan sa all sector, we have 89% na the total of Calabarzon. For public school, 92% encoding. For private school is 77%. And for our SUCs and LUCs, we have 77%. So we hope that sana mag-meet na po no the data of our quick count with that of our LIS BOSI encoding. Ayan, so makikita po natin dito, hindi na po makikita ang by school ninyo, but we present by schools division. So makikita ninyo dito na yung schools division of Laguna. Ayan, so ang ibig sabihin po nito ay naka 90, yan, medyo 83%, ito, ang tinitignan ko po ay ang Tanawan. Yan, Tanawan City ay naka 98% na ang kanilang encoding. Quezon, 98%. And Calamba, we have 97%. Ayan, so basahin natin yung naka 90 above. Yan, medyo marami na po, no? So Laguna, 95, Antipolo, 94, Imus, 93, Cabuyao is 94, 93%, Lucena 93%, San Pedro 93%, San Pablo is 92%. Tama ba yung tingin ko medyo? At Tayabas 91 and Binyan 91, 90. We have Bacoor. Ayan. Okay, let us look at the data for private school. Ayan, kasi mga private school po ang mga kasama po natin ngayon. So for private school, ayan, congratulations sa Division of Tanawan City. Ayan, so they have 101% encoding in their BOSI. Palakpakan naman po ninyo. Hindi po namin kayo nakikita, pero congratulations po sa mga private schools na nasa Tanawan City. And then, sino pa po? Tingnan natin yung mga naka 90%. 92% ang mga private schools from Quezon. Yan, 97% ang mga from Calamba City and also Lucena City, San Pedro, also have Tayabas City, and ayan. So sila po yung mga naka 90 above, encoding po nila ng kanilang LIS BOSI versus their quick count. So we hope ang ating goal po dito sana ay maka 100% na po tayo para we completely monitor our learners in the LIS. Kasi yung quick count po is only the number of learners. Ano po? Kaya natin gustong maipasok na sa LIS sa ating system para complete na po yung monitoring natin at saka yung mga data na makakapture po natin from our learners. So we encourage po yung amin pong mga kasamahan, our dear private schools to please mobilize po the use of our LIS encoding in our LIS. Ayan. Maraming salamat po sa inyo. Okay, so the next slide. So here is the status of participation in the LIS encoding in the private school. So titignan po natin dito na as of October 21, there are still 326 or 12.46 private schools which are not participating in the encoding in their learners information system. So, pakitignan nga po kung ang inyong division, pero may record naman kami ng by school. Nakikita po namin po yun. Kaya dito, yung participation ng naka 100%, palakpakan naman po natin ang Calamba, ang San Pablo, ang Tanawan, at saka ang Tayabas City. Ayan, dito po pumapalakpak kami. Ayan. So, we encourage po no, yung mga private schools na please encode na po doon sa ating LIS. Ayan, dito sa red, naka-red po ito. Sila yung mga hindi pa po nakapag-encode. So, may bilang din dito, kagaya halimbawa ng Cavite, 104 schools pa po ang hindi nag-e-encode. Ayan, so paki-remind na po yung mga schools na yon. Nandiyan naman po ang aming mga kasamahan po na mga planning officers na kung may mga queries po kayo ay madali pong lapitan yung mga yan. Kahit di po madalas matulog sa dami po ng kanilang ginagawa. Sabi po ng ARD, mga planning officers daw ay laging puyat pero di naman namamayat. Ayan. Ayan. So hello sa amin pong mga planning officers na nandyan po sa extremely sa ngayon. Okay, sige po. So in this part po, may I request po our very competent planning officer 3 ng regional office po, Mr. Adrian Bulio, to present this part of our presentation. Maraming salamat po. God bless.
Thank you so much po, Ma'am Beer, for presenting po the statistics relative to our BOSI encoding vis-a-vis our figures po which we achieved during the LIS quick count updating po. And so before anything else po, we would like to express our sincerest gratitude po sa lahat po ng ating ka-partners sa ating learner information system. Especially po to our division planning officers na wala pong hindi po nila alam yung vocabulary po ng pahinga. And even at night po, they are really working, they are following up. And of course, our private school partners po na who continuously respond to the needs based po sa ating mga department policies po. So in this part, I hope my audio is clear po. We will be providing you some reiteration on specifically on the important provisions relative to the success, our success in terms of updating our learner information system. So we would like to start with DepEd Order number 35, series of 2022, focusing on Section A, item number 1, letter C. So this pertains to the option to transmit electronic format or scanned copy of credential document for specific grade levels. So we would like to put emphasis on this because we all know that there are some schools who haven't forwarding their the credentials of learners dun po sa mga nilipatan pong schools ng kanilang previous learners. So for grade 6, I reiterate lang po namin, for grade 6 graduates and grade 10 completers who already enrolled in grade 7 and grade 11 respectively, the transmission of scanned copy of Form 137 or yung ating SF10 together with other supporting or attached document to the receiving school is an option, provided that the request must made through LIS portal or yung tracking or transfer facility po natin as instructed in DepEd Order number 54 series of 2016, which is our guidelines on the request and transfer of learners records. So option po na magpadala ng ng scanned copy ng Form 137 and SF10 para po sa mga nabanggit po na grade levels. So saan po ipapadala? Ano po ang email na gagamitin? The school official email, which is the school ID plus@deped.gov.ph, shall be used in the sending or receiving of the records by both schools. The option to transmit the scanned credentials or documents through the official email instead of sending the hard copies of the documents is also applicable. In addition po sa grade 6 and grade 10, also applicable po yan sa kindergarten completers who opted to transfer and enroll to grade 1 in another school. So yun lang po yung gusto po namin bigyan ng emphasis po dito, that we have an option for specific grade levels to provide the receiving schools of our previous learners the credentials through email po, provided that we will use po our official school email, which is our school ID. Okay po. The next item is pertaining to the Section A, item number 2, letter C, and specifically the C.2, which is the transferred out from private school with unsettled financial obligations. So we would like to put emphasis po on this one, which states that for learners who moved or transferred out from private schools but have outstanding financial obligations, the receiving public school, assuming po that the receiving is a public school, the receiving public school is instructed to accommodate the learner and assist the parent in the execution of an affidavit of undertaking, because this is our mechanism especially in the public school, that in compliance with the Republic Act 9155, dapat wala pong discriminatory po sa ating mga learners po, especially in public schools. That is why meron po tayong mechanism on the use of affidavit of undertaking. Yeah. So the originating private school, within 30 calendar days upon receipt of electronic notification of transfer through LIS portal, or tracking or transfer facility is requested to review the validity of the request and take required action by confirming the transfer request and clicking the unsettled account checkbox to tag or mark in the system that the learner is just temporarily enrolled in the current school, consistent with the cited policy, which is our basic education enrollment policy, which states that such learners shall be required to submit an affidavit of undertaking signed by the parent or guardian in order to be temporarily enrolled. Yan po. So if ever po na kasi po isa po sa mga reason bakit po medyo mababa pa po compared to our quick count yung ating enrollment in the BOSI encoding is that some of the learners po are with still pending po yung transfer confirmation. So we respectfully request all concerned private schools po to kindly confirm those learners po and have it remarked sa ating LIS po na sila po ay temporarily enrolled. Ano po? Because this specific provision in the policy is a new one and ano po siya? It emphasizes po that the learner information system is a system to track our learners po regardless of their financial obligation po. Ayan. So the next one is the unnumbered DepEd memorandum pertaining to the beginning of school year cutoff date. So it says here that the LIS encoding is only until October 31, 2022. Kaya po kami po ay humihingi din po ng tulong po sa lahat ng concern para po maabot po natin yung ating quick count data which is at 3.9 million. Na sa ngayon po, ang ating BOSI encoding ay nasa 3.4 million pa po. So, on item number 3, similar deadline for BOSI encoding and updating applies to private schools. And the enrollment data as of October 31 will serve as a basis in determining the number of recipients in the GASPE and voucher program. So, yun po yung implication po niya pagdating po sa ating private schools. So, meron pong previous confusion pertaining po to enrollment period because as per DO 35 series of 2022, the enrollment shall begin from July 25 and will end on August 22. And we would like to put reiteration on DO 3 series of 2018, which is our basic education enrollment policy, specifically on the provision on the late enrollment, that a school may accept late enrollees provided that the learner will be able to meet 80% of the prescribed number of school days, which is specified in DO 34 series of 2022 for each school year and the quarterly requirement to pass the grade level as governed by the latest existing applicable DepEd issuances. So, may caveat po dito, if the learner cannot meet the required number of school days and the quarterly requirement, the school head may exercise his or her discretion whether or not he or she will accept the enrollee and implement catch-up activities or interventions under acceptable circumstances. So, ayun po, nire-remind lang po namin na if ever po may mga clarifications, na kung pwede pa pong tumanggap ng learners, ito po yung specific provisions po natin sa DepEd Order number 3 series of 2018. And the last one, though not directly related to LIS, for information of everyone, as per DepEd Order number 44 series of 2022, it amends the provision in DO 34 series of 2022, specifically on item number 16 and 17, which mandates all schools to implement full or 5-day in-person classes starting November 2. In this part, private schools may continue to implement the various learning modalities as displayed in the screen. We have the 5 days in-person classes, blended learning modality and full distance learning beyond start beyond October 2020. So dito po sinasabi po dito na strict implementation lang po ng 5 days in-person classes will only just apply po sa ating public schools. And lastly po, reiteration on DepEd Memorandum number 44. Yan po yung DepEd Memo Code pertaining to the ICTS User Support Division Help Desk process for the information of everyone. Before po kasi ang modality po ng pag-escalate ng issues and concerns natin on Learner Information System and Enhanced Basic Education Information System ay sa iba't ibang paraan po. Meron pong through email, may through call, through messenger, and the hard copy. So through this memorandum po, the DepEd Central Office through the ICTS deployed the mechanism po on the escalation of issues and concerns using Google Forms. So yung Google Forms po natin are all deployed at the division level. Kung saan po, dun po ang escalation po ng issues and concerns. So deactivated na po yung email ng support.ebais-lis@deped.gov.ph. So the access to this online form will be shared to regional office planning officers only. However, due to the volume concerns, dahil nga po tayo ay 23 schools division offices na po, the efficiency in resolving or attending all requests or concerns may be compromised dahil po sobrang dami po nating private schools in the region. So last August 16, 2019, we had an agreement with DepEd Central Office that the escalation, even though it is specified sa policy na at the region level ang escalation, it was agreed before that the division may use the escalation procedure po directly. So from the school, from the issues and concerns raised from the schools which are needing escalation process po, ito po, pinayagan po tayo. We are among the few regions who were approved to implement internal arrangement po. So ito po yung escalation process. Kung makikita nyo po at the right side of the screen, the first level po is our school personnel or learners or parents or guardians. The issues and concerns by protocol should be raised at the school level first through our school level information system coordinator, specifically on LIS. Then, if ever the school or the issues or concern cannot be addressed at the school level using the functionality of their account, then it may be escalated to the division office. And at the same time, if the issues or concern cannot be addressed using the functionality of the account of the division level, it may be uploaded or forwarded through the DepEd escalation escalation or ticketing system. So, yan po. The ticketed issues and concerns will be directly forwarded to DepEd Central Office, and it will undergo review process and approval if needing one. So, ayun po. So, ganun po yung procedure po natin on escalation of issues and concerns, mostly yung mga system concerns po natin yan. So, ito po ang newly revised request forms for data corrections. So, ito po at the right side of the screen is the sample screenshot po ng ating ticketing system. And on the left side are the following revised request forms for each type of concern. So, ito po ay ni-revised based po sa mga most frequent requests. Yun po, yung mga isolated concerns po, tinanggal na po dyan. So, we have two types of request. The incident report. Ano po ba yung incident report? Ito po yung mga system glitches and system errors na na-encounter po natin na hindi po siya normal. Ano po? by design, dapat hindi po siya na-encounter ng school, and yet may possibility po dahil ito po ay system, may encounter po tayong error na hindi po natin kaya i-resolve. So doon po papasok yan sa incident report. Kailangan lang po ay ipadala po natin ng screenshot and through email and the narrative of the concern to our schools division office, specifically po sa planning and research unit po or section. Then the following from request form 01 hanggang request form 09, yan po yung mga usual request na ipinapadala po natin sa ticketing system. So if we have concerns pertaining to these items, ito po yung corresponding request form na kailangan po natin gamitin. So the question is, how do we get these templates? So using our LIS accounts, okay po, sa help, at the top right area po, we have the help function or help tab. Then we will find the support tab po. So click lang po natin yung support, and then it will redirect to this page, and under downloads, pag kinlik po natin yung downloads, it will redirect naman po, it will redirect us to these newly revised request forms. So if you have concerns on LRN merging, deactivated LRN, data issues, unmerging of LRN, reopening and opening of schools, merging of school ID, reopening of enrollment and EOSY finalization and transfer-related issues, and lastly, unenrollment concerns, then you may use these request forms po. Once you downloaded these request forms, you will receive set of Microsoft Excel sheets and indicating po the matrix which you have to fill out and attach the necessary attachments as indicated po in the template, and nandun na rin po kung saan po ipapadala ang request forms through email together with the scanned supporting documents. And that's it po. That's how you escalate an issue or concern to our respective division office po. And I think that ends our presentation po, and I hope somehow po it provided you clarification and resolved, if not all, some of your concerns pertaining to the learner information system. And maraming salamat po sa pakikinig. Thank you po.
Thank you very much po, Sir Adrian Bulyo. No, medyo technical yung ano naman niya, no, yung atake ng LIS talaga. At kailangan rin ng mga technical na tao, kaya nandito yung mga planning officers, no, to help us and to help also the private schools. Ayan, may tanong po ba tayo sa ating mga on-site participants and even online YouTube participants, no? Kung may tanong po kayo, Sir Adrian, Ma'am Vier, nandiyan pa po ba kayo? Yan, sabi nila, if may concern, you can email pprd.calabarzon@deped.gov.ph. Okay, kung may tanong lamang po. But definitely, ang mga planning officers naman, kita nyo naman, 98%. No? Kulang na lang 100% ang mga okay na private schools. No? Kaya nakikita natin how accommodating the planning officers are in the SDO, kasi nga nagna 98% yung mga schools, no? Tama ba ako, no? Ganun ang datos. Okay, Ma'am Vier, may tanong po ba from the field? Ay, from the on-site participants? From the online? Wala na po. Ma'am Vier. Yan.
Yes po, Ma'am Ellen.
If in case there will be questions later, we will just send it to you. Okay lang po ba?
Yes, ma'am. Sige po.
Okay, sige po. Maraming salamat.
Thank you.
Ay,
Thank
si
you,
Ma'am
everyone.
Myra ng Antipolo may tanong po. May humabol. Ay, hindi naman po siya question. Sige po, Ma'am Myra.
Hello, good afternoon po. Bali, hindi naman po siya question po. and to Sir Adrian. Actually, it's a request. Kasi kung nakita po natin, ang deadline po ng ating beginning of school year enrollment, dun po sa guidelines na nilabas po ng Central Office is on October 31. And then sa amin po, sa Antipolo City, we have 12 non-participating schools based po dun sa na-report ni Sir Adrian. Okay, those 12 schools, private schools actually po, Ma'am Ellen, ay closed schools po namin. And those schools po ay nakapag-submit na po ang division ng kanilang voluntary closure. So, makikiusap po sana kami sa tulong po ng ating QAAD kay Sir Lino na kung pwede po sanang ma-actionan yung pong mga may voluntary closures na po na letter na forwarded na po sa regional office na kung maaari po ay mabigyan na po ng feedback so that we can endorse for the closing their accounts para po mabawasan ang non-participating schools ng Region 4A Calabarzon. Kasi mostly po, yun ang problem po namin na planning officers, hindi po namin siya maiko-close hanggat wala pong feedback coming from the regional office. So hindi lang po siya Division of Antipolo City. It's our common problem po ng lahat ng division planning officers ng Calabarzon. Yun po yung major problem namin. And reported po yan ang kinakaano po namin. We will have our National Planning Conference this coming November. And that will reflect kaysa performance po ng 4A Calabarzon. Kaya nakikiusap po sana kami na ma-actionan po siya para hindi naman po tayo ma-broadcast nationally na we have several private schools na non-participating pa rin ang enrollment sa LIS. Or in fact, they're already closed schools na po.
Okay, sige po.
Okay,
That's
so
noted
yun po
Ma'am
sa
Myra.
napakiusap.
Yan. Si Ma'am Myra po ang speaker ng planning
Ah,
officer.
sige po ha. So, it is not for Antipolo only pero sa pangkalahatan. Ano? Okay. Atin po munang makakita yung record na Sir Adrian at saka yung sinasabi niyong 12. Kasi nga po, kinakailangan pa natin mag-issue ng RM 569 para matrace natin yung mga schools na iyon. Di po ba? Kung di pa tayo mag-i-issue ng RM 569 para mag-okay at mag-investigate sa mga non-responsive schools, hindi pa natin makikita yon. Di po ba? Ngayon, siguro po, ako lang po ibinigyan na ni Sir Adrian ng listahan last time. Ano, di ba Sir Adrian? For example, hindi tumutugma ang listahan na sinasabi nating nag-close sa listahan na nasa planning na hindi nag-respond. Okay. Permission from Bacoor City. Ano po? Kasi po yun po nakita kong huling example. Ano po taga Bacoor? Sample lang po. Ano, yung pong isang school, sa listahan po ng planning service, may isang school na sinasabing hindi responsive. Hindi po yung kasama ang school na iyon sa dalawang isinambit ni Bacoor na closed as per investigation. So, may simpleng halimbawa lang po yon. So, may possibility na yung 12 yung sinambit sa amin ay hindi yun yung school na nasa listahan. So, we need to rectify that po. Okay nga po, 12. Okay. So, with your request po na action na namin, hindi po talaga namin siya pinapatulog hangga't nakita namin yung communication. Ano? Pero hindi po man ibig sabihin, pag nasubmit nyo na po sa amin, agad ay ma-update kay planning. We need to undergo the process. That's why, dalawang communication as to closure ang pinag-uusapan natin. First is, communication from the school, notifying the DepEd na kayo magko-close. Then, magre-reply kami. As per Regional Order number 11, 11 nga, 2019 yon. Na you need to advise the school to submit the necessary documents. At kapag nakapag-comply, another communication para sa amin, acknowledging the full compliance of the school. Doon pa mismo natin masasabing totally declared na close na sila sa system. Then another thing is yung involuntary closure na sinasabi natin sa ating RM 569. Kasi nga po, ang laki-laki ng gap, ang laki-laki 500 plus. Yung sinasabing private schools na hindi nag-comply sa quick count. Pero wala naman kaming alam na voluntary closure na hindi pa nadideclared yan. That's why nga po, ulitin po natin, yun po yung nag-trigger sa regional office na mag-issue ng RM 569. Napuntahan ninyo ang mga school na physically ay walang tao. Hindi makutap-tapan ang may-ari. Na email na messenger na lahat na. Hindi magparamdam. Kaya sabi ng regional director, we cannot wait. Kung kailan sila magpaparamdam at magko-comply. Puntahan at pag nakitang walang tao, walang enrollment at the same time, close. So yun po ma'am yung ating pinag-uusapan. Ano? So ang ina-assure po natin, ma-rectify or ma-verify at ma-check natin yung pangalan ng school. Dahil hindi lahat, simpleng halimbawa na nga lang yung sa Bacoor, hindi lahat ng sinasabing ay may communication at yun ang nasa sa inyong listahan. Di ba ma'am Ma'am Sid? Sabi nyo 4 pero sa totoo wala. Pero sa planning service 11 pala ang sinasabing non-responsive o 10 na lang ngayon. So ganun po. Ganun po. Magkatulungan po tayo mga kasama na system-wise, system-wise at physically-wise, facilities-wise ay talagang close yung school.
Apo.
Okay
Sir
po?
Lino, paano po yon? Yung, for example, yung kay Ma'am Myra Antipolo, 11, ma'am? At 12 na schools na close pero nag-reflect pa din. Anong gagawin ng SDO po? Katulad nung, kasi lahat halos sila, ganun ang sitwasyon. It's a common concern. So, ang SDO planning officer po, ano po kayang first step?
Okay. Suggestion ko po kung mamarapatin po ni Sir Ediran at saka ni Ma'am Bier. Ma'am Bier, good afternoon po. Total, meron naman kayong direct communication or may isang system ang mga planning officers, ano po na nakikita nyo lahat. Nakita nyo naman po doon ang listahan ng schools. Schools na hindi nag-comply sa requirements or sa quick count. Then, ibangga nyo po iyon sa findings naman ni private school focals or coordinator na sa pagtingin nila sa field ay talagang yung school ay hindi nag-ooperate. So, on the part of planning officer, list and confirmation na zero enrollment. And the part of private school focals ay yung monitoring na talaga yung school ay sarado. At doon po siguro tayo mag-meet yung atin pong iisang target. For the closure, be it voluntary or involuntary closure of school, and eventually, patungo tayo sa isang goal na ma-declare na iyon po ay close at mawala na sa ating pending sa sistema. Ano ma'am? Okay.
Sir.
Okay po ba yan, Sir Adrian?
Yes po sir. Opo, actually the list which we have presented po, centralized naman po yung ating learner information system. Our planning officers can definitely provide po the list for the division to triangulate which among the not participating schools are really the closed one po, or closed schools po.
Sir Adrian, Sir Lino, saan papasok ang QAD? Si planning officer ng SDO, didirekta kay Sir Adrian. Ngayon, how they will confirm sa SDO counterpart ba ng private school or sa atin? Tayo ang magtutuos na yan no?
Tayo po ma'am ang sa atin pupunta yung report.
Yung report.
Yung report.
Pinasa na yung report sa QAD
Yes,
ng planning officer at ng private school coordinator. Sa atin na po.
Sa atin po ang punta ng report ng SDO. Kasi po, once na mag-report po si SDO or si SDS, ibig sabihin, yun po yung napagkasunduang or naging common findings ng both planning officer and private school focals.
Okay. So, ang bato ng report sa QAD.
Yes, for us to acknowledge the report, and to issue a communication from the regional director saying that the school is closed. Yun po ang ating magiging basis, ha? So, pakibalikan lang po natin muli ang ating Regional Memorandum number 569, Series of 20 22. Nandoon po yung kompletong mekanismo at procedure
Okay,
involving all the with the involvement of all SDO personnel. Okay? Thank you.
Noted po. Capture po sa lahat ng planning officer. Importante ang closure ha ng private school kasi doon din kumukuha ng datos. Okay? So, okay, may tanong pa po ba? Last na po yung kay Ma'am Tia. Okay? Ma'am Vier, Sir Adrian, okay lang po. Isa pa, yan.
Hello po. Sir Adrian, hello po. Ito po, share ko lang po yung naging experience ko po with private schools na Sir Adrian, late na issuehan po ng permit. Kasi po doon po sa enrollment na deadline na naiset po ng central office, kailangan po as of October 31 ay naka-enroll po yung mga learners. So may case po ako recently na lumapit po sa akin ng private school. Nagkaroon po siya ng problema kasi late po na-issue yung kanyang permit. Ngayon nag-transfer out po yung bata, grade 1 na po kasi. Parang nahirapan po yung private school na late na issue ng permit na i-explain doon sa receiving school na may permit po sila at no need na mag-take ng PEPT yung bata. So ano po kayang reconciliation natin na gagawin doon since may adjustment po kayo doon sa process ng renewal, application at the same time issuance ng permit.
Okay, Sir Adrian.
Sir Adrian, yun po yung dati ko pang concern. Ano po? Thank you po.
Para sa akin po ba yung tanong mo?
Actually,
Okay po.
syempre po, yun nga po, ano pong magandang gawin po kaya ng planning and QAD para po ma-address po yung, or ma-avoid po yung ganong instances. Kasi kawawa rin po yung bata kasi parang pinagpapasa-pasahan po nung receiving tsaka originating school. Halos ayaw tanggapin po nung receiving school kasi akala nila hindi na-issuehan ng permit, ng LRN, walang permit yung pinanggalingan ng bata.
Pero meron.
Meron po.
Verification
Kaya lang hindi
yan.
po na-issuehan ng school ID since hanggang October 31 lang po. Yun pong issuance ng school ID sa system. Wala
kasi
pong
nga,
LRN.
Yung mga new.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Kasi hindi pa daw na-i-issuehan.
Okay po.
Hanggang
So,
October 31 lang yung pag-i-encode ng enrollment sa LIS, sa EBIS. Hindi pa namin siya nabibigyan ng permit. Di walang school ID. Ayan. Sige po.
Permission to respond po. Ano po? Just to clarify po, October 31 is just the cutoff date when the central office will generate the official school year enrollment po. Pero not necessarily, ibig sabihin po ay close na po yung LIS po natin. The LIS is open up until the end of the school year wherein those learners na maipapasok po sa system can be accommodated po in the system hanggang sa katapusan po ng school year. It's just that the official enrollment, which will be used for planning and budgeting and other crucial resources concerned, will be generated on October 31. Para naman po sa concern po ni Ma'am Tin, actually po, tama po kayo, it's a combination of effort po, dapat po ng Quad and PPRD kasi po, ang nangyayari po, kapag hindi po umabot sa cut-off ng issuance ng school ID, ang isang private school po na may new government permit, ang nangyayari po niyan, hindi po siya maipapasok sa learner information system. And ang common na notion po ng ating accepting schools kapag wala pong LRN is coming from private school without permit. So, pero sa system po, pwede po siyang ipasok ng accepting school as for creation po ng LRN. Kaso sayang nga naman po yung history po ng kanyang enrollment history sa learner information system. So, actually po, I think kung mag-agree po ang Sir Elino and Ma'am Bier po, we can have reiteration po we can provide po a regional memorandum reiterating that private school or accepting public school may accept learners as long as yung pinanggalingan po na private school ay may permit, and they can directly issue an LRN po dun sa accepting sa learners po na natatanggapin po nila for that specific school year po. Yun po yung sa tingin ko po na possible option po, and depende po kung mag-agree po ang ating chief po ng Quality Assurance Division and PPRD. Ma'am Beer, Sir Alino.
Ma'am Bier?
Siguro Sir Eli, no, pag-usapan natin ito dun sa issuance natin ng guidelines regarding sa mga cases na ganito.
Yes.
Niisip ko nga yung cut-off din ng pag-release natin ng permit, yung hindi masyadong dikit doon sa cut-off din.
Okay
Sige,
po.
Sir Eli.
Okay po, Ma'am Bier. At that's why nga po, kung alam naman po ito ng ating mga kaibigan sa SDOs that originally we target October 17 as the deadline. We target talaga. May memo talaga tayo doon at guided by reminders of Sir Adrian that in the first 20% of this school year, dapat hindi lalampas doon na may permit yung new applicants. Otherwise, pag hindi siya na-issuehan ng permit, ayun nga, may magandang ang bata or nararapat na ang bata lumipat sa may permit for safety, di ba? Ganun talaga naman yung ating treatment. Alam niyo ng mga kasama natin sa SDO that the student should be guided by that. Though, ang atin naman pong pinanghawakan Sir Adrian sa DepEd 88 nga, once na may apply nga po or nag-apply at initially na process ang application, it is deemed approved. Kaya nga alam, dapat nga po ay mag-match siya sa policy naman ng system. Siyempre, system nga po yan. Pag nabigay ang date ng system, hindi na talaga pwedeng pasukin yon. Ay hindi pa nga po naamin yung ating DepEd Order number 88 regarding that. Kasi ang sinasabi nga doon, pag may application, it is deemed approved. Pero sa part naman ni QAD, sino bang aayaw na mabigyan agad ng permit ang school and the given due date? Ay alangan naman po na approval nga kapag may mga non-negotiable incompliances, di po ba? So, yun na nga po. Ginagawa din po natin ang lahat. And considering the fact also na marami nga tayong private schools. Basically, Anyway, Ma'am Bier, maganda po ang suggestion ng Sir Adrian. Pag-usapan po natin iyan in such a way po na we will come up to a win-win solution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Pero curious lang ako, Ma'am Tin. Accepting school may permit. Yung pinanggalingang school, walang permit. Within the year ba? Wala, new kasi new. Dapat, kung last year pa siya nag-apply, dapat may permit na siya kasi mother school ng accepting school na may permit. Tama ba yung intindi ko?
Ano po, ma'am? For example, yung originating school, ma'am, last school year, late niya po na-receive yung permit. So, doon po sa deadline ng CO na issuance ng school ID, lagpas na po siya. So, hindi po siya nabigyan ng school ID yung bagong school. Ngayon, na mag-transfer po the following school year, this school year, nag-transfer na po yung bata. Hindi siya na, since wala nga pong school, parang after na po nung deadline ng issuance ng school ID na nabigyan ng permit, hindi na po na-enroll yung bata sa system. Ngayon, nag-transfer out po as grade 1, medyo hinahanapan po ng LRN ng receiving school kasi sabi galing daw po sa private school na may permit kahit na po naipakita nila yung permit ng school.
Dati.
Okay.
Oo, yun lang.
So, Ms. Ellen, ang pinag-uusapan natin dito ay yung issuance ng new permit. Pero kung ang school naman, ang bata ay galing sa school na dati nang may permit, kahit hindi pa siya na-issue ng renewal, may LRN yung bata. May LRN yung bata. Ang wala lamang talagang LRN ay yung school na hindi nakapag-apply or hindi nabigyan ng school ID dahil after the deadline na ng issuance ng ID, lumabas yung permit. Yun po.
Okay. Sige. So parang ang QAD kailangan mag-issue agad ng ng permit, no? In fairness naman sa QAD, there are new schools applying for new government permit na lacking docs talaga. But pinipilit, undertaking, lahat ginagawa rin namin ng paraan, but in the end, kulang pa rin ang docs.
Tunay nga po iyon.
Kaya
Given the fact nga po, that's why nga, a year before the opening, di ba August 30 ang ating Nag-submit ng letter of intent, August 30. At ilang dokumento. Maraming requirements yun. Dumaan ng Agosto, Setyembre, Oktobre, Nobyembre, Disyembre, January. Hindi pa rin nagko-comply. Alam nga naman nabigyan ng permit.
Opo.
Kaya nga, siguro po, disiplina na rin at saka paalala sa private schools na kapag walang permit pa, huwag na munang tumanggap.
Lalo na po yung mga documents.
Tayo po kasi hino-hostage. Pag nandun na mga bata, idadahilan, paano po ang mga bata namin?
Yan.
Paano ang mga bata namin? Saan namin dadalhin ito? Kaya ang nangyayari karaniwan, PEPT or PBT.
Opo.
Nakakawa ang mga bata. Kaya nga po, sorry for the term, pero talaga minsan na-hostage tayo. Pasensya na po sa mga presidents, pero alam naman po natin na nagaganap po iyon.
Opo.
Naniniwala po ako sa mga narito walang gumagawa noon, pero sa ating pong mga kasamahan ay sorry to tell, marami pong ganun na
may mga
nanganganak
schools,
at
no?
dumadami sila.
Sige.
Ang campuses nang walang kamalay, even the SDO na meron na palang ganon.
Opo. But with the information from the website, kung sino-sino mga schools or ano-anong schools ang may permit, may recognition, magandang mekanismo yan para malimitahan yung mga schools na nag-ooperate talaga ng walang permit. Kasi in the end, bata ang nagsasakripisyo. Okay? So basta tulungan lamang po tayo. We will get in touch with you, Ma'am Tin, kung anong particular school yon para ma-assist natin. Okay? Thank you very much po, Ma'am Vier, Sir Adrian.
Ma'am Ellen. Ma'am, in relation po rin ma'am sa sinabi niyo po na yun po, meron po kasi tayong DepEd website kung saan nandun po lahat ng ating private schools which are recognized and meron pong government permit. I think kung hindi man ito long-term solution, as a temporary solution po, I think the region can issue a memorandum po reiterating that a private school or a school can accept learners coming from private schools with permit but without LIS. Kasi nga po in consideration na may possibility po talaga na kasi ang school issuance po ng school ID may cut-off din po yan. And may possibility din po na ang permit po ng isang new private school ay beyond the cut-off. Kaya po just to provide guidance po para sa mga accepting schools, I think the region can issue a memorandum po. We will coordinate with Quality Assurance Division po and para po magkaroon ng guidance po ang ating accepting school na pwede po sila mag-refer sa website to validate yung dalang private school permit po ng learner dun sa accepting school.
Okay, thank you very much, Sir Adrian and Ma'am Vier. Allow us po, Sir Lino, to hand over the certificate to Ma'am Vier Nalinama, the Chief of Policy Planning and Research Division. Okay? Ito po, kung baga, a virtual handover of the certificate. Thank you very much. And to Sir Adrian Bulyo for being the resource person during the 2022 Private School Summit conducted by the Department of Education, Region 4A Calabarzon, through the Quality Assurance Division, held on October 2022, given this 21st day of October at Extremely Suites, Manila, Parañaque. Signed by Attorney Alberto T. Escobarte, Regional Director. Clap our hands for them. Yan, maraming salamat po. Ang aming pagbati at pasasalamat. Thank you very much. If there are still questions, isisend na lang po namin sa inyo, ma'am. Salamat. Okay, thank you very much po.
Salamat po. Bye.
Thank you. Ingat po sa pag-uwi ninyo.
Yes
Salamat
po.
Okay, thank you. Let's now proceed. Yeah. We will continue now with our next speaker. Talaga namang isa rin sa mga competent partner po ng DepEd Calabarzon. Allow me to introduce to you our Regional PEA Coordinator, Ma'am Lerma Kalingasan.
Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Magre-request po sana ako na kunin ninyo ang Wi-Fi access ng venue. Ipagpatuloy po ninyo ang inyong mga pagbabasa sa inyong cellphone. Kasi iniisip ko po nung pumasok ako, parang sabi ko, bakit ako naririto? Ang mga taong makikinig sa akin ay alam na kung ano ang PEAC. Wala akong sasabihin bago. Pero baka po may isa at para doon sa isa, kayo po ang dahilan kung bakit ako'y naririto. Because I'm seeing quite a number of familiar faces. Nakakatawa nga, sabi ko. At tinakot pa ako ni Ma'am Ellen kanina, marami daw tanong. Gusto ko sabihin, hindi pa po ako nagsisimula, marami ng tanong. Pero magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. This is a critical hour and I can understand age comes with sleepiness. Tandaan po ninyo, pag nakita ko kayong natutulog, sasabihin ko, rest in peace. Para tuloy-tuloy. Pero sa hapon pong ito, as I have said, a majority of you may have seen this PowerPoint presentation because what I will be presenting is obviously that of the deck of presentation of Ms. Doris Ferrer, the Executive Director of the PEAC, and she has been using the same presentations everywhere she goes. In fact, I think this presentation, this deck, is presented in the SEAP convention at SMX. And as a matter of protocol, whenever we as regional coordinators are invited to speak for and on behalf of PEAC, we follow the same deck of presentation. So we will be saying the same thing, and that we will not be adding our opinions and whatever other things we may have wanted to say. So you know very well that in the next slide, you'd see that the Private Education Assistance Committee is, because it is a committee, it is created by an executive order in 1968. And that executive order was amended by EO 150 series of 1994. Formerly, this was called FAPE, the Fund for Assistance to Private Education, because it is not all fund, therefore it evolved into becoming or coming up with a committee that is the trustee of the FAPE, and now we have the Private Education Assistance Committee. The automatic chair of the PEAC is the DepEd Secretary. At that point, when FAPE was created, there was no CHED yet. Hence, it is always the Secretary of the Department of Education that becomes the automatic chair. The representative from NEDA, who automatically should have been the Secretary of the office, and then the representative president of the Catholic Education Association of the Philippines, the president of the Philippine Association of Colleges and Universities, and the president of the Christian schools. In this case, DepEd is represented in the board by Yusek Epimaco Densing III, and NEDA is represented by Yusek Melbourne Pana. So you would understand the composition of the PEAC board. We also always have to acknowledge that we have the founding fathers of the Fund for Assistance to Private Education, and it began as early as the time of Dr. Onofre D. Corpus or O.D. Corpus. At karamihan sa inyo, hindi niyo siya kilala. At dahil ako'y mas matanda sa inyo, kilala ko siya. Attorney Nicanor Fuentes, Dr. Waldo Perfecto. For the PACU, it is Dr. Armand Fabella. And for AXCU, it is Dr. Arturo M. Guerrero. Okay. You also would understand that as an organization, it evolved as one organization that wanted to come up with clear plan and strategic direction. So for years 21 to 24, it came up with a galing ng aking nakakalimutan ko sabihin next slide, pero ang galing ng aking operator. Thank you, sir. It began with a plan that we entitled Future-Proofing Private Education in the Next Decade. Okay, for its vision, mission, and core values, PAC has tried to clarify that it wants itself to be the lead in making sure that the Philippine private education system is integrated, sustainable, and globally competitive. Like all our organizations, we also have core values, and those core values include accountability, integrity, responsiveness, inclusiveness, and adaptability. Of course, there are strategic directions which we are working on. I will not discuss this any further because this is not much of your concern. Baka naman tanungin niyo pa ako, bakit ganun ang strategic direction ng PAC? Okay, and we wanted to proudly tell you how many people we have been reaching as far as trainings and assistance is concerned. And you see a figure of 180,000, and those are the people we have trained through the Junior High School Inset, Senior High School Inset, Philippine Education Conference, and social media reach, plus the teacher salary subsidy. The next slide shows 2.1 million student grantees. Yan yung 21-22. So, we're happy even if at times we only look at our schools and they're small. And if we look widely, and if we look on with a national perspective, we look at touching the lives of 2.1 million grantees, both for the educational service contracting and the senior high school voucher program. For the next slide, we have 4,000 schools served, and 4,000 includes some of the schools who are here represented through certification, orientation for senior high school, junior high school, processing of the TSS, processing of the ESC, the voucher, and the inset. These are the number of schools involved for the year 21-22. And then we have 1,376 schools certified and recertified for the past year. And the breakdown is to your right. They're pretty small, but we're just, showing you the ballpark figures of people involved in the PAC. The next view shows 6.6 million views and visits. Saan? Sa website, sa Facebook, sa YouTube. I'm glad that I'm able to watch your YouTube video partly this afternoon. I'm happy to realize that YouTube records the proceedings of this conference, and therefore I can rewatch whatever I may have missed. We also have 460,000 followers and subscribers in our website, Facebook, and YouTube. Kung tao ito, malaki na ang kinita nito. Okay? We also have 29 billion subsidies processed in terms of the ESC, the TSS, and the senior high school voucher. Okay, that is as of June 15, 2022. Okay, 14 million plus amount of financial assistance in the forms of researches, scholarships, and funding to organizations coming up with their own initiatives in the form of Aspire, Arsight, LEAP, Recast, and CORE, which I will mention later on. Next, you see the management team of the PAC. They're pretty young, very aggressive and dynamic, and they can be everywhere, anytime, and all the time. So we have this management team, and of course, the National Executive Director is still right, Miss Doris Ferrer. I think she's been very popular everywhere, so I don't need much introduction. Of course, the other popular figure there is Sir Rod Malonzo because of the processing, and Patrick for the certification. And then we have the roster of regional program directors. Gusto kong sabihin, syempre po ang pinakagwapo sa Region 4A, si Dr. Peter Laurel, the president of LPU Manila, LPU Batangas, LPU Laguna, and LPU Davao. And is also my president, that's why I am the coordinator. Okay, yun po yung sunod. I'm the regional coordinator, hindi na po ako magko-comment. Ako po'y loyal sa aking mga kasamahan, di ko sasabihin saang region na pinakamataba. Hindi pinakamaganda ang labanan. Okay. To give you a report on the GASPE for 21-22, you will be seeing that in the next slide, this is the brief history of the GASPE program. And that's how it is. And we started actually with an exploration project of a pilot project as early as 1982. We had a trial run of the ESC until it evolved into something that is viable and sustainable. And this is where we are now. So it was as early as 1982 when we explored opening up a project like this for regions 8, region 12, and region 8 and 12. Doon po unang ipinanganak ang ESC program. Okay. What do we do in the GASPE program management? We do orientation, certification, voucher application. We do the processing of this. And then, of course, the billing statements, the in-service training of teachers, and we also resolve cases of schools with adverse findings. There is also a regular meeting and consultation with stakeholders. That means not just the private schools, but all other stakeholders that's attached to the private schools. And we also do research and data gathering. Next slide shows our DepEd Regional Director, who sit as chair of the regional program committees. Therefore, Attorney Escobarte is our chairman of the regional program committee for the GASPE program, and the co-chair is Dr. Peter Laurel, the PEAC counterpart. Okay? Next, on the assessment of the junior high school education service contracting, the senior high school voucher, and the joint voucher program delivery for senior high school, there is a research commissioned by DepEd and ADB that try to look into how things are going on these three programs. And these are basically the highlights of the findings. The report says that the ESC, Senior High School Voucher Program, and JDVP programs are working reasonably well, but can be adjusted to achieve stated objectives better. In other words, it is on a positive note because it's working well. And in the next slide, it shows that there is really genuine logic behind the programs because they are plausible in the sense that, one, there is a legal basis, and second, it is designed to achieve key educational outcomes. Anong outcomes? Tatlo lang yon. Accessible quality education, maliit pa tayong bata, yun na yung sinasabi. That's the target. Make education of quality that is accessible. Second, public-private complementarity. Yun po ang dahilan, and we're thankful to DepEd for inviting all of you here, putting it together. This is complementarity at work. And then efficiency. Laging efficient ang system pag nag-uusap. Di po ba? Pag hindi nag-usap, ayan, kagulo na. But I'm glad there are summits like this because this is the time when we can exchange notes. When private education sector would be having some concerns that they wanted to air to DepEd. And DepEd likewise would have to air some concerns that needs to be appealed to the private schools, specifically those who are pasaway in our respective areas. At aaminin ko po, marami-rami yun. Dahil kita ko rin po. Minsan ay ikinakahiya ko rin po sila. Parang sa aming salita sa Batangas, hanggang hirap ng mga itong pasunurin. Ay, yun lang naman ang gagawin. Eh, ba't hindi pa gawin? LIS laang, ay hindi pa magawa. Bago paghihingi ng permit, ay nagmamadali. Hindi naman nagko-comply. Okay, our purpose and in the process of the research, what was found was a few things that are nice to say, because we found out that these programs promote efficiency, they promote choice, they are empowering and enabling, and they promote diversity of providers. Students now have a wider choice. Hindi yung kasi wala akong pang-tuition kaya dito na lang ako. This time I have a voucher, or this time I can go for an ESC assistance that it's portable. I can move from one private school to another. The programs deliver on services provided, reach the targeted client, and improves client satisfaction. That's another finding that's there. The research also showed that the programs are cost-effective. Hindi magastos i-operate, and cost-effective in the sense that if you look at the findings, more than half of the ESC participating schools charge tuition and other school fees below the estimated GAA cost per student. The government cost per student is even cheaper than what is being spent by the private schools. Almost 9 out of 10 senior high school charge tuition and other school fees below the estimated GAA cost per student. Okay. Next, the national data for SY 21-22. I think Ma'am Vier already presented this, but I just wanted to show this in a different form because I wanted just to see the comparison, first of the number of enrollees and second the number of schools. You can see very well it used to be looking like an apple with a small, ano ba yan? Yeah, it appears like a small leaf. The slice was smaller in terms of enrollment, but in terms of the number of schools, it's a little bit bigger. So there are more private schools with very low enrollment, if you would look at that in the elementary level. And here's the data through the 3-year period. And the 3-year period showed that our enrollment from 1.256476 in 2019 has gone down to 786,000 only, 645 in 21-22. As to the number of schools, there used to be 12,136, elementary po ito. And when we moved to 21-22, we're now only 10,430. It hurts us, it pains us to see that the number of schools is just going down, and me hearing quite a number of schools closing down. During the pandemic, I thought it was temporary, but some schools were not able to recover. So maybe they are doing something else, but it's sad to see schools go, because I would always think whenever there is alumni homecoming and reunions, we go to the home school where we are supposed to have been born and bred and trained. And then there's no more school because it has closed down. For the national data on the junior high school, the share of the private junior high school is a little bit bigger. There are 1,156,524 enrollees shared by 5,801 schools, whereas in the public it's 7.547. And of course, the share of the private school is a little bit bigger in enrollment, a little bit bigger in number as well, compared to that of the public schools. For the data of the private schools through the years from 1920, the enrollment used to be 1.439, and if you look at 21-22, it has gone down to 1.156. As to the number of schools, we used to have 6,034 3 years ago. And last year, 21-22, we only have 5,801. Kung sinong naapektuhang masyado ng pandemic, the small private schools. The national data for the senior high school shows that there's now a bigger share of enrollment of the public schools to 2,545,000 equivalent and enrolled in 7,424 schools, while in the private schools, the enrollment is 1.227 million with only 4,855 students. Schools. We're talking about the senior high school level. So I have already presented three groups, that of the elementary, the junior high, and the senior high school. Next slide shows the data through the years. Enrollment of 1.357882 in 2019 for the senior high school. It's now down to 1,227,922, which is a share of about 32%. And for the schools, for the number of schools, from 2019 we had 4,895, and as we move to 21-22, we only have 4,885. Numbers are going down in terms of enrollment and in terms of the numbers of schools. Okay, talking about the educational service contracting, you know very well the amounts of the subsidy. I don't need to explain that. You also know very well that these are converted to grantees. So we have in 2019, we have 1.08 grantees. At this point, it went down to 972,727, which is now just 84%. For the schools, we have ESC schools, 3,567. This year, in 21-22, it went down to 3,574. From a subsidy of 10.2 billion, obviously because the numbers went down, our subsidy is now at 9.34 billion in 21-22. Next, data shows pretty small, but I highlighted Region 4A. This one shows the regional data in terms of the number of grantees, and this was taken from the system last August 17, 2022. This is something that I would be happy to tell you about. We now have the biggest share of the pie in terms of the ESC grant all over the Philippines. We have the biggest group in Region 4A. It used to be NCR. Tayo na po yung pinakamalaki. Kung titingnan po ninyo yung grantees natin, 170,856 in our region, whereas NCR has 100,000. Napakalaking responsibilidad po natin. As to the average fees for the junior high school, we have 26,920 average fee for the junior high school, and this includes tuition, miscellaneous, and other fees. For the certification process, I would like to reiterate that these are the areas that we look into, just making sure that all aspects of the private school administration and the private school governance are assessed to make sure and ensure that it is viable. Okay. We have this rating scale in the assessment instrument of the certification that we have, and this does not interest most of you, so I'll move on. On the teacher salary subsidy, the national data on the next slide shows that in 2019, we have 51,739 recipient teachers staying in the private school while they are licensed. But in 21-22, next slide, ano po tayo? TSS national data po tayo. Yan. In 21-22, lumipat na po ang mga teachers na lisensyado and we're now reduced to 44,270. Hindi naman po lahat sila ay pumunta sa public. Yung iba po ay may ibang interest, lalo na nung pumasok ang mga online modalities, online jobs. Ang iba po ay doon nag-migrate dahil ayaw na nilang magturo kapag nakaharap sila sa screen. And then we have 3,496 schools who get the entitlement for TSS. This year, in the year 21-22, it's down to 3,453. A little bit stable in terms of, because the pool of teachers remain to be a little bit stable in the private school year in, year out. As to the teacher salary subsidy data, we have Region 4A, 669 schools, and we have 7,044 recipients. That's the number of licensed teachers in the ESC private schools. Okay, let's compare, next slide. Let's compare the teacher salaries in public and private sector. Napakaliit po nito, parang ayaw ipakita. That's my initial reaction. Bakit ganito kaliit ito? Ako na lang po ang magde-decipher. Ang average monthly salary po ng ESC high school teacher ay 19,600 sa public, hindi ito ESC, kundi ang average public school salary ay 19,600. Sa ESC private school, oy makinig mga school administrator, 11,400, napakalayo natin. With wide variation in teacher salaries are found in ARMM. At least hindi sa CALABARZON. Disparity in teacher salaries, public versus the private sector. The disparity is highest in ARMM. Napakaliit ng sweldo sa ARMM, 6,650 lang po at an average. The lowest disparity is in NCR. Because the salaries of the public school teacher average in NCR, where's NCR? 19,566. Average salary in NCR of private school teachers is 11,416. Maliit pa talaga. Marami-rami pa tayong hahabulin. That's why we're clamoring for support from government for subsidies. Matagal na po itong iniiyak ng private schools. Okay, the applicable voucher values, I will not discuss that anymore. Let's look at the data from 2019. Mahirap na kalaban ng pagkain. Kasi di na kayo nakikinig eh. Kumakain na lang kayo. Kanina nagte-text kayo, ngayon kumakain na lang kayo. Sige lang po. Let me entertain you while you're eating. For the voucher program beneficiaries in 2019, there's 1.3 million. And in 21-22, it has gone down to 1.181 na lang. For the school participants, from 4,664, we're down to 4,532.
Hello, Ma'am Lerma.
Yes, ma'am.
Oo, siguro po, while eating, no, we also pay attention with Ma'am Lerma.
Ay, okay lang, ma'am.
Hindi po. Data.
Nagbibiro lang po ako. I'm entertaining myself.
Hindi pa.
Don't worry.
Hindi
Don't worry, ma'am. Don't worry.
Because the data are very important. Ayun po ha, kahit po tayo
narinig na nila ito, ma'am.
Ganon.
So, ko
kahit kumakain po, make sure lang po we pay attention. Thank you
parang
very
be
much.
nice and pretend you're listening. Parang sa online class lang, di ba? Nakatingin kayo, pero nagte-text kayo. For the senior high school voucher program regional data, tingnan nyo po yung Region 4A. There are 853 schools with 229,166 qualified beneficiaries in 21-22. Hopefully this year there will be an increase. Okay, ito pa yung interesting. Average tuition. Average tuition of senior high school, Region 4. Among the 857 schools where we gathered this data from, the average is 27,694. That's the average tuition fee of senior high school. I think the highest is in NCR. Hindi pa naman tayo. Okay, for monitoring, this has been the wish in the past year, o para lang po alam ng ating partner sa DepEd. Yun pong pagkaka-release ng budget, hindi po yun tapos na. We do monitoring of the schools. We call on them. We do documentary monitoring, and there are some monitors here who went through it. Pinapatawag po namin ng schools, yung lahat po ng hinihingi ng DepEd na requirement. Yung SF, at saka yung birth certificate, syempre class record. We ask for them, and we ask the schools to present them to us to show proof. So we need to be consistent. May birth certificate, nasa class record, nasa SF1, nasa SF2. Pag nasa class record lang, wala sa SF1, buhay ba bata yan o hindi? Hindi maipakita ang birth certificate, kaduda-duda. Meron namang may birth certificate lang pero wala namang grade, mulat sa pool. So, binomonitor po natin itong lahat. You know, kung minsan kaya ako iniisip na ipinadala ng Diyos ang pandemic para magbago ang Pilipino. Kasi bakit ba pipilitin pa nating ilagay kung hindi naman talaga pumasok sa atin ang bata? We do monitoring, and this is an initiative of PEAC to make sure that we wanted some level of integrity in the administration of the program. Last time we have EESC schools monitored in all over the country. We have a target of 349, but we were able to have 359. For voucher program, our target was 441. We were able to monitor 448. This is random sampling. And we will continue doing this random sampling year in, year out. However, this year, this is something we wanted to achieve. The post-billing audit of all the schools. And this time, we will be looking at what appears in the LIS. And just to make sure, kaya lang, pumapalak pa kayo kung hindi naman nga po nag-fill out ng LIS yung school. Talaga kaya naman nga sinasabi ko sa inyo, meron naman talagang pasaway. Meron naman talagang, ma'am, alam niyo po ang LIS? Ba't po hindi ninyo ginagawa? Okay, so we will do this and just try to make sure because LIS spells the difference. Saan naka-enroll ang bata? One teacher, one school may be claiming nasa amin. Paglabas sa LIS, nasa public school pala. Kung saan nangyayari ang himala, yan po ay tinutuntun pa natin. Pero mayroon pong mga himalang nangyayari. At kahiyahiyaman, meron sa Region 4A. So we will do, uy, malakas ang yes nung iba. Pag malakas po yung yes at meron kayong kutob, text nyo po ako. Serious po ako. I-text nyo po ako and we will include the school kasi yung kutob nyo, kutob din namin. Pero mas malakas yung kutob nyo kasi malapit kayo. Let us know. We will be working with you to make sure that this program will be done with great integrity. Okay. The GASPE work plan for 22-23. Sige, kalendaryo na lang naman po ipapakita ko. Children, listen. Na-entertain na ako dito sa mga ginagawa nyo dyan. Okay. We're done with the orientation conferences on the implementation of the ESC, TSS, and senior high school voucher. This is a very dynamic group. I'm enjoying the audience. And then we also had a run for school division superintendents kasi dumadaing po ang mga superintendents. Hindi daw po nila naiintindihan yung GASPE program. ESC ay DepEd program ito. So we had a time with them. We oriented the superintendents last August 15, August 16, and August 17. And then we also had orientation of schools for certification. We do quality assurance mechanisms, and certification is one of them. But we also hold the hands of the private schools who go through the process. So, hindi naman sabihin na ano ba naman, parang pinarurusahan kami nito. Kaya yung iba'y ayaw sumali sa ESC kasi may certification daw. Ang akin naman sagot ay, nga namang abot na lang ng abot ng pera ang gobyerno, hindi naman chinecheck. So, i-check natin. Yun naman po ay bilang mabuting katiwala sa administration ng project na ito. We do have important certification dates. These are posted in our website, so I'll just go through them. And then the schedule of activities for 22-23. And then the training conferences, almost done, except for the last part on the internal quality assurance of the ESC and the non-ESC schools pala who might be joining. Come November 7, ito, advance notice na po ito. The monitoring period for all the schools o lahat ng may multo, magtago na. Basta pakitext naman po. Because we will be submitting the list of schools. The period of the start of monitoring will be November 7 to Feb 24. It may not start immediately on November 7, but this will be the covered period of the monitoring. November 7, prior to November 7, we will be submitting the list of schools that we will monitor, and I have not yet submitted. Therefore, if you have special feelings for some schools, please let me know of your special feelings. Of course, we have the subject offerings for the in-service training. This has gone wider. We used to have only 5 subjects, but this time there's just too many. Huwag po kayong mag-alala, nasa website po ito. At kung meron po itong group chat, I am willing to send this deck of presentation as well. Kasi nai-insecure po akong pinipicturan nyo yun, ako ang buhay. Ba't kasi na pinipicturan? Di ba dapat yung presentor? Nagbago na ang buhay talaga, ano po? Dati yung presentor ang pinipicturan, ngayon yung slide na lang. Nakaka-insecure. Biro lang po. Hanggat maaari nga po, lumubog ako dito. Okay. For our in-service training, I think the last one happened last October. And of course, next year, there will be another run. Kaibigan ko kasi si Sir. Binayaran ko yan kanina bago ako pumunta dito. Okay. For the internally funded researches, we have the comprehensive review of literature para sa references. We also have other internally funded research. This one done by Dr. Miguel Rapatan. And announcement po tayo next. Yan. This one, you can also watch the recording in the FB page of PAYAC. And the slide deck that he used for presentation is also available in the website. Diba? Hindi po yan ipinagdadamot dahil information dissemination. For the internally funded programs of assistance for private education, we have trainings and conferences. Ito po yun. One run for the senior high school principals. This has already happened and accomplished. We also will do, and this is coming soon, para sa elementary, para hindi po naiiwan yung elementary. We will introduce the standards-based quality assurance for K-6 schools to help them and assist them in ensuring quality, not necessarily going through accreditation. Next, we also have a series of lectures. And this one, we are now on teachers versus fake news. This is very relevant. Hindi na po maintindihan kung anong totoo at hindi. Litong-lito na ang mga Pilipino. At pag ang teacher ang nalito, ilang milyong estudyante ang lito. Kaya kailangan po nating turuan ang ating mga teacher na mag-determine ng alin ang fake news. This is posted in the PEAC website as well. This one I like, September 6, this has already happened. But the presentation can be accessed at the website as well. This is in partnership with Marshall Cavendish Education in Singapore. We also have the fourth run of ADEPT. Wala po yatang, because this talks about the elementary schools wanting to go through some kind of a training. We also have parang partnership with Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy in Singapore, where principals or school owners who might want to enroll in Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy, this will run from November 14 to 18 in Singapore itself at a highly discounted rate. Palagi ko po sarado na for this year, but they usually do this every year. So I will not recommend. Nung una po ako nagtanong, fees would include over 100,000. So alam niya na po kung bakit hindi ako nagtuloy. 2023 pa po ito, pero ilagay nyo na sa kalendaryo. PhilEd Conference, in person, December 6 to 7, ang suki pong venue nito, SMX. Baka ngayon po ililipat na sa IKEA. Kasi hula ko kagabi yung mga tao dito ay may pinuntahan. For the grants and scholarship program, we have Aspire, Project Aspire. This is an assistance to educational organizations or associations who may have some initiatives and can make a proposal to PEAC where some funding is granted. We also have Project Recast. This is actually in coordination with a publishing company called Inteligente. Ito rin po school-based projects. And then we have our site, the Research for School Improvement Towards Excellence, which is given to teachers of private schools, principals and administrators who may be writing their thesis or dissertation. Meron pong assistance na ibinibigay ang PEAC. If you want to go to international conferences, you want to go abroad and present your research, some amount of funding is also granted by PEAC through Project DARE. Yan, Project DARE. Next, the PEAC Rex Educampion Scholar. This one is in partnership with Rex Publishing Company, and this one focuses on science and math schools and institutions and teachers as well. The next on school improvement programs. What do? We are now calling on volunteers, senior high school volunteers who want to go through certification. Voluntary po ito. Kung bumagsak, hindi po i-announce. We wanted to test run the instrument and see if this is something that will be appreciated by the private schools. Pero alam ko naman po, ayaw naman na talaga natin na may nagche-check pa sa atin. Dahil masaya naman na tayo ay ganito na. Kaya lang po, pag hindi tayo nangarap, maiiwan po tayo. Kaya kailangan laging may leveling up ang private education sector. Nakakahiya naman po dahil hindi na nga tayo makapagpatayo ng ipinatatayo ng public. Yun man lamang po laman sa loob ng mga itinayo ay mayroong quality at mailalaban natin kahit saan. So, we wanted quality assurance as well in the senior high school. We also have this program which is in partnership with the Lasallian School Supervision Services Association. Ito naman po is holding the hand of small private schools who wanted to make it to the certification program. Limited lang po yung slots pero meron. We also have CORE, the Coaching for Results in Education. Kung yung isa kanina, Inteligente, tsaka Rex, ito naman po is in partnership with Phoenix Educational Foundation. For reports, publications, next, and other resources, we wanted you to know that we have the PURGE, or the Philippine Education Research Journal, and has published articles already in the December 2019, and the December 2020 issues. Next, we have the PEAC Annual Report. is now available in the website para hindi sayang ang papel. It's available in the website if you're interested what PAC went through for year 2020-2021. It's available in the website. And next slide shows that we are also coming up with the learning module repository and webinar recordings. Pero hindi po mai-excuse ang pag-attend sa orientation. Bakit? Yun po ay nasa policy. May mga recording lang po ng mga webinar na na-miss natin, pwede na nating balikan. Pagkakatapos ng isang K-drama, manood muna ng kapaki-pakinabang na webinar. Kaya ilalagay na kayo sa batas, ipagbabawal na. Dahil napupuyat ang school administrators. Yung pinakamalakas ng tawa, yun yung mga biktima ng K-drama. Okay. All this we're doing because we wanted to serve you better. And because of this, we went through the ISO 9001 2015 surveillance audit last May 24. And there's another ISO certification that PAC dares to go through, and this is ISO 2701-2013. This is on the Information Security Management System because schools all over the Philippines have been entrusting their data to us. Question, how safe is our data with PAC? And this will guarantee the safety and security of the information that we in PAC are handling. Okay? Okay, there will be a dissemination forum very soon on the framework for guiding the complementary roles of private and public educational institutions in the Philippines. Then this is phase 2. Target. The presentation to PAC happened in June 23, but the dissemination forum will happen soon. We will also tell you about the development of the basic education, public-private cooperation and partnership framework. Dissemination forum will be also soon. This is the PEAC next directory. Hindi naman po ninyo tatawagan ang buong opisina at kayo naman ay hindi rin natawag dyan dahil sa amin din naman kayo natawag. Kaya, next slide po sir. Next pa po. Ayan, inilagay ko na. Yan na po yung inyong tatawagan. Huwag kayong tatawag sa Bicol, sa Region 7, Region 9. Tayo-tayo na lang po. That's our Facebook page. At dahil uso po ang work from home, ang atin pong staff ay naka-duty sa Facebook page. Sumasagot po sila. Kahit po, malapit na sila sanang matulog, pero nag-message kayo. Kaya ginigising ko pong, hoy, gising, may tanong. Mamamatay ang school pag di nyo sinagot. We have our email there, rs.04a@payac.org.ph. The two are our mobile numbers handled by our staff. And if you want to connect with me, 0918-920-5025. Hindi po ako makapagpalit ng telepono dahil bata pa ako, ini-announce ko na ito na ang number ko. So, yan po, if you needed to get in touch with me, huwag pong mahiya. Kagaya ni Yusek Dads, ang pakiusap. Huwag magbibigay ng mga chain, SMS, na pag hindi mo ito ipinasa sa 50 tao, ay aabutin ka ng malas. Merong ganun. Parang tumigil naman na. Ngayon naman yung, nanalo ka. Di po ba? At binabanggit pa ang aking pangalan. Oo, maraming scam. Mag-ingat po kayo. Huwag click ng click. Pag nakakitang nanalo ka, paniwala agad. Lalo na pag wala nagbabayad ng tuition. Ano? Okay. The message of Miss Dory says, ito po yung ating mission, vision, core values that we embrace as an organization. Overall, hindi ko po babasahin ng buo, she is saying, we're trying to be sensitive to the needs of the private schools. But we cannot cater to all. But the promise of being supportive and enabling in terms of the private education sector remains to be there. We cannot make it perfect. I wish we are out of the political scenario so that we can function for the sake of education. But you know very well where we are. And because of that, we have constraints. Lastly, that's the picture of the National Secretariat. Wala po ako dyan, huwag niyo akong hanapin. At maraming pong salamat sa inyong lahat sa pagkukunwari na kayo ay nakinig. This is a very dynamic group. Salamat po ng marami sa pribilehiyo being with you. Honestly, salamat po. Sige.
Okay, good afternoon again, everyone. Good afternoon to our YouTube Live viewers. I think nasa 364 viewers po ang ating mga, private schools. Magandang hapon.
300 po doon, binayaran ko kanina naman.
Talaga naman, si Ma'am Lerma. Kahit maraming tanong, sasagutin ni Ma'am Lerma. Nakaupo na siya, para direkta ang sagot from the expert. Now, meron po ako dito na-receive, ma'am. Umpisahan ko na to, Ang sabi po dito, completer po siya, grade 10, from public school, school year 29-20. Huminto siya mula 2020, 2021, and 21-22. Ngayong school year 22-23 ay pumasok siya as grade 10. Makaka-avail pa po ba siya ng senior high school voucher? Grade 11 po. Grade 11, yon. Makaka-avail pa po ba siya?
Parang dito, bawal magkamali. Nagkamali lang ng basa. Parang grabe yung reaksyon.
Grade 11.
Teacher nga kayo.
Sorry.
Parang bawal magkamali mga basa. Maliwanag po yung guidelines simula nung nakaraang taon na kapag hindi ini-avail ang voucher, immediately after the completion year, kahit ikaw ay galing sa public, you have to go through voucher application. So sana po nag-apply ito ng voucher bago nag-enroll ngayong grade 11. Dahil nag-enroll na po siya ng grade 11, wala na po siyang chance na maka-avail ng voucher.
Okay. So clear po yun, Doon sa grade 11 na yon. Okay? So, doon sa mga the same scenario, yun po yung answer ni Ma'am Lerma. So, isa pa pong tanong na kahapon na raised, yung Certificate of Oneness. Okay? There are schools po kasi na may nagkakaproblema ng SEC registration and then the official name recognized by DepEd. So ngayon, nagkakaroon sila ng issue na yung isang school ay magbabago ng SEC registration? Tama po ba? Ano ba yung mga scenario na gano'n? No? Perhaps from the school administrators ay ma-share iyon or from the SDO. Tapos, himihingi ng Certificate of Oneness ang isang private school, hindi namin mabigyan. Paano po kaya ang solusyon doon? Grantee po yung school na iyon.
Ano pong ibig sabihin ng Certificate of Oneness?
Okay,
Apo, sige,
kwento
sir.
ko lang po nung ilang mga sitwasyon batay sa dokumento namin tinatanggap. Okay.
Teka lang, sir. Kami po sa PEAC ang humingi ng Certificate of Oneness.
Yes po, parang humingi po ang PEAC through the school ng certification na, for example, dalawang pangalan, or I mean, dalawang magkaibang recognitions ang hawak nila. Recognition na magkaiba yung pangalan na nag-appear. For example, Elino S. Garcia Institute Incorporated. Tapos, meron pa siyang, or after how many years, naging Elino S. Garcia Jr. Incorporated. So, yun po yung magkaiba na.
We're talking about the same school.
Yes po, but sa hawak po nila halimbawang SEC registration, hindi nag-a-appear yung former name. Ayun po.
Yan po kasi, basically ay mayroong batas tungkol sa corporation names na hindi sakop ng PAC. Sana nagkaroon ng liwanag na nung ipinakilala ang bagong pangalan ng school, nilagyan ng formerly. Para mulat sa poll, nung nag-transit to a new name, halimbawa, Lyceum of the Philippines, Laguna, formerly Lyceum Institute of Technology. Ganun po kami dati. For some years, ginagamit yon until dumating sa puntong, kilala na ng lahat na ito na yung pangalan namin. So, tinanggal na namin yung formerly. Yun po yung alam kong pinapagawa ni DepEd. And kung hindi po yun ginawa, ang alam ko po na hinihingi lamang ng certifiers ay from the DepEd side, dahil kayo po yung nag-recognize nitong school na ito, that we are referring to one and the same school. Baka po yun yung sinasabi niyong Certificate of Oneness.
Yes po, kaya on our end nga po, hindi naman po namin ma-certify na one school yon dahil nga po wala kami makatang binding document na magkasabi na sila ay iisang school.
Ouch.
Ayun po.
Ay di, lalo na
Kasi,
kaming walang pagbabasihan.
O kaya nga po,
Ay,
ang
kayo
kausap
po
po namin doon,
recognize.
ang kausap po namin doon ay yung school, hindi po yung PEAC. Ano ha?
Napakasama ko yatang bisita.
Apo. So ang kausap po namin doon ay ang requesting party, which are the schools. So hindi namin sila mabigyan ng naturang certificate kasi nga po wala namang silang maipakita na dokumento na ang dalawang magkaibang pangalang iyon ay tumutukoy sa isa, which is the only instrument or the only document that they should present. Ayun nga pong SEC registrations o dalawang set ng SEC registration na nagkasabing ang latest name ay formerly yung dating name, syempre. Ay pag nag-reflect iyo sa latest SEC registration, yung formerly yung kiniklaim nilang dati sila, agad po nabibigyan namin ng certificate.
So what happened po is the school changed its name without informing DepEd.
Possible.
Because you could not
hindi
see
po,
on your
kasi
record.
po hindi rin po natin masabi dahil tayo po pare-pareho Ma'am Lerma ay mga bata pa. Ibig sabihin po ang ibang mga schools ay may dating recognition na hindi pa naman tayo tao. So hindi na po siguro maipakita ng school yung dokumento na nagli-link, yung isang dokumento na magkasabing isang school yon, then even the school administrators hindi rin nila makita. Hindi lang mai-present po sa amin. O talaga namang wala. So ang challenge din po sa amin, with due respect sa mga nauna sa DepEd, ay nakataka rin kami, bakit siya nabigyan nga ng recognition na gano'n na wala namang makitang o walang maiharap ngayon na dokumento na naging basis, bakit yun ang ipinangalan sa school?
So Ma'am Lerma, yung Certificate of Oneness is really necessary for the private school to produce, to process the grants.
And that it will come from the regional office po.
Opo.
Kasi wala po kaming, we have nowhere will we be able to find or trace the history of the changing of the school's name.
Yes po.
So we were expecting that it is DepEd who could have the records.
Yes po.
Kaya po yun
Supposedly po.
hinihingi sa inyo.
Opo.
Ang on the side of the school, I think the school should settle it with DepEd.
Yes
And
po,
for
tama
them
po
to
yun.
prove that they really are one and the same.
Apo. Kasi po ang end user nga po ay kayo. So labas pa po kayo sa usapan naming dalawa. Dahil ang
Opo.
kailangan nilang ma-suffice po sa inyo yung inyong hinihinging justification or certification na isang school yun. Ayun po. Aha.
Kasi what is being required of us is only to certify schools that has DepEd recognition.
Tama
And
po.
if the recognition presented to us bears another name, then we would ask, how sure are we that you are this school when the name of your school now is not the school that is indicated in the certificate?
Okay po. So
Now,
halimbawa nga
that
po,
history of the school should be, sana,
yes po.
in the records of DepEd.
So usually po, Ma'am Lerma, nangyayari ay yung pangalan po ng school na nasa database po ni PEAC ay yung pangalan niya nung, for example, nung 1975. Halimbawa,
Kung ano po yung
Yes.
ipinresent na SEC-registered as well and given the recognition.
Ay, apo.
Unless dumaan po sa transition ng change of name, nagpaalam sa inyo, then we get notified. Doon po namin ina-advise that you use the new name of the school and then say, formerly, para po sa database ay pareho.
Apo.
Okay, that's very clear. Ano po? Yan po yung reminder natin sa mga private schools. Okay?
So yun
Sir?
nga po ang problema ngayon nga, yung pinag-usapan po natin, paano natin matutulungan ng mga private schools. Siyempre po, naunawaan po namin yung inyong requirement that they should show proof na iisang school yon. Sa amin din naman po, hindi rin naman namin mapatunayan na ang kasalukuyang yung school na kasalukuyang pangalan ng school yung iyan ay yung school na nasa record ni PEAC, which is usually yung original name ng inyong school. Ano po? So yun po ang challenge din sa amin. Kaya pagtulungan na po natin, baka naman sa inyong mga records, sa mga baul ng inyong mga sinaunang paaralan ay mabuklat yung dokumentong iyon. Na siyempre, naniniwala po kami na hindi basta at hindi po iyon ibibigay ng DepEd at hindi magbibigay ang DepEd ng recognition sa bagong pangalan kung wala pong naging basehan.
Opo.
Opo.
Tama po. Yun lang yung nire-require namin no, sa QAD. Dalawang SEC registration telling us na this school is one and the same. Okay? Sige po.
May
Opo.
tanong po si Ma'am Joy.
Regarding po ba doon or another? Okay po. So, okay na po tayo sa Certificate of Oneness, no?
Oneness na po muna. Tungkol,
sige po.
related po doon.
Para po close muna natin yung oneness, then let's
Okay.
proceed to the next.
So, Ma'am Lerma, magandang hapon po. Ako na mismo yung may problema sa Certificate of Oneness, okay. At, pero ito naman ay very light siya, hindi siya katulad ng ganong kakomplikadong problema. So, na-certify na kami for siguro pangatlo na yatang bisita to sa amin itong December ng PEAC. So, nakita ng PEAC na yung aming mga dokumento talaga lahat may incorporated. Yung na-issue na sa amin incorporated. At yung aming SEC talaga may incorporated. Ang problema namin ito na yung na-issue sa amin ng recognition ng region, nakita ni PEAC na wala siyang incorporated. So very light, kaya nga ang sabi po ng inyo pong opisina mag-request kami ng Certificate of Oneness at na-serve naman na po namin. At ito, palagi ko ino-work out na po nila. So ngayon, ang tanong ko po regarding doon, alam ko na yun ay masosolve yun eh. Ano ba talaga ang implikasyon kapag hindi na i-serve doon sa deadline yung Certificate of Oneness? Kasi may deadline na binigay nung last Friday, last week, ano? Pero na-submit na namin ho yung katunayan na na-receive na ho ng region, yung aming, o ng SDO, yung aming pong request. Hindi ba ito makaka-apekto sa, alam nyo na, yung kailangan namin, yung funding? O yan, yung magandang tanong eh.
Sige po, ma'am.
Makaka-apekto po kung hindi niyo isasagot.
Sir po may Si Sir po may share relative to that po. Para po ating muna i-close yung issue, then ating po siyang i-end yung issue from with a recommendation from us kung ano magandang ibang gawin. Ano, sir?
Lang po. Hello. Well, it is a question of civil law and corporate law. Kung talaga yan ay registered sa SEC, may juridical personality siyempre yun. Meron po akong natulungan dati pa na ganyan. Nag-awa yung mga tinago na namuno dati yung kaya kapag makuha. Sabi ko, humingi sa SEC. Kasi meron po sila dong archives. Yung mga lumang-luma na since 1949, 50s, naka-microfilm. So, balikan po nila sa archives ng SEC, makakakuha. Another thing, to support the claim, humingi sila ng notarized testimony nung mga graduates nila nung panahong yun, kung may buhay pa na graduates noon. Yun po yung supporting document because it is a question of civil law and corporate law. That is reconstruction of lost documents. We call it reconstruction. Makakatulong po sana yun para mapadali, kawawa naman yung school
Okay.
Hindi yan nire-recognize ng walang dokumentong nauna.
Tama.
Nagtaguan lang po yun. Salamat po.
Salamat po sa information, no? Yun po yung recommendation ni Sir, no? So, kay Pastor Ted po, ang sagot ay no, no? So, pag hindi po, tama ba, Ma'am Lerma?
Tanong niyo po kung
Makaka-apekto. Ay, yes pala.
I-hold po ang processing
Ayun,
ng inyong
yes.
billing statements.
Isa-submit na daw.
Miss Ellen, on our purpose siguro, na-share ni Sir, na-share po ni Sir, ay di consult natin sa legal unit. Mag-consult tayo sa legal or kay Attorney Escobarte kung in lieu of that document na ating karaniwan o kasalukuyang ginagamit, yung affidavit or sworn statement ng lahat ng involved sa school na mga nabubuhay pa, halimbawa, na baka tatanggapin nga dahil sa part naman po ng PAYAC, ang kailangan nila isang papel na nagkasabing isang school yon. As to process kung paano na-produce yun, wala na pong si PAYAC doon, basta tayo na lang magkausap. Ano? Okay.
Sige
Thank
po.
you.
Maraming
Ma'am Joy.
salamat.
Let me clarify. Salamat po, Sir Estrellado. Si Attorney Estrellado po yan. Kahit hindi, walang titulong attorney, lahat ng batas alam niya. Kaya yan ang aming consultant sa mga ganitong bagay. Thank you, there's so much wisdom in that. Yun pong pagkawala lang ng salitang INC doon sa dulo ng pangalan ng school. Sa mata natin, minor yan. Pero pag dumating po yan sa land bank, hindi po i-deposit yung account. So basta nawala po si INC, ay ang legit na pangalan ay may INC. All throughout may INC. Nung hindi na mag-reconcile yung papel ng recognition sa SEC registration, sa bangko po ay SEC registration, sa mata po ng land bank, magkaibang entity yan dahil may nawalang letra. Nung una nga po, tuldok pa Tuldok nawawala, hindi po idinideposit ng land bank. Kaya po makakaapekto sa inyong pinakahihintay. Kaya literally, yun po yun. Abide by the character because the system would not recognize it to be one and the same.
Okay. So, be careful po, no, sa pagpasa ng mga documents, sa pagpa-file sa SEC, pagpa-file sa DepEd, kasi yun po yung mga legal na basehan ng inyong official school name. Okay, sige po. Ma'am Joy, do you have question?
Ayan, nakatayo. Thank you. Okay, talaga po ako yung magtatanong, magsasalita. So, in behalf of the planning officers, bago tayo magtatapos, we would like to thank Insurance Division for including this summit. Kasi po, napaka-importante sa amin po ito. Anyway po, kasi po, we would like also to take this opportunity po, Ma'am Lerma, andyan po kayo. Nandito po kasi ang ating mga private schools administrators. So, andito po si Ma'am Lerma, alam namin napakalaki ang influence nito sa taga-private schools. Now, Ay, hindi po payak ang aking itatanong, but then one point po. Alam naman po namin, Ma'am Lerma, na ang kalaban namin when it comes to enrollment is payak. Bakit po? Nasabi namin, when we're going to follow up, especially yung high school implementers, but hindi pa po sila nag-i-enroll sa LIS. Ang sasabihin po sa amin, inuuna nila ang pag-i-encode sa payak. So, pinagbibigyan namin sila dyan, okay? Kasi nga po, syempre, hindi sinabi kanina ni Sir, na kapirahan po yan, naiintindihan po namin. Ano po? Kaya lang ang naging problema nga namin, na mga planning officers, mag-uuna naman kayo sa akin. May deadline din kami sa enrollment. Kanina po sinabi, BOSY is October 31. Kami sa Calamba is 90%. Okay po kami sa Calamba, wala po problema. But with the other divisions, I don't know. Now, isa pang point po namin, Ma'am Lerma, at pinakiusap sana namin sa ating mga president dito ng association, na sana po magkaroon tayo ng commitment at magtulungan sa problema namin on the confirmation of transfer. Kasi lagi po ang Region 4A ay nahuhuli pagdating sa percentage of compliance sa LIS. Darating na naman si planning conference. Kami po ay nasa likod, walang award na matatanggap. Bakit? Kasi ang Region 4A hindi lagi 100% compliance when it comes to LIS and EBIS. Nagtataka ako, anong ginagawa ni Region 1? Anong ginagawa ni Mindanao? Ba't sila lagi nakaka-award? But ang CALABARZON, hindi. So sana po magtulungan tayo. We're talking about partnership here. Sinasabi po kanina, we have to strengthen our partnership with the private schools. Kami po na planning officers, makikiusap din. Sana tulungan nyo rin kami kasi hindi naman namin kagustuhan magkaroon ng confirmation of transfer. Ano po, mga kasama, di po ba? Kaya lang, we can't finalize the LIS, the end of school year, once hindi po mag-confirm si private school. Kami sa Calamba, again, sinasabi ko lagi kami 100%. Pinagmamalaki ko yan. Alam mo yan, Ma'am Lerma. Kaya lang naaawa naman ako sa mga kasama ko na ibang division. Sana po, hindi naman po hihintayin pa na walang hintong katitext. Kami po 24 hours nakakatanggap. Calling the attention of to confirm the transfer. Sana po yun lang ang pakikiusap namin. Thank you po.
Salamat po, Ma'am Joy. So, ang dinadahilan ba, Ma'am Joy, ay kasi po nag-e-encode po kami sa PAYAC. Yun ba ang dahilan? Hindi
Isa
ba?
po yan sa bahilan, sinasabi
okay.
po sa amin, ma'am. And then the confirmation of transfer is because may utang. Nilagi namin sinasabing, just confirm with unsettled account. We will not go after the forms kasi alam namin may utang. So, alam naman natin na pag may utang, hindi po pwedeng ipadala ang documents.
Yeah.
Just confirm the transfer. Kasi hanggang hindi transfer ay makonfirm ng receiving school ang transfer ng learners, hindi po makakount mako-confirm ng originating school ang transfer. Ang count ng department ay hindi makakount
Opo.
receiving school. Kami ngayon sa Calamba, almost 3,000 na hinahabol namin for confirmation of transfer.
Okay.
So sa public schools po, importante sa atin ang enrollment kasi siya ang count ng MOOE.
Yes.
Yun. So, ang makino pag may 3,000 na hindi ma-count.
Yes.
Yun ang
Very difficult.
difficult po sa amin.
Sige
Thank you po.
Maraming salamat. So, yun po yung plea ng mga ng planning officer, ha? Let's help each other. Di ba kahapon sabi, we learn from each other and we help each other. Okay? Si Ma'am Sabel po, rejoinder po ba yon ng concern ni Ma'am? Or another? Sa PAYAC na po. Sige po. Thank you, Ma'am Joy. Yes, Ma'am Sabel.
Ma'am Lerma, good afternoon po. Okay, ito po kasing aming sitwasyon sa Antipolo po. Okay, meron po kasi tayong mga ibang schools na ini-enroll po sa LIS once po na hindi po nag-enroll sa kanila ng, talaga nag-enroll, hindi po nag-warm body, pero na-enroll po sa LIS. Ano po?
In-enroll po sa kanila sa LIS.
Opo, na-enroll po
Pero
nila sa
hindi
LIS.
naman talaga pumasok sa kanila.
Yes po.
Physical.
Hindi po physically pumasok. Pero na-enroll po sa kanila. Okay. And then po, ang nangyayari po dito is that...
So hindi po ma-encode ng tunay na school?
Yes po. Pumasok po ito sa ibang school. And definitely po, naibiling po ito nung school na nag-enroll sa LIS. Okay, na nauna. Kasi nalalaman na lang po namin kapag ka po nagrereklamo na yung parents. Sa amin po kasi lumalapit sa division. So, sinisingil po definitely nung school na pinapasukan ngayon. Ano po? So, pero ang nangyari po kasi, ang amin pong advice sa school, present sa school, is makipag-usap. Kasi, kami lang nakikipag-usap po kami, pero wala po kasing nangyari. Hindi po nagkaroon ng agreement. Pumunta po siya sa PEAC. Kasi another advice po namin, makipag-usap po sa PEAC. Kaya lang po, continuous po, would you believe po, na-enroll po ng second sem. In-enroll po ulit. Wala nga po rin yung bata eh. May ganun po, nangyari po. Until nakagraduate na po yung bata actually. At yung pong magulang, until now, ay nag-i-inquire pa po sa amin, ano nang nangyari? Doon po sa kanilang complaint.
So yung unang school na nag-enroll sa LIS, yun yung kumokolekta ng
Yes
grants.
po.
Hindi yung talagang
Wala po yung
school.
bata doon. Hindi po siya pumasok
Hindi siya
doon.
pumasok. Sige po, ano kaya?
Sana pala last year pa tayo nag-summit, ma'am. Kasi nakagraduate na, ang hirap habulin.
Yes po.
Pagka po ganyan, binigay ko naman po yung aking number. Text niyo po ako. Kasi
Opo.
pinakamalala na po itatawagan ko yung school. At sasabihin kong, ma'am naman, wala naman sa inyo yung bata. Kasi kung naandyan, ihatid nyo ngayon din, babayaran ko pa masahe. Biro po. Pero, I mean, we can confront the school directly. Kaya lang, 2 taon nakagraduate,
Yes
medyo
po.
mahirap. Pero we can still try if you can give me details po.
Yes po.
Kasi-
Meron pa po ulit ngayon kasi meron pa pong another school
Same
na
school
ganon.
po.
Pero
Ma'am.
nag-aaral pa po, grade 11 pa lang po
Text niyo
ngayon.
po
Pwede
ako.
pa habulin.
Pakitext po ako ng school na
Yes
nag-bill
po.
na wala sa kanila yung bata. ha?
Yes, ma'am.
Salamat po.
Oo.
Opo, opo.
Opo. Sana po, no, ang ating request din sa mga sa mga schools, kapag hindi naman sa inyo nag-enroll, naku naman, wag nang kuhanin ng mga
Tatayo
grants.
po ako. Kasi narito yung mga presidente ng private schools. At ako na isa inyo na makikiusap. Kasi sa lawak ng Region 4A, hindi po namin malalaman, hindi po ako ganong kagaling na marites. Iyon. Kasi maraming info sa grapevine. At kahit po simpleng text, oras po na may inireport sa akin sa simpleng text. At kahit po sa aming staff, pinapadala po sa akin, alam nila ako ang hahawak nito dahil may question. I-text niyo po ako agad. Para po, kung hindi namin maisama sa monitoring, makausap ko po yung school. Kasi hindi po matatapos itong dayaang ito kung hindi tayo magtutulungan. Nalulungkot lang po ako kanina. Si Ma'am Joy, bating-bati sa akin. Tingin pala sa akin kalaban. Sabi sa akin, ang kalaban laang naman ho namin. Si Ma'am Joy, bating-bati sa akin, yung pala ako'y kalaban. Ma'am Joy, wala po akong intensyong makipaglaban. Buti po't sinabi ninyo, ipapa-alaala ko po. Dahil naman po, siguro gusto ko rin namang unawain on the part of the private schools na importante sa kanila yung funding at alam ninyo na pagka hindi nakaprocess on time, ay talagang mawawala si funding. Kaya po yun yung kalagayan nila. Pero hindi rin naman po kagandahan na marinig na iuunahin muna yung sa PEAC bago yung sa LIS. Eh yung po sa PEAC, sa LIS din kukunin. Kaya hindi ko po mapagtagpo yon. I cannot reconcile that because I think Nagre-react na ang microphone. Nararamdaman niyang ako'y nanggagalitin. Bakit? Bakit pababayaan ang LIS? Yan na ang LIS na yan ang basihan para sa voucher. Talaga naman. Pero ma'am, ayaan niyo po, I will be meeting with the schools in the next few weeks because we need to prepare everyone again on the LIS. And there is a rule that the students should have attended at least 30 days in that school before the student can be enlisted. So dapat nasa LIS yun. Kaya ako nanggigigil dahil paano nangyayari yun? Yun po, Ma'am Joy. I promise, uulitin ko po ang sinabi ninyo. O at least naman, Ma'am Joy, okay nagko-cooperate, 100% tayo sa Kalamba. Pero, salamat Michelle, kung nanonood ka man. Pero, ganito lang po ang gagawin natin. We will keep reminding. We don't want to compete. Kaka-emphasize ko lang, complementarity ang issue. At ang programa pong ito ay sa DepEd. Kaya, pag sinuwag ninyo ang nagbibigay sa inyo, lagot kayo. Mali yun. Hindi po yan ang official stand ng PAYAC na makipagsabayan sa enlistment. Mali. We intend to abide by all the rules and promote. Kaya nga po, ang nire-require namin ay lahat ay SF forms pagdating doon sa monitoring. And therefore, we will make sure that we will not be competing with you. Kasi 30 days is a requirement, LIS is a requirement before they get enlisted in the billing statements. That was very clearly made. May nakakalusot. Ito po ang madalas na nakakalusot at liliwanagin ko po ito dahil last year ko pa ito sinasabi. ALS. Ang sabi ng guideline, kapag ALS, mag-a-apply for voucher. Ang pangit po, hindi na-detect ng system na ALS. Ang nade-detect ng system, pag inilagay ng encoder, public graduate, dahil yung kanyang LRN ay public school, na ipasok. Marami pong school ang gumawa noon and we reminded them. And we are now very curious at the enrollment data being presented by the private schools. Pag yan ay dati 500 at naging 4,000, malamang-lamang 3,500 na ALS yan. Tinitingnan din po namin yan. So, we will have to make sure that ipa-prioritize po ang LIS. Nalungkot po ako kanina when I was listening kung anong mga divisions yung kakaunti, marami pang hindi nag-comply sa LIS. Promise ko po, didikdikin ko po yung probinsya na yon kapag nag-meeting ako. Para sabihin, bigyan nyo naman ako ng kahihiyan. Pinaka-imbita ako dun sa private school forum. Tapos dedeklara lang ni Ma'am Joy, magkalaban kami. Pero, pababa na ako, baka hindi ako makalabas, malapit sa pinto si Ma'am Joy. Pero naintindihan ko po, if your feeling is that PAYAC is competing with you, please let me know because we don't mean it that way. Kung ang mga schools po under ESC and senior high school, may ganong pinagsasasabi sa inyo, let me know, I'll call their attention po. And kindly remind them, wag ganon. Pangit yun. Alam naman namin na kayo po ang may administrative role sa amin bilang mga paaralan. Hindi po yun makatarungan. At yun lang po na i-emphasize po natin yan. At yun lang po na, ma'am, yung mga naglilista pa ng, paki-text po ako. Pangalan ng school lang po yun. Bahala na po ako.
Okay, salamat
po.
No? So, pag may mga ganong concern, mag-communicate po. No? Hindi naman yung pagsusumbong. Ito ay manner na i-advise or i-inform lang po yung proper authority. Okay, sige po, maraming salamat. Meron pa po ba? Para po ma-close na po natin ang ating, sa online po, sa YouTube, baka meron pong question. Yan, kung wala na po. Ay, may isa pa, yung kahapon natin. Ito po yung sitwasyon. Recognize po yung school, PAYAC grantees. Ngayon, nagkaroon ng problema sa kanyang recognition at ang recommendation ng legal office ng region is to apply na lang for new. Di ba? Kasi magkakaibang sec, ang name. So in the process, yung mag-new na lang siya the following year. May mga grantees siya na mga parang 50 ang kanyang grantees ng ng ESC. Paano po ang gagawin doon?
Nawala po ang recognition.
Nawala, hindi naman po nawala, pero dahil po may problema sa mga documents niya na magkakaiba ang name, pero po recognized siya. So ang recommendation po ng region ay new, magre-reapply ng new. So parang gano'n na rin, nawala yung recognition. Revocation of the recognition at ang recommendation is as a new school. Nasa middle siya ng may mga grantees siya as recognized school.
And the school year is ongoing.
Yes po.
At the most, ang lagi pong stand ng PAYAC dyan ay the students should not suffer. So, maaari po na ang magiging advice, kung meron lang pong ganitong very complicated issue, at the very least, ang alam ko po, ang isang ginawa in the past is DepEd recommended na bigyan ng consideration yung school para hindi maapektuhan ang mga bata na enrolled at pabilisin ng region yung process sa recognition ng bago. Parang ini-skip na po ang ibang process because that school is recognized. Talaga lang nagkaroon ng technical problem. So binilisan ng DepEd region yung recognition para within the year ay na-process. Kung meron pong ganitong mga situations, please let us know and then we will make proper representations with the National Secretariat to ask them for advice. Telling them na this was the decision of DepEd, how does this affect our ESC students who are there? But at most po, kung naka-enroll na, nakasubmit na si papers, ay hindi naman po sa kalagitnaan ng taon ay biglang sasabihin, wala na kayong ESC.
Mm-hmm.
Kung meron pong decision, ma'am, kasi na isuspend ang school, ang sinususpend lang po doon ay yung pagtanggap ng grade 7, patatapusin po yung 8, 9, and 10.
Yung mga current grantees. Oo. Halimbawa po, ma'am, recognize siya 22, 23. Ngayon, 23, 24, ang recommendation, mag-new. 23, 24, new po siya. Natapos yung taon ng 22, 23. Ngayon, new siya for 23, 24, at ang sabi, pwede ka magpa-recognize 24, 25. Paano po yung nasa new status po ang kanyang permit?
Ang approval po kasi ng ESC para sa bata ay 4 na taon. So kung nakapasok na po ang bata sa isang school na recognized, at sa susunod na taon ay biglang hindi siya marirecognize dahil magpapalit, yun pong transition na sinasabi ninyo, ang akin pong suggestion ay let us know, we can talk to PAYAC because there are legal counsels in PAYAC. Ayaw din po naman ng PAYAC na ma-technical. Kasi ang pinanghahawakan po ng PAYAC ay dapat recognized school yung may grant. Ang exceptional cases po lamang kapag ang school na hindi recognized ay bibigyan ng grant, ay dahil siya'y nag-iisang private school sa lugar. Meron pong mga ganong transitory provision. Pero kapag ka po ang eskwelahan ay nagkaroon ng ganitong kaso na nagpalit at mismong ang DepEd ang nag-advise, ay i-refer po natin yan sa PAYAC na paano to? Hindi ginusto ng school and it is DepEd itself who recommended this transition, what should be the next step? But as long as everything except the name is the same, parang kung certified na, parang hindi naman na siguro practical na isa-certify ulit. Kaya lang po, kailangan ng proof na it's the same management, same setup, walang nabago, except sa issue ng SEC registration.
And the
I think we can ask PEAC to recognize situations like this.
Basta lang inform po ang PEA.
Let us know and we can help you make proper representations. We'll find the person who should be talking with you and make follow-ups pag hindi kayo sinasagot sa email. Ganun po ang pwede naming i-assist.
Basta po, communicate, ha? At may papel na ibibigay at may katibayan para naman po safe ang lahat. Ano po, Ma'am Lerma? Okay. So, may tanong pa. Sa palagay ko, wala na. Palakpakan natin si Ma'am Lerma Kalingasan ng PEAC. Woo! Yan. Ay, sige po. Yan, we will hand over po the certificate, our appreciation. So, kala nyo makakatulog kayo ng hapon, ano? Hindi. Dahil pag nakita kayong natulog, ang sasabihin sa inyo ni Ma'am Lerma, rest in peace. Di ba? Di ba, Ma? Ano, Ma? Sumakabilang buhay. Opo. Si Sir Lino po, may we request po, Sir Lino? Oo. Yan, may we request po to Sir Dan. Ayan na, si Sir Lino. Sige po. Ayan po. To hand over po the certificate of recognition to Ma'am Lerma Y. Kalingasan, the Regional PEA Coordinator, for being our resource speaker for this 2022 Private School Summit. Signed by our Regional Director, Attorney Alberto Escobarte. Thank you. Sige po, maraming salamat, Ma'am Lerma. We will now be preparing for the closing program. Thank you. Okay. Ayon po sa ating kinauukulan, tayo po ay, ang ating procedure na po ng ating closing would be, like we will hand over the certificate to you per division. And then right after that, make sure you have access the link for the evaluation. We will flash it here. Okay? And then, magkakaroon lang po ng closing message si Sir Lino, then we will go home. Okay, maraming salamat po. So make sure po, una, you have surrendered your room keys sa ating staff, hotel staff. Okay. Number 2, you have your evaluation, no, program evaluation po. The link is, I think we have shared it already sa ating group. And then number 3, you really need to get your certificate of appearance kasi kailangan nyo po yan. Okay, magandang hapon po ulit sa ating lahat. Okay, sa ating pong mga kaibigan, sa YouTube. Okay, para po sa ating mga kaibigan at kapanalig sa YouTube Live, maraming salamat po sa inyong participation. For those questions po na hindi siya na-capture, yung staff po natin, yung TWG will have it encoded and hand it over po sa ating mga experts, sa ating mga speakers, at make sure na we will get back to you. Okay? Again, thank you very much for the support. This is Ellen Lopez from DepEd Calabarzon, Quality Assurance Division, signing off. Mabuhay!